As the day gently draws to a close, I invite you to unwind and relax with the soothing sounds of this bedtime story. Let the gentle whispers of the narrative guide you into a peaceful state, setting the stage for a restful night and a wonderful start to your upcoming day. This is the perfect time of the year to snuggle up and let calming stories transport you to whimsical worlds where your imagination can drift freely. Thank you for sharing this moment with us. Your presence is truly cherished, and I hope you find comfort and peace as you listen. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, two unlikely companions found themselves thrown together by the whims of the cosmos, their destinies intertwined like the stars that dotted the infinite expanse. Xyla was a young Xylian, her delicate wings shimmering with iridescent blues and violets, catching the light like 1,000 tiny prisms. She hailed from the lush forest planet of Xyla, a world where towering trees whispered secrets to the wind, their leaves of verdant tapestry swaying to the rhythm of an eternal symphony. The air was thick with the scent of sweet nectar and the gentle hum of life, each sound and fragrance weaving together to create a melody that resonated deep within the soul. Xyla was a place of music and magic, where her kind communicated through intricate melodies, each note a brushstroke painting their emotions and intentions. Xyla, with her inquisitive and kind-hearted nature, longed to explore the wonders of the universe, to hear the songs of distant stars and learn the rhythms of worlds beyond her own. Her heart danced with dreams of discovery, her spirit as boundless as the sky above her. Rhinox, on the other hand, was a gruff and burly Kratonian, his scaly hide a mosaic of earthy browns and greens, reminiscent of the rugged terrain of his home planet, Kraton. This desert world was a place of harsh beauty, where the sun blazed fiercely and the sands shifted like restless spirits. The heat was oppressive, the air dry and tinged with the scent of sun-baked stone, yet there was an austere elegance in the way the dunes rose and fell like the ocean's waves frozen in time. The Kratonians were a resilient people, known for their mechanical prowess and no-nonsense attitudes, traits honed by the unforgiving landscape they called home. Rhinox was a product of this world, raised to value self-reliance and efficiency above all else. His heart as tough as the desert stones, but not without its hidden depths. Beneath his rugged exterior lay a longing for something more, a desire for connection that he scarcely acknowledged even to himself. When a cosmic storm of unprecedented ferocity disabled both their ships, forcing them to make an emergency landing on a remote, uncharted moon, these two vastly different beings found themselves stranded together. The moon was a desolate place, its surface a barren wasteland of jagged rocks and eerie silence, broken only by the distant rumble of celestial winds. The sky was an endless gray canvas, the horizon blurred by swirling dust that danced in ghostly spirals. At first, Xyla and Rhinox eyed each other warily, their contrasting natures seemingly at odds, like fire and ice forced into uneasy proximity. Xyla's musical trills, which conveyed a symphony of emotions and intentions, sounded like gibberish to Rhinox's ears, while her delicate frame and gentle mannerisms made him skeptical of her survival skills. Likewise, Rhinox's guttural grunts and brusque demeanor struck Xyla as rude and off-putting, a cacophony that clashed with her harmonious worldview. Misunderstandings and frustrations mounted as they struggled to communicate and work together to repair their ships, their efforts hampered by the vast chasm of their differences. But slowly, through shared challenges and a determination to overcome their predicament, they began to find common ground. It started with a simple task, gathering water from a hidden spring Xyla had discovered. The liquid shimmered like liquid silver as it pooled in a rocky basin, the sound of its gentle trickle a soothing balm to their frayed nerves. Xyla marveled at Rhinox's ingenuity as he cobbled together makeshift tools from scraps, his hands moving with a deftness and precision that belied his gruff exterior. He was a master of his craft, shaping metal and circuits with an artist's touch, and she couldn't help but admire the beauty in his creations. In turn, Rhinox found himself drawn to Xyla's resilience and her ability to keep their spirits buoyed with her soothing songs, her voice a balm that eased the tensions and fears that gnawed at his mind. As they scavenged for parts and resources, they discovered hidden strengths in one another. Xyla's keen senses and knowledge of the moon's flora proved invaluable in finding sustenance. Her delicate fingers plucking edible berries and roots from the sparse vegetation that clung to life in the crevices of the rocks. She taught Rhinox the subtle art of discerning which plants were safe and which were to be avoided, her observations a testament to her sharp intellect and adaptability. Rhinox's brute strength and technical know-how ensured their shelter was sturdy and their equipment functional, his hands crafting a refuge from the debris of their crashed vessels, a testament to his indomitable spirit. One day, as they ventured further into the moon's rocky terrain, they stumbled upon a cave, its entrance hidden behind a cascade of shimmering dust. Inside, the air was cooler, the light diffused through crystalline formations that hung from the ceiling like frozen tears. As they explored the cavern, they discovered ancient markings etched into the walls, a language neither recognized, yet both felt an inexplicable connection to. Xyla traced the symbols with her fingers, feeling a resonance that echoed the melodies of her home, while Rhinox sensed a kinship with the strength and endurance carved into the stone. This mysterious place became a sanctuary, a reminder of the vast history that connected all beings across time and space. Gradually, their differences became not barriers but complementary strengths, each filling the gaps in the other's knowledge and abilities. They shared stories of their homes, their cultures, and their dreams, marveling at the rich diversity of the universe and the beauty in their disparities. Xyla spoke of the great symphonies of Xyla, of the nights spent beneath the glowing canopies, listening to the world sing its lullabies. Rhinox, in turn, shared tales of Kraton's vast deserts, of the camaraderie forged in the heat of the sun, and the challenges that shaped his people into the resilient beings they were. One evening, as they sat beneath the moon's twin suns setting in a blaze of crimson and gold, painting the sky with a kaleidoscope of colors, Xyla and Rhinox found themselves reflecting on the journey they had undertaken. The ground beneath them was cool, a stark contrast to the warmth that lingered in the air, and the soft rustle of nearby plant life provided a gentle accompaniment to the symphony of the setting suns. Xyla confessed her fears of never seeing her home again, her voice trembling like a fragile note on the wind. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, each droplet a prism reflecting her deepest hopes and fears. Rhinox, his own heart weighed down by the uncertainty of their plight, revealed his longing for connection, a vulnerability hidden beneath layers of stoic resolve. He spoke of the nights spent alone under the stars, the silent yearning that had always been a part of him, even when he hadn't fully understood it. As the days passed, they found comfort in small gestures and shared moments. Xyla would often weave crowns from the sparse vines they'd find, placing them on their makeshift table, a symbol of fragile beauty persisting even in the harshest environments. Rhinox, though initially baffled by the gesture, began to appreciate these small tokens, understanding them as expressions of hope and resilience. In return, he fashioned a small, portable instrument from metal scraps, its deep notes resonating with his Kratonian heritage. Its sound was unlike the melodies of Xyla, yet Xyla found a strange comfort in its echoing tones, a reminder that harmony could be found in the most unexpected of places. When a treacherous storm threatened to derail their progress, it was their newfound bond that saw them through. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, the air crackling with electric tension. Xyla's melodic voice lent Rhinox the calm focus he needed to weather the tempest, her songs weaving a protective tapestry around them as the winds howled and the skies unleashed their fury. Her voice rose and fell like the storm itself, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Rhinox's solid presence anchored her wavering spirits, his strength a beacon in the chaos, guiding them safely through the storm's wrath. His hands were steady as he worked, each movement precise and purposeful, a testament to his unwavering determination. Together, they weathered the storm, emerging battered but unbroken, their friendship forged in adversity. It was a bond that transcended mere companionship, a connection that celebrated their differences while cherishing their common hopes, dreams, and struggles. It was a bond that knew no bounds of species or culture, a precious thread that wove the tapestry of the cosmos together in all its vibrant diversity. At last, their ships were spaceworthy once more, each gleaming like a phoenix reborn from the ashes of their ordeal. As they stood facing each other, their hearts were heavy with the realization that their bond had become something more profound. They embraced, a gesture of friendship that spoke volumes where words failed, their tears mingling with the dust of the moon. The embrace was a silent promise, a vow that their paths would cross again, no matter the distance or time that separated them. With a promise to meet again among the stars, they embarked on their separate journeys, forever changed by their unexpected encounter. For in finding each other, they had discovered the true richness of the universe, and the boundless potential for understanding and kinship that lay within every heart, no matter how different the exterior. On their respective paths, Xyla and Rhinox would often find themselves gazing at the stars, each seeing the same constellations that once watched over their shared adventure. For Xyla, the stars sang a new song, one enriched by the deep, resonant notes of Rhinox's crafted instrument. For Rhinox, the constellations carried the echoes of Xyla's melodic voice, a soothing presence even across the vast distances of space. Thus, their story continued, a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty of embracing differences, forever inscribed in the stars above. In the ensuing months, as each navigated their own worlds and challenges, they carried with them the lessons of their shared journey. Xyla, exploring new planets and cultures, found herself more attuned to the unspoken languages of the universe, listening for the melodies that connected all life. Her heart, once filled with a solitary longing for discovery, now sought out connections, her songs infused with the strength and resilience she had learned from Rhinox. Rhinox, returning to the deserts of Kraton, brought with him a newfound appreciation for the subtleties of life that flourished in unexpected places. He began to notice the delicate patterns in the sand, the whispers of the wind, and the quiet moments of camaraderie that he had once overlooked. His work, once driven by necessity, now carried the touch of artistry, inspired by the harmonious beauty he had discovered with Xyla. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, their hearts remained intertwined, their friendship a guiding star in the endless night. In their separate worlds, they continued to seek out the harmony that bound all things, their story a living testament to the enduring power of connection, a melody that would echo through the stars for all eternity. As time passed, both Xyla and Rhinox began to leave their mark on the universe in ways they had never imagined. Xyla's journeys brought her to distant worlds where her Xylian melodies opened dialogues with species who communicated through vibrations and light, each encounter a new stanza in the symphony of her life. Her reputation spread among the stars, a beacon of hope and unity that transcended the barriers of language and culture. Meanwhile, on Kraton, Rhinox's innovations began to transform his community. Inspired by Xyla's influence, he initiated projects that integrated the natural beauty of his harsh world with the mechanical ingenuity of his people. His creations, a fusion of organic and metallic, became a symbol of harmony and adaptation. The Kratonians, once a people known only for their resilience, now embraced a newfound appreciation for beauty and connection, their society enriched by Rhinox's vision. Even as their individual paths diverged, their friendship remained a constant, a celestial thread binding them across the cosmos. They exchanged messages carried by travelers and traders, each note a reminder of their shared adventure and the lessons they had learned. Xyla would often send small, intricate carvings she had crafted from the unique flora of each new world she visited, while Rhinox responded with mechanical trinkets, each designed to capture the essence of their enduring bond. In moments of solitude, both would look to the skies, the stars a reminder of their shared journey and the promise that had bound them together. Their hearts, once filled with longing and uncertainty, now beat with the rhythm of the universe, a testament to the power of connection and the possibilities that lay within every encounter. And so, as the galaxy spun in its eternal dance, Xyla and Rhinox's story became a legend, a song sung by the stars themselves, a melody of friendship, resilience, and the beauty found in embracing the differences that make us whole. Their legacy, a testament to the enduring power of connection, continued to inspire dreamers and adventurers across the cosmos. A reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, we are never truly alone. Story 2. In the vast expanse of the Andromeda Nebula, where stars twinkled like distant candles scattered across the fabric of space, lay the vibrant planet Viridian. The planet was a masterpiece of nature, a serene oasis amidst the cosmic wilderness. Its surface was a kaleidoscope of lush emerald forests and crystalline sapphire lakes, each body of water a mirror reflecting the infinite dance of stars above. These lakes were fed by rivers of light, threads of luminescence that wove through the land like veins of the universe itself, casting a gentle glow that bathed everything in a soft, ethereal radiance. The atmosphere of Viridian was a sensory delight. The air was imbued with the fragrance of countless blooms, a tapestry of scents that was both invigorating and calming, reminiscent of an eternal spring morning. It whispered across the skin like a gentle caress, carrying with it the promise of life and the tranquility of this celestial haven. The gentle rustle of leaves carried stories of ancient times, and the cool breeze sang with the laughter of 1,000 untold tales. Viridian's forests were vibrant with life, a symphony of nature's grandeur. Birds with feathers that shimmered in every hue of the rainbow flitted through the trees, their songs a harmonious chorus that blended with the gentle babble of brooks and the rustling of leaves. It was as if the planet itself was a living, breathing symphony, its melodies echoing the heartbeat of the universe. The trees swayed with grace, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends, their roots whispering secrets of the earth below. Amidst this paradisiacal setting lived the Luminara, ethereal beings whose bodies were woven from stardust and light. They were creatures of harmony, their existence a testament to the celestial music that surrounded them. Each Luminara emitted a soft luminescence, a glow that painted the forest with colors that shifted like the northern lights. Their homes were nestled in the canopy, structures woven from the very light they emitted, creating a village that shimmered in rhythm with the planet's natural symphony. On a tranquil evening, as the indigo sky was sprinkled with stars, a silvery spacecraft descended upon Viridian, settling gently amongst a meadow of glowing flowers. These flowers, with petals like translucent crystals, swayed in the breeze, their glow pulsating in time with the planet's gentle hum. From the craft emerged Xin, a traveler from the harsh, arid planet of Kraton. He was a stout, reptilian creature, his scales gleaming like polished obsidian in the moonlight. His eyes, though stern, held a spark of curiosity, a yearning to understand the beauty around him. Yet beneath this curiosity lay a heavy burden, a mission that weighed upon his heart. Xin had traveled across the stars in search of a mysterious energy source rumored to reside on Viridian, a power that could restore life to his dying home planet. The cool, soft ground under his feet was a stark contrast to the scorching deserts of Kraton. This sensation was foreign yet soothing, reminding him of tales he had heard in his youth about mythical paradises. As he stood amidst the field of glowing flowers, he was enveloped by a harmonious hum, a sound as calming as a lullaby. The Luminara had come to greet this unexpected visitor, their lights flickering in a spectrum of hues as they communicated in silent harmony. Their presence was akin to a living aurora, a testament to their intrinsic connection to Viridian. Among them was Lyra, a particularly radiant Luminara whose light was a warm golden hue, akin to the first light of dawn. Her presence was comforting, her form pulsing with a gentle rhythm that resonated with peace. She stepped forward, her voice a melodic whisper in the night. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her words as soft as the rustling leaves. "We are the Luminara, and you have arrived at Viridian in peace, we hope." Startled by their ethereal beauty, Xin instinctively assumed a defensive posture. His heart raced, not from fear but from the wonder of it all and the gravity of his mission. "I mean no harm," he assured, his voice a low rumble resonating with the earth beneath. "I seek only the energy your planet holds, a source to save my people." The Luminara exchanged glances, their lights flickering with concern and curiosity. They were beings of peace, unaccustomed to the urgency that Xin carried. Lyra, sensing the sincerity in his words, offered her guidance. "Come, let us speak of your quest," she said gently, motioning for him to follow. Her light wove a path through the meadow, drawing Xin onward with a promise of understanding. As they walked through the luminous meadows, Xin noticed the air was filled with a symphony of gentle chimes and whispers, as though the planet itself was alive with music. The ground beneath him was a mosaic of colors, shifting with every step as if welcoming him to this new world. The beauty and tranquility of Viridian began to ease his wariness, and with each step he felt a strange peace enveloping him, as if the very essence of the planet was cradling his weary soul. Yet, as they conversed, a misunderstanding arose. Zin's direct manner was misinterpreted by the Luminara, who were unaccustomed to the brusqueness of his speech. Some feared he might be a threat, a conqueror in search of their precious energy. Tensions simmered, and Zin found himself isolated, his intentions questioned. The air around him seemed to cool, the vibrant hues of the Luminara dimming slightly as uncertainty took hold. He felt the weight of misunderstanding press upon him like a physical force, a barrier more formidable than any he had faced. Feeling misunderstood and alone, Zin wandered to the edge of a crystalline lake, its surface rippling with moonlit patterns that mirrored the stars above. The water emitted a faint glow, casting ethereal shadows on the surrounding rocks. It was a place of serene beauty, yet Zin's heart was troubled. It was there that Lyra found him, her heart aglow with empathy. She sat beside him, her presence a gentle balm that warmed the chill of solitude. "I see now the burden you carry," she began softly, her voice weaving through the air like a gentle stream. "Your words, though sharp, are driven by desperation and love for your people. We have misjudged you." Zin, his scales glistening with dew, nodded slowly. He gazed into the lake, seeing his reflection ripple and distort, much like his own emotions. "I have faced many challenges, but none so profound as feeling alone among others. I did not wish to offend, I only wished to save my home." Lyra's light shimmered warmly, casting a glow that seemed to reach into the depths of Zin's heart. "Perhaps we can help each other," she suggested. "Let us see how our worlds can unite, rather than stand apart." Determined to bridge the gap between them, Lyra introduced Zin to the ways of the Luminara. She showed him how they harnessed the energy of their planet through harmony and balance, living in a symbiotic relationship with their environment. They led him to a sacred grove, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and growing things, and the energy was palpable, a throbbing pulse that matched the rhythm of the universe. The grove was a place of gathering and meditation, where the Luminara communed with the soul of Viridian itself. In turn, Zin shared stories of Krylon's vast deserts and the ingenuity of his people, who had once thrived amidst scarcity. He spoke of their resilience and their dreams of renewal. His tales painted a picture of a harsh yet beautiful world, where life was a testament to endurance and innovation. The Luminara listened with rapt attention, their lights flickering in response to the emotions woven into Zin's words. As they shared their histories and hopes, an unexpected bond formed between Zin and Lyra. They began to understand the beauty in their differences and the strength in their shared determination. Together, they devised a plan to channel Viridian's energy in a way that could benefit both planets. They spoke late into the night, their words weaving a tapestry of hope and cooperation. Under the starry canopy, the Luminara gathered with Zin to create a conduit of light and sound, a bridge of energy that flowed between Viridian and Krylon. The air hummed with an ethereal melody as the planets connected through a dance of luminescence and shadow. The sky above them erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, a cosmic ballet that celebrated their unity. It was a spectacle that seemed to be watched by the universe itself, as if the stars leaned closer to witness this moment of harmony. In that moment, Zin felt a profound sense of belonging, not just to his own people, but to the universe itself. He realized that true strength lay not in isolation, but in the connections forged between hearts. The realization filled him with a warmth that spread through his being, dispelling the shadows of doubt and fear. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of gold and rose, Zin prepared to return to Krylon. The first light of morning bathed the landscape in a gentle glow, and the air was filled with a renewed sense of hope. He turned to Lyra, gratitude shining in his eyes. "You have given me more than energy," he said. "You have shown me the power of understanding and friendship." Lyra's light flickered with joy, a radiant beacon of happiness. "And you, Zin, have taught us the value of courage and determination. May our bond endure across the stars." With a heart full of hope, Xyn boarded his spacecraft, the knowledge of Viridian's energy and the warmth of newfound friendship guiding him home. As he soared into the cosmos, the universe stretched before him, vast and full of possibility. The Luminara sang a song of unity, a melody that echoed across the universe, a testament to the enduring power of friendship that bridged worlds and lit up the stars. And in that cosmic harmony, Xyn knew that he carried not just the promise of a new dawn for Krylon, but a piece of Viridian's heart, forever entwined with his own. The stars, once distant and indifferent, now seemed to shine with a benevolent glow, reflecting the bond that had been forged in the heart of the nebula. As Xyn journeyed back to Krylon, he pondered the changes he had undergone. The lessons learned on Viridian had not only given him hope for his planet's future, but had also transformed his understanding of leadership and community. He realized that the strength of a leader was not measured by power commanded, but by the ability to listen and unite disparate hearts towards a common goal. This revelation resonated with him, and he vowed to bring this newfound wisdom to his people. Upon landing on Krylon, the once stark and barren landscape seemed to greet him with a renewed sense of promise. The harsh winds that typically swept across the dunes carried a hint of Viridian's fragrance, as if the two worlds had truly begun to merge. The Krylonian Council, a group of elders with scales dulled by time, yet eyes still bright with hope, awaited his return. Xyn shared the knowledge and energy he brought from Viridian, inviting them to witness the power of cooperation he had discovered. The process of integrating Viridian's energy was not without its challenges. The technology needed careful adaptation to the harsh conditions of Krylon, and there were moments of doubt and near failure. Yet each setback was met with the resilience Xyn had learned from his people and the patience inspired by the Luminara. Slowly but surely, Krylon began to transform. The once barren soil started to bloom, and the first signs of greenery emerged from the ground like whispers of a new beginning. As Krylon began its revival, Xyn's heart swelled with a deep sense of fulfillment. He had not only fulfilled his mission, but had also forged a lasting connection between two worlds. The alliance between Krylon and Viridian became a beacon of hope in the universe, a testament to the power of unity and understanding. The bond between Xyn and Lyra endured, their friendship a shining example of what could be achieved when hearts and minds met across the stars. In the years that followed, the story of Xyn's journey became a legend among both the Krylonians and the Luminara, a tale passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of compassion and collaboration. Viridian and Krylon continued to thrive, their fates intertwined like the luminous rivers of light that crisscrossed Viridian's surface. And in the cosmos, the stars sang of their unity, a celestial melody that echoed the bond forged beneath the nebula's watchful eye, a harmony that would endure for eternity. The universe, once a vast and indifferent expanse, had become a tapestry of connections and possibilities, where even the smallest of planets could cast ripples across the stars, uniting hearts and worlds in a cosmic embrace. As Xyn looked up into the night sky, he knew that he was part of something far greater than himself, a constellation of hope and friendship that would shine across the ages. The legacy of Xyn and Lyra's bond continued to inspire, as Krylon and Viridian became guiding lights for other worlds. Ambassadors from distant galaxies traveled to learn from their unity, and interstellar alliances began to form, weaving a network of cooperation across the stars. Xyn's journey had not only revitalized Krylon, but had ignited a movement, a wave of change that promised a future where the cosmos was no longer a collection of isolated worlds, but a community bound by shared dreams. As the years passed, Xyn often returned to Viridian, his visits marked by joyous reunions with Lyra and the Luminara. Together they continued to explore new ways to strengthen their bond, sharing knowledge and culture, and celebrating the beauty of their unique yet intertwined lives. Their friendship blossomed like the vibrant flora of Viridian, nurturing a deeper understanding and respect that spread throughout the universe. The stars, once mere beacons in the night sky, had become symbols of connection and unity, casting their light on a cosmos transformed by the enduring power of one journey, one friendship, and the limitless possibilities of a universe bound together by hope. As Zin gazed into the infinite tapestry of the cosmos, he knew that the stars would forever sing their song of harmony, a melody that celebrated the unbreakable bonds of hearts joined across the stars, a testament to the everlasting power of unity. Story 3. Under the gentle glow of twin moons, the planet Azuria was a tapestry of shimmering blue fields, vast and undulating like the waves of an ocean. The azure landscape was punctuated by towering crystalline trees that caught the moonlight, setting them aglow in a symphony of soft blues and silvers. The air was filled with the soft hum of luminescent insects that danced among the flora, casting a gentle, ethereal light over the landscape. Their wings shimmered with iridescent colors, a kaleidoscope of hues that painted the night sky with transient rainbows. The moist earth exhaled a sweet, earthy aroma, mingling with the faint, spicy scent of the flora, enveloping the senses in a serene cocoon. It was on this tranquil world that two unlikely companions found themselves drawn together by the threads of fate. From the distant planet of Thaloria, where the skies were eternally painted with the colors of dawn, came a creature named Lyra. Her world was one of pastel horizons, where the sun never set, and the gentle breeze carried the laughter of children and the rustling of leaves in perpetual twilight. Her home was a place where time seemed to stand still, a dreamscape where each moment was crystallized in the soft glow of perpetual morning. She was a slender figure with skin that glimmered like opal in the sunlight, reflecting the myriad colors of her homeland. Her eyes, a deep, serene violet, always full of wonder, held stories of the Thalorian festivals where music and dance wove through the air like a living tapestry. Lyra had journeyed to Azuria in search of the rare starbloom flower, whose petals were said to hold the secrets of the universe within their delicate folds, a quest driven by her unquenchable curiosity and the legends whispered by her elders. Meanwhile, from the arid, crimson deserts of Zephyra, a robust and sturdy being named Kor had arrived. His world was a land of extremes, where the sun blazed fiercely and the wind scoured the earth, shaping it into fantastical forms. The landscape of Zephyra was a testament to the enduring spirit of its inhabitants, who had learned to thrive amidst adversity. Kor was covered in a mosaic of golden scales, each one reflecting the fiery sun of his home world. His voice was deep and resonant, much like the rolling thunder that occasionally swept across his native lands, carrying with it the scent of distant rain and the promise of life. He sought the starbloom not for its secrets, but for its legendary healing properties, hoping to bring a cure to the ailing forests of Zephyra, where a mysterious blight had taken root, threatening the delicate balance of life. Their paths crossed at the edge of a crystal-clear lake, where the starbloom was rumored to blossom only under the light of the twin moons. The lake was a perfect mirror, reflecting the celestial bodies above and creating an otherworldly scene of endless sky. At first, Lyra and Kor eyed each other warily, each seeing the other as a rival in their quest. Lyra, with her graceful movements and gentle demeanor, seemed as if she could slip away into the night at any moment, her presence as fleeting as a whisper on the wind. Kor, on the other hand, appeared steadfast and immovable, a silent guardian of his own destiny, embodying the resilience of his desert home. Their first conversation was stilted and awkward, as they struggled to understand each other's intentions. Lyra spoke in lilting phrases, her words flowing like a gentle stream, carrying with them the soothing undertones of her homeland's melodies. Kor's speech, though deliberate, was punctuated by pauses as he searched for the right words, each one resonating with the weight of his purpose. Misunderstandings arose as Lyra interpreted Kor's silence as disapproval, while Kor mistook Lyra's fluidity for deceit. Yet as the night wore on, the landscape around them began to whisper its own story. The gentle rustle of leaves, the soft chirping of night creatures, and the occasional splash of water in the lake seemed to soothe their initial apprehensions. The air grew cooler, the scent of the lake mingling with the crisp night breeze. As they sat by the lake's edge, the reflection of the twin moons above them weaving a bridge of light across the water, they began to share their stories. Lyra spoke of her home, where the sky was a canvas of endless hues, and where the air was filled with the music of wind chimes. She described the starbloom as a legend among her people, a flower that promised knowledge and enlightenment. Her voice grew soft and wistful as she recounted tales of her ancestors who believed the flower could unlock the mysteries of the stars. Kor listened intently, his eyes softening as he imagined the world she spoke of, a place so different from his own, yet filled with a shared sense of wonder. In turn, Kor shared tales of Zephyra, where the sun blazed fiercely and the sand sang underfoot. He spoke of his people's struggles with a mysterious blight that had taken root in their forests, and how the starbloom was their last hope for a cure. His words were imbued with a quiet desperation, a plea for help wrapped in the guise of a story. Lyra, hearing the urgency in his voice, felt a pang of understanding. She realized that, despite their differences, their quests were intertwined by a common thread: hope. Their conversations often wandered into the night, each confession and shared memory forging a bond that was as unexpected as it was profound. They learned to appreciate their differences, finding strength in diversity. Lyra's gentle laughter became a balm to Kor's wearied spirit, while Kor's steadfast presence offered Lyra a sense of security she had not anticipated. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, they agreed to search for the starbloom together. Their journey was fraught with challenges, from navigating treacherous terrain to deciphering the cryptic signs left by the ancients who once tended the starbloom. The landscape was a mosaic of hidden paths and forgotten trails, each one holding secrets of its own. But with each obstacle they overcame, their bond grew stronger. One evening, as they traversed a dense forest where the trees glowed with an inner luminescence, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin. Vines draped over crumbling stone, and the air was thick with the scent of blooming night flowers. Here, they discovered a forgotten mural depicting figures reaching towards the sky, their hands outstretched towards a radiant bloom. The mural, though faded, echoed their own journey, a testament to those who had come before them in search of the starbloom's gift. The mural also revealed a hidden chamber beneath the earth, where the echoes of ancient chants still lingered in the heavy air. Within this chamber, they found relics of a bygone era, including a journal written by a seeker who had once pursued the starbloom. The journal detailed a path through the forest that would lead them closer to their goal, but also warned of the trials they would face. Trials not of strength, but of heart and mind. When a fierce storm swept across the landscape, driving rain and howling winds threatened to separate them. The air was charged with electricity, each crack of thunder reverberating through their bones. It was Kor's steadfastness that anchored them, as he shielded Lyra from the storm's fury with his broad frame. In the quiet that followed, as they huddled beneath the shelter of a massive tree whose roots formed a natural alcove, Lyra sang a soothing melody, her voice rising above the remnants of the storm, bringing calm to their weary souls. Her song was one of healing and hope, the notes weaving a protective cocoon around them. In moments of doubt, when the path seemed lost in the tangled web of the forest, it was Lyra's wisdom that guided them, her insights revealing hidden trails and forgotten paths. Kor marveled at her ability to see beyond the obvious, to find beauty and meaning where others saw only chaos. Her intuition was like a light in the darkness, illuminating the way forward. As their journey continued, they met the enigmatic inhabitants of Azuria, who shared stories of the starbloom's elusive nature. These beings, with their skin like polished stone, and eyes that sparkled with the knowledge of ages, revealed that the flower could only be found by those with pure intentions. This revelation challenged Lyra and Kor, forcing them to confront their true motivations and desires. Through late-night discussions under the shimmering sky, they unearthed hidden fears and dreams, strengthening their resolve. Finally, after days of searching, they found the starbloom nestled in a hidden grove, its petals unfurling under the gentle caress of the twin moon's light. The air was filled with a soft, otherworldly fragrance that seemed to resonate with their very beings. It was then that they realized the true treasure was not the flower itself, but the friendship they had cultivated along the way. The starbloom, in its own silent way, had brought them together, teaching them that understanding and unity could blossom even among the most unlikely of companions. As they prepared to part ways, each carrying a piece of the starbloom back to their worlds, they promised to meet again under the light of the twin moons. For in each other, they had found not only a friend, but a reflection of their own hopes and dreams, and a reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, they were never truly alone. And so, with hearts full of newfound warmth and eyes bright with the promise of future adventures, they set off, leaving behind a trail of light that shimmered like stardust in the morning air. Their story, whispered by the breeze and echoed by the songs of the night creatures, became a part of Azurea's timeless tapestry, a tale of friendship that would be told for generations to come. The memory of their journey lingered in the air, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and the enduring spirit of hope that transcends the boundaries of worlds and cultures. Story 4, The Whispering Grove, an enriched tale. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a dense, ancient forest, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the distant lullaby of crickets, there lived a young girl named Anya. Her honey-brown hair shimmered in the sunlight like spun gold, cascading down her back in gentle waves, and her eyes, the color of the deepest forest glade, sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, as if they held the secrets of the woods themselves. Anya was known for her gentle nature and an insatiable thirst for knowledge, often seen with a book in her hand or a thoughtful expression on her face, pondering the mysteries of life and the world beyond the village. She could often be found wandering the edges of the forest, her senses alive with the mysteries it held, her heart attuned to the subtle symphony of nature that played just for her. Anya lived with her grandmother, Alara, a wise and kind woman whose voice had once been the melody of the village, spinning tales that brought both laughter and tears. Alara had a way of weaving words that painted pictures in the minds of her listeners, her stories like vivid tapestries that unfurled in the imaginations of her audience. On cool evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestones, she would gather the village children around the warm glow of the hearth, the fire crackling merrily in the background. There, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she would tell stories of the Whispering Grove, a mysterious part of the forest said to be alive with magic and secrets. It was a place where the trees were rumored to speak, their voices carried by the wind, telling stories of times long past, of loves lost and found, of battles fought and won. On days when the village market was bustling with activity, with merchants hawking their wares, and the air filled with the enticing aroma of baked bread and spiced cider, Anya would accompany Alara to the village square. Here, she would watch her grandmother interact with the villagers, her laughter infectious, her wisdom sought by many. Anya admired how Alara's stories seemed to weave a thread of unity among the villagers, each tale a gentle reminder of the shared history and dreams that bound them together. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold danced in the breeze, Anya awoke with a sense of purpose, her dreams still lingering like a soft mist upon waking. As she dressed, she could hear the distant call of a lone owl, its haunting melody echoing in the crisp morning air, a reminder of the mysteries that lay within the forest's embrace. Her grandmother had just finished recounting a tale about a magical flower that bloomed once every 100 years, deep within the Whispering Grove. This flower, known as the luminous bloom, was said to hold the power to heal any ailment and bring peace to troubled hearts. The thought of such a wondrous thing filled Anya with a sense of hope and purpose, a yearning that pulsed in her veins like the heartbeat of the forest. Anya's heart was not just filled with hope, but a yearning to uncover the truth behind her grandmother's stories. She had always felt a deep connection to nature, as if each rustle of leaves carried a message intended solely for her, a secret language that only she could understand. As she stepped into the forest, Anya felt a familiar sense of calm wash over her. The forest was a symphony of sounds, the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant babble of a brook, and the soft calls of birds flitting among the branches, their songs clear and sweet in the morning air. Anya closed her eyes for a moment, breathing in the earthy scent of the forest floor, mingled with the crispness of autumn. This was her sanctuary, a place where the world's noise faded away, leaving only the gentle whispers of nature, a soothing balm to her restless soul. Guided by a map her grandmother had drawn from memory, its edges frayed with age, Anya ventured deeper into the woods. The path was lined with towering oaks and slender birches, their leaves creating a patchwork of shadows on the ground, a mosaic of light and dark that shifted with the breeze. As she walked, Anya noticed an unusual tree, a grand ancient oak with a trunk so wide that it would take several people to encircle it with their arms. The tree seemed to hum with an energy that Anya could feel in her bones, a tingling sensation that beckoned her closer, a silent invitation to uncover its secrets. Intrigued, Anya approached the tree and ran her fingers over its rough bark, the texture rich with the history of countless seasons. To her astonishment, the tree's surface was warm to the touch, pulsing gently as if it were alive, as if sharing its lifeblood with the young girl who dared to dream. As she stood there, she heard a soft whisper, like a distant echo, calling her name. "Anya," it said, gentle yet clear, "seek the heart of the grove." Startled but not frightened, Anya realized that she had reached the edge of the whispering grove. The air seemed different here, thicker with magic, and the colors around her were more vibrant, as if the forest itself were breathing, alive with possibility. Determined to find the luminous bloom, she continued her journey, guided by the whispers of the forest, her heart a compass set by the unseen forces that danced around her. The deeper Anya went, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and denser, their trunks twisted into intricate patterns, like the gnarled hands of ancient giants frozen in time. Moss covered the ground like a plush carpet, its vibrant green a stark contrast to the earthy browns and grays of the forest floor, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, their fragrance a heady perfume that clung to the air. It was as if she had stepped into another world, hidden away from the eyes of those who could not see its magic, a realm where time flowed differently, where dreams and reality intertwined. As she walked, Anya began to hear voices, not just the whispers of the trees, but the soft murmurings of creatures unseen, their conversations a tapestry of sound that wove through the forest. She spotted a family of rabbits, their fur dappled with sunlight as they darted across the path, their movements a blur of grace and speed. A deer, regal and serene, paused to drink from a crystal-clear stream, its eyes meeting Anya's before it vanished into the underbrush, leaving only ripples in the water as a reminder of its presence. Her journey led her to a small, hidden glade where a gentle brook whispered secrets as it trickled over smooth stones. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle, and the sun filtered through the canopy, casting a warm, dappled light that danced across the forest floor like 1,000 tiny fireflies. Here, Anya paused, feeling a profound connection to the world around her. She closed her eyes, allowing the warmth of the sun to seep into her skin, feeling as if she were absorbing the very essence of the forest itself, becoming one with the heartbeat of the earth. In this glade, she encountered a fox with fur as red as the autumn leaves, its coat a fiery blaze against the muted tones of the forest. Its eyes, intelligent and curious, locked with Anya's, and for a moment they shared an understanding, a silent communion that transcended words. The fox trotted closer, nudging her hand gently with its nose before scampering away, leading Anya further into the depths of the grove, as if to say, "Follow me, there is more to see." Following the fox, Anya came to a grove of trees so ancient their branches seemed to touch the sky, their boughs heavy with the weight of countless stories. The air was charged with the presence of countless pasts, and Anya could almost hear the laughter and whispers of those who had walked these paths before her, their spirits woven into the very fabric of the forest. Here, she found a stone circle, weathered with time, where the light of the setting sun cast long, mysterious shadows, a sacred place where the veil between worlds grew thin. In the heart of the circle, Anya noticed a small, intricately carved stone altar. Its surface was adorned with symbols of the forest, leaves, acorns, and spirals that seemed to tell a story of their own, one of an ancient pact between the people and the land. Anya knelt before the altar, sensing the reverence of those who had come before her, and placed her hand upon it. She felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, a connection to the countless souls who had sought guidance and wisdom here. As the hours passed, the sun began to dip low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor. Just as Anya was beginning to worry that she might have to turn back, she came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle, ethereal glow. In the center of the clearing stood the luminous bloom, its petals shimmering with an inner light that seemed to pulse in time with the heartbeat of the forest, a beacon of hope and healing. The flower was unlike anything Anya had ever seen. Its petals were a deep, iridescent blue, edged with silver, and its center glowed with a warm golden hue, as if kissed by the sun itself. The sight took Anya's breath away, and she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. She knew instinctively that this flower was the heart of the grove, the source of the whispers and the magic that permeated the forest, a living testament to the power of nature's grace. Approaching the luminous bloom, Anya hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to proceed. But then she remembered her grandmother's stories, tales of courage and kindness, and she knew what she had to do. Gently, she reached out and touched the flower, and as she did, she felt a surge of warmth and light flow through her, filling her with a sense of understanding and connection, a knowledge that transcended time and space. At that moment, Anya realized that the true magic of the grove was not in the flower itself, but in the love and harmony that it represented. The luminous bloom was a symbol of the interconnectedness of all living things, a reminder that every creature and every tree was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven from the threads of life itself. With this newfound wisdom, Anya knew it was time to return home. She carefully plucked a single petal from the luminous bloom, feeling its warmth in her palm, and turned back the way she had come. The journey back through the forest was easier, as if the trees were guiding her, their whispers now familiar and comforting, a chorus of support and encouragement. As she emerged from the forest, the sun setting in a blaze of color behind her, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Anya felt a deep sense of gratitude. She had not only found the luminous bloom, but she had also discovered a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her, a wisdom that would guide her in the days to come. When Anya returned to the village, her grandmother was waiting for her with open arms, her smile as warm as the sun. Anya shared her adventure, describing the beauty of the whispering grove and the magic of the luminous bloom. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with pride and love, the legacy of her stories living on in her granddaughter. That night, as the village gathered around the hearth, Anya told her story. She spoke of the heart of the grove and the wisdom she had gained, and as she did, the villagers felt the magic of the forest around them. It was a tale of wonder and discovery, of friendship and unity, and as Anya's voice wove its spell, the villagers felt a sense of peace and connection, much like the one Anya had experienced, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of the earth. In the days that followed, the village seemed to come alive with a new spirit of harmony and cooperation. People helped one another more readily, and a sense of community blossomed, much like the luminous bloom in the heart of the whispering grove. The forest, too, seemed to thrive, its magic renewing with each passing day, a testament to the enduring bond between the villagers and the land they loved, a promise of hope and healing. Anya continued to visit the forest, her heart open to its wonders and its wisdom. She knew that she was now a part of the grove's story, just as it was a part of hers. And as she grew, so too did her understanding of the world and her place within it, guided by the gentle whispers of the trees and the ever-present magic of the whispering grove, a legacy of love and light. And so, the story of Anya and the whispering grove lived on, passed down through generations, a timeless tale of magic, love, and the power of connection, reminding all who heard it of the beauty that lay just beyond the edge of the everyday, waiting to be discovered anew. Through the seasons and the years, the tale wove its way into the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of hope and unity, much like the luminous bloom itself. Story 5. In a vast galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, there existed a small, bustling space station named Celestial Haven. It was a nexus where travelers from myriad worlds gathered, each bringing stories of their distant homes, and each seeking something, be it adventure, wisdom, or kinship. The station was a marvel of engineering, a floating city with towers that spiraled towards the stars, its corridors alive with the chatter of countless languages and the aroma of exotic cuisines. The architecture of Celestial Haven was a harmonious blend of art and science, with sleek, metallic structures adorned with intricate patterns that glowed softly in the dim light, resembling constellations in an evening sky. The air was filled with the hum of advanced technology and the distant echoes of laughter and conversation. Even the walls seemed to breathe with life, displaying dynamic visuals of nebulae and rotating galaxies, a constant reminder of the vast universe that lay beyond. Among these travelers was a young, bright-eyed being named Leora, hailing from the lush, verdant planet of Viridia. Her skin shimmered with a gentle emerald hue, and her hair flowed like cascading vines, carrying the faint scent of blooming flora. Leora possessed a unique ability to sense the emotions of those around her, a talent both wondrous and overwhelming amidst the crowded spaces of the station. This empathic gift was both a blessing and a burden, granting her deep connections, but leaving her vulnerable to the chaos of myriad feelings that swirled around her. While Leora appeared at ease, her heart often felt the weight of the emotions that pressed against her. She sought solace in the station's gardens, where the flora from her home planet thrived, their vibrant greens and delicate blooms a reminder of Viridia's tranquil forests. It was here, among the gentle rustle of leaves and the soothing fragrance of flowers, that she found moments of peace, allowing her to center herself amidst the emotional storms. One day, as Leora wandered through the bustling marketplace of Celestial Haven, her attention was drawn to a peculiar sight. The market was a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds, with stalls overflowing with vibrant fabrics, shimmering crystals, and curious artifacts from across the galaxy. The air was alive with the scent of spices and the sweet tang of alien fruits, mingling together in an intoxicating bouquet. Amidst this sensory symphony stood a tall, silver-scaled creature examining various trinkets with a pair of large, curious eyes. This was Zorion, a visitor from the icy planet of Glacius, where the inhabitants communicated largely through musical tones and the dance of light. His presence exuded a cool serenity, yet there was an air of loneliness about him that stood out against the lively backdrop. Zorion's scales shimmered with a prismatic array of colors that shifted with the light, each hue a silent melody in the language of his people. Despite the bustling crowd, he seemed enveloped in a bubble of solitude, his gaze distant as he moved from stall to stall. The station's vibrant energy contrasted sharply with the quiet, methodical movements of Zorion, a being accustomed to the silent, icy expanses of his home world. Leora, intrigued by Zorion's otherworldly appearance and sensing his solitude, approached him with a gentle smile. "Hello," she greeted, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze, her words weaving through the market's clamor. "I'm Leora. Are you finding everything you need here?" Zorion turned, his scales catching the light in a dazzling display of colors, a silent symphony of hues that seemed to speak their own language. He responded with a series of melodious notes, his language foreign, yet filled with a warmth that transcended words. Leora listened intently, her empathic senses interpreting his meaning. "I am Zorion," he conveyed through a harmonious blend of sounds. "Your world is vibrant and alive. I wish to understand it better." Despite their differences, a connection began to form between Leora and Zorion. They spent their days exploring the wonders of Celestial Haven, sharing stories of their homes. Leora described the lush forests of Viridia, where sunlight danced through the canopy, the air filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the gentle hum of life resonating within every leaf and branch. She spoke of the crystal-clear streams that sang as they flowed over smooth stones, their waters nourishing the vibrant tapestry of life that thrived in Viridia's embrace. Zorion spoke of Glacius, where the auroras painted the night sky with brilliant hues, their colors shifting and swirling in a celestial dance that mirrored the icy winds singing across frozen plains. He described the vast ice fields that stretched to the horizon, their surfaces glittering like a sea of diamonds under the light of Glacius's twin moons. In the silence of the frozen world, the only sounds were the soft, musical tones of the wind as it swept across the icy landscape, a melody that resonated deep within the soul. However, their burgeoning friendship was not without its challenges. One afternoon, as they wandered through a garden filled with exotic flora, a misunderstanding arose. The garden was a sanctuary of tranquility, with plants from across the galaxy blooming in vibrant splendor. Yet, amidst this beauty, Leora was overcome by the emotions of those around her. The garden, usually a haven of peace, was filled with visitors whose emotions were as varied and intense as the colors of the flowers. Inadvertently, Leora projected her anxiety, the pressure of so many feelings pressing in on her like a storm. Zorion, misinterpreting her distress, believed he had caused her discomfort. His scales dulled slightly, reflecting his internal turmoil, a shift subtle yet telling to those who understood the language of light. In an effort to give her space, Zorion retreated to the cool solitude of the station's observation deck. It was a place where the vastness of the galaxy stretched out before him, offering solace in its infinite expanse. The deck was a serene oasis, its glass walls offering an unobstructed view of the stars, their light casting a gentle glow that danced across the floor like ethereal shadows. Yet, the absence of Leora's presence weighed heavily on him, a silence that echoed louder than any sound. Recognizing the misunderstanding, Leora sought out Zorion, her heart filled with resolve. She found him gazing at the stars, his form silhouetted against the shimmering backdrop. The scene was one of quiet beauty, the starlight painting Zorion's scales with a luminous tapestry of colors. Gently, she approached, her voice soothing as she spoke. "Zorion, I am sorry for the confusion," she said, her words carrying a melody of sincerity, a soft song that blended with the cosmic symphony around them. "It is not you who caused my unease, but the overwhelming emotions of this place. Your presence brings me peace." Zorion turned, his eyes reflecting the starlight. He responded with a lilting tune, a melody that conveyed relief and understanding, a gentle crescendo that spoke of forgiveness and friendship. In that moment, their bond deepened, strengthened by the shared experience and the realization that friendship was a journey of learning and growth. As the days passed, Leora and Zorion faced other challenges together. They navigated the complexities of the station's diverse inhabitants, each encounter teaching them more about acceptance and empathy. They learned to communicate through a blend of Leora's empathic senses and Zorion's musical language, bridging the gap between their worlds. Together, they explored the station's many wonders, a library filled with holographic tomes that whispered ancient secrets, a dining hall where the flavors of 1,000 worlds mingled in joyous harmony, and a botanical garden where plants from across the galaxy bloomed in vibrant splendor. One evening, as they sat side by side on the observation deck, watching the celestial ballet unfold above them, Leora spoke of a dream. "I wish to visit Glacius someday," she mused, her eyes filled with wonder, the stars reflected in her gaze like dreams waiting to be realized. "To see the auroras with you and understand the beauty of your world." Zorion responded with a song so pure and heartfelt that it resonated through the chamber, a promise carried on a melody as ancient as the stars themselves. It was a pledge of friendship that transcended the stars, a vow unspoken yet deeply felt. Together, they imagined a future where their worlds were not so distant, where their friendship could inspire others to seek understanding across the galaxy. In the warmth of their companionship, Leora and Zorion discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond not bound by words or appearances, but by the shared experiences and the unspoken support they offered each other. Their journey had taught them that while differences might exist, they were but threads in the rich tapestry of life, woven together by the hands of kindness and understanding. And so, beneath the endless sky of stars, Leora and Zorion found comfort in each other's presence, their friendship a beacon of hope in the vastness of the universe. As the station hummed gently with life around them, they knew that no matter where their paths might lead, they had discovered something truly precious, a connection that would endure, lighting the way through the cosmos. Together, they stood on the brink of infinite possibilities, their bond a guiding star in the ever-expanding universe, a reminder that friendship, like the stars themselves, could bridge any distance and illuminate even the darkest of nights. In the quiet moments, as they watched the stars, Leora found herself growing in ways she had never imagined. She learned to embrace her empathic abilities, not as a burden but as a gift, an opportunity to connect with others on a deeper level. Zorion, too, found a newfound appreciation for the warmth of companionship, his once cool exterior now softened by the light of friendship. Together, they had forged a path that transcended the boundaries of their worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and empathy in a universe vast and full of wonder. Their journey was far from over. New adventures awaited them, new worlds to explore and understand. They envisioned visiting Viridia and Glacius, experiencing the beauty and mystery of each other's homes firsthand. Leora imagined the icy winds of Glacius, the ethereal dance of the auroras, and the quiet that spoke to the soul. Zorion dreamed of walking under the Viridian canopy, feeling the warmth of the sun filtering through the leaves, the vibrant life echoing in the air. As they sat together, the universe stretched out before them like an uncharted map, each star a destination yet to be explored. With a shared sense of purpose and a bond that transcended the stars, Leora and Zorion were ready to face whatever the cosmos had in store for them, their friendship a guiding light in the vast, infinite tapestry of existence. One morning, as they prepared for their next exploration within the station, an unexpected opportunity presented itself, a chance to join an expedition to a newly discovered planet. The announcement came through the station's communication network, a voice echoing through the corridors, resonant and filled with excitement. Leora and Zorion exchanged a glance, their eyes alight with curiosity and the thrill of the unknown. The planet, known as Etheria, was rumored to be a realm of floating islands and shimmering skies, a place where gravity wove its own dance. It was a world that promised adventure and the chance to witness a new facet of the galaxy's endless wonders. Intrigued by the prospect of exploring such a unique world, Leora and Zorion decided to join the expedition, their hearts filled with anticipation and the promise of discovery. As they prepared for the journey, the station was abuzz with activity. Travelers from various corners of the galaxy gathered, their excitement palpable as they shared tales of past adventures and dreams of what awaited them on Etheria. Leora and Zorion found themselves among kindred spirits, individuals united by the shared desire to explore the unknown and to understand the diverse tapestry of life that the galaxy offered. The journey to Etheria was a breathtaking experience in itself, as their ship navigated through cosmic storms and nebulous clouds that painted the void with vibrant colors. As they approached the planet, Leora and Zorion stood together at the observation window, their eyes wide with awe at the sight before them. Etheria was a world of ethereal beauty, its floating islands adorned with cascading waterfalls and lush vegetation that seemed to defy gravity, suspended in midair like jewels in the sky. Landing on one of the islands, Leora and Zorion felt a sense of wonder and exhilaration. The air was filled with the scent of unknown flowers, their fragrance mingling with the crisp breeze that danced across the landscape. The ground beneath their feet was soft, almost buoyant, and the sky above them shimmered with hues of pink and gold, a celestial canvas that shifted with the ebb and flow of the planet's unique atmosphere. As they explored the island, they encountered creatures unlike any they had seen before, beings of light and color that glided effortlessly through the air, their forms ever-changing and ethereal. These beings communicated through a symphony of sounds and light, a language that resonated with Zorion's own musical tones, creating an immediate and profound connection. Leora, too, found herself deeply moved by the experience, her empathic abilities allowing her to sense the harmony and balance that permeated this strange and wondrous world. Here, amidst the floating islands and the melodious creatures, she felt a profound sense of belonging, a connection to the universe that transcended the physical realm. Together, Leora and Zorion embraced the adventure, their friendship deepened by the shared experiences and the realization that the galaxy was vast and filled with endless possibilities. Their journey on Etheria was but a chapter in their story, a testament to the power of friendship and the endless quest for understanding and connection in a universe full of wonder. As they prepared to return to Celestial Haven, their hearts were filled with gratitude for the experiences they had shared and the bonds they had forged. They knew that this was just the beginning of their adventures, a journey that would take them to new worlds and new discoveries. their friendship a guiding light in the ever-expanding universe. Together, they would continue to explore the cosmos, united by a shared sense of wonder and the unwavering belief that friendship, like the stars, could illuminate even the darkest corners of existence. Upon their return to Celestial Haven, Leora and Xorion were met with a sense of renewed purpose. The experience on Etheria had not only strengthened their bond, but it also inspired them to share their newfound perspective with others. They decided to host a gathering on the station, inviting travelers from different worlds to join them in a celebration of unity and understanding. The gathering was held in the grand atrium of Celestial Haven, a vast space adorned with shimmering lights and cascading holographic displays that depicted the diverse worlds of the galaxy. The air was filled with the scent of culinary delights from across the cosmos, a testament to the station's rich tapestry of cultures. As guests arrived, Leora and Xorion welcomed them with open arms, their hearts filled with joy at the sight of beings from different worlds coming together in harmony. The atmosphere was electric with excitement and camaraderie, a reflection of the shared desire to forge connections and celebrate the beauty of diversity. Throughout the evening, Leora and Xorion shared tales of their adventures, recounting the wonders of Etheria and the lessons they had learned. Their stories resonated with the audience, sparking conversations and inspiring others to share their own experiences. The gathering became a melting pot of ideas and dreams, a place where barriers dissolved and understanding flourished. As the night wore on, the atrium transformed into a dance floor, the music a blend of rhythms and melodies from across the galaxy. Leora and Xorion joined the dance, their movements a reflection of the joy and freedom that friendship had brought into their lives. The music was a universal language, a symphony of unity that transcended words and touched the hearts of all who listened. In that moment, Leora realized the true power of connection, the ability to bridge worlds and bring people together, to create a tapestry of unity that celebrated the rich diversity of the galaxy. It was a realization that filled her with hope and determination, a vision of a future where differences were embraced and friendships flourished. Xorion, too, felt a profound sense of fulfillment, his once lonely heart now warmed by the light of companionship. He knew that the journey he had embarked upon with Leora was but the beginning of a greater adventure, a path that would lead them to new worlds and new friendships. Together, Leora and Xorion stood at the center of the atrium, their eyes reflecting the light of the stars that shone above. They knew that the galaxy was a vast and wondrous place, filled with endless possibilities and the promise of discovery. And as the music played on, they danced with the knowledge that their friendship was a guiding light, a beacon of hope that would illuminate even the darkest corners of the universe. As the gathering came to a close, Leora and Xorion bid farewell to their newfound friends, their hearts filled with gratitude for the connections they had forged. They knew that this was just the beginning of their journey, a path that would take them to new worlds and new adventures, their friendship a guiding light in the vast, infinite tapestry of existence. And so, beneath the endless sky of stars, Leora and Xorion embraced the future with open hearts, ready to explore the cosmos and share the beauty of friendship with all who crossed their path. Together, they would continue to illuminate the universe, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and the endless possibilities that awaited them in the ever-expanding galaxy. Story 6. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to speak in hushed tones and the air was perpetually tinged with the crisp scent of pine, there lay a small, unassuming village named Lumestra. Lumestra was known for its gentle, kind-hearted folk who lived in harmony with the enchanting world around them. Among them was a young lad named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Finn was a boy of simple pleasures, content with the rustle of the leaves and the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet beneath his quiet demeanor, there simmered a yearning for something more, a whisper of adventure that stirred his heart each time the wind carried tales from beyond the woods. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Finn sat by the brook, his feet submerged in the cool, flowing water. He listened to the symphony of the forest, the chorus of crickets, the hoot of an owl, and the gentle rustling of the leaves. It was then that he noticed something peculiar glinting among the pebbles at the water's edge. Intrigued, Finn reached down and carefully picked up the object. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, no larger than a robin's egg. The box was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance beneath his fingers. As he held it, a warmth spread through his hand, as if the box itself were alive. Curiosity piqued. Finn turned the box over, searching for a way to open it. Finally, he found a tiny latch, cleverly concealed among the carvings. With a soft click, the lid sprang open, revealing a shimmering, opalescent stone nestled within. The stone pulsed with a gentle light, casting a warm glow on Finn's face. At that moment, Finn felt a gentle tug at his heart, as if the stone were calling out to him. He knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that this was the beginning of an adventure he had long been waiting for. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, Finn set off into the woods, the magical stone tucked safely in his satchel. The forest, usually so familiar, now seemed alive with possibility. Each step he took was filled with anticipation, as if the very trees were guiding him toward his destiny. As Finn ventured deeper into the heart of the whispering woods, the air grew cooler, infused with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers. Sunlight dappled the forest floor, casting playful shadows that danced with the breeze. It was here, in a secluded glade, that Finn encountered the first of his unexpected companions. A fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. The fox approached Finn with a cautious curiosity, sniffing the air before sitting back on its haunches, gazing at him with an expression that seemed almost human. "Hello there," Finn said softly, crouching down to meet the fox's gaze. "Are you lost too?" The fox cocked its head, as if considering Finn's words. Then, with a flick of its bushy tail, it turned and began to trot away, pausing every few steps to glance back at Finn, inviting him to follow. With a grin, Finn accepted the invitation, and together they ventured deeper into the forest, the magical stone guiding their path with its gentle glow. As they walked, the forest began to change around them. The trees grew taller, their trunks thicker, and their leaves a vivid shade of emerald. The air shimmered with an energy that Finn had never felt before, a sense of magic, old and powerful. Eventually, they arrived at a hidden clearing where the air was filled with the sweet aroma of wild honeysuckle. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching up to the sky like welcoming arms. Nestled among the roots was a small wooden door, barely visible beneath a cascade of ivy. The fox stopped, sitting back on its haunches once more, and gave Finn an encouraging nod. Taking a deep breath, Finn approached the door, his heart pounding with anticipation. As he reached out to touch the handle, the door swung open silently, revealing a hidden world beyond, a world that seemed to pulse with life and mystery. Finn stepped through the door, the fox following close behind, and found himself in a place unlike any he had ever seen. The air was filled with the sound of laughter and music, and the ground beneath his feet was soft and spongy, like a carpet of moss. Around him, vibrant flowers bloomed in every color imaginable, their petals glistening with dew. In this magical realm, the very air seemed to hum with energy, and Finn felt a sense of belonging that he had never experienced before. It was as if he had stepped into a dream that was more real than anything he had ever known. As Finn explored this hidden world, he encountered creatures both wondrous and strange. There were playful sprites who danced among the flowers, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. There were wise old owls who perched in the branches of the ancient trees, their eyes filled with ancient knowledge. And there were gentle deer who watched him with curiosity, their eyes soft and kind. Through it all, the fox remained by Finn's side, guiding him with a quiet wisdom that belied its appearance. Together, they journeyed deeper into the heart of the magical realm, the opalescent stone glowing ever brighter in Finn's satchel. It was during this journey that Finn met the one who would become his greatest friend. As he wandered through a grove of silver birch trees, their leaves shimmering in the dappled sunlight, he heard a soft voice singing, a voice so pure and clear that it seemed to resonate with the very soul of the forest. Following the sound, Finn came upon a young girl seated by a sparkling pool, her hair cascading around her like a waterfall of golden light. She was weaving a garland of wildflowers, her fingers moving with deft grace. "Hello," Finn said, his voice barely above a whisper, not wanting to disturb the serenity of the moment. The girl looked up, her eyes meeting his with a gaze as bright and welcoming as the sunlit pool. "Hello," she replied, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I'm glad you found your way here." "I'm Finn," he said, feeling a warmth spread through him at her smile. "I'm Xyla," she replied, her eyes twinkling with a mischief that belied her serene demeanor. "And this," she said, gesturing to the world around them, "is the Vale of Dreams." Finn's heart soared at the name. "It's beautiful," he said, his voice filled with awe. Xyla nodded, her expression turning thoughtful. "It is," she agreed, "but it's also a place of mystery and magic. There are secrets here that even I have yet to uncover." Finn felt a thrill of excitement at her words. "Perhaps we can discover them together," he suggested, his heart lifting at the thought of sharing this adventure with a new friend. Xyla's smile was like sunshine breaking through the clouds. "I'd like that," she said, her voice warm with sincerity. "There's so much to see, so much to learn, and with the stone you carry, I believe you're meant to be here." Finn glanced down at his satchel, where the opalescent stone glowed with a gentle light. "I found it by the brook," he explained. "I think it led me here." Xyla nodded, her eyes filled with understanding. "The stones are rare," she said softly. "They are said to be gifts from the stars, imbued with the power to guide those who are lost." "Then I'm glad it found me," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude. Together, Finn and Xyla explored the Vale of Dreams, each day bringing new wonders and discoveries. They wandered through fields of lavender, where the air was thick with the scent of the flowers, and climbed to the tops of hills where the view stretched out for miles, a tapestry of color and light. As they journeyed, Finn learned more about the magical world he had stumbled into. Xyla taught him about the ancient magic that flowed through the vale, a magic that was woven into the very fabric of the land. She showed him how to listen to the whisper of the wind and the song of the trees, and how to sense the pulse of life that beat beneath the earth. Through their adventures, Finn and Xyla formed a bond that transcended words, a friendship that was as deep and enduring as the roots of the ancient oaks. They laughed together under the canopy of stars, their voices echoing through the night, and shared stories by the warmth of a crackling fire, their faces aglow with its light. Yet as the days turned into weeks, Finn began to feel a pull within him, a longing to share this magical world with the people of Lumestra, to bring back the wisdom and wonder he had discovered. He spoke of this yearning to Xyla one evening as they sat by the pool, the moon casting a silver glow on the water. "I feel as though I'm meant to take what I've learned here and share it with others," Finn said, his voice filled with both determination and uncertainty. Xyla nodded, her expression thoughtful. "The magic of the Vale is not meant to be hoarded," she said softly. "It is a gift, meant to be shared and cherished." Finn looked at Xyla, gratitude swelling in his heart. "Will you come with me?" he asked, the words escaping before he could stop them. Xyla's eyes sparkled with warmth. "I would like that very much," she replied, her voice like a melody. And so, with the opalescent stone as their guide, Finn, Xyla, and their faithful fox companion made their way back through the whispering woods. The journey was filled with laughter and song, their spirits buoyed by the promise of what lay ahead. When they returned to Lumestra, the villagers greeted them with curiosity and warmth, their eyes alight with wonder at the tales Finn and Xyla shared. Together, they spoke of the magic of the Vale, of the lessons learned, and the friendships forged. They taught the villagers how to listen to the whispers of the forest and to see the beauty in the simple and the everyday. In time, Lumestra blossomed with a magic all its own, a magic born of kindness, wisdom, and a deep connection to the world around them. The village became a place of laughter and light, where the spirit of the Val lived on in every heart and home. Finn and Xyla continued to explore the world together, their friendship a beacon of joy and adventure. And though the Vale of Dreams remained a hidden world, its magic lived on in the hearts of those who had been touched by its wonder. As the years passed, the story of Finn and Xyla became a cherished tale, passed down through generations. A reminder that magic is not just found in faraway places, but in the friendships we forge, the kindness we share, and the wisdom we gain along the journey of life. And so, beneath the stars and the whispering trees, the tale of Finn, Xyla, and the magical stone became a part of the tapestry of Lumestra, a story of hope, friendship, and the enduring power of dreams. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Amara. Her days were filled with the simple joys of childhood, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows and listening to the whispers of the wind as it danced through the trees. One crisp autumn evening, as Amara sat by the crackling hearth, her grandmother presented her with a most peculiar gift, a worn leather-bound book with tarnished brass clasps. "This book," her grandmother whispered, her eyes twinkling with secrets untold, "holds the power to reveal the hidden magic woven into the very fabric of our world." Amara's eyes widened with curiosity as she traced her fingers over the embossed cover. Little did she know, this simple tome would be the catalyst for an extraordinary adventure. As she turned the pages, ancient words seemed to shimmer and dance, each syllable igniting sparks of wonder deep within her soul. With every verse she read aloud, ordinary objects around her began to transform, revealing their true, enchanted nature. A humble candle flickered to life, its flame taking the shape of a graceful phoenix, its wings outstretched as if ready to take flight. A worn woolen blanket shimmered and rippled, its threads weaving intricate patterns of vibrant color. Even the shadows cast by the firelight seemed to move of their own accord, swirling and twisting into fantastic shapes. Amara was awestruck, her heart racing with excitement and disbelief. The world she thought she knew had been turned upside down, and she found herself longing to uncover more of its hidden wonders. With her grandmother's encouragement and the magical book as her guide, Amara embarked on a journey that would take her far beyond the boundaries of her village. Along the way, she encountered a delightful array of helpers, each with their own unique quirks and talents. There was Willow, a whimsical forest sprite with a mischievous streak, who could bend the very trees to her whim, and Nigel, a scholarly old owl with spectacles perched atop his beak, whose vast knowledge of arcane lore proved invaluable time and again. Together they faced challenges that tested their wisdom and resolve. In the heart of an enchanted forest, they encountered a mighty oak tree whose roots had become tangled and knotted, causing the surrounding flora to wither and fade. It was not through brute force that they untangled the roots, but through gentle coaxing and the recitation of ancient verses from Amara's book. As the roots loosened their grip, the forest seemed to sigh with relief, and vibrant blooms unfurled all around them, filling the air with the sweet fragrance of renewal. With each obstacle they overcame, Amara's understanding of the world's hidden magic deepened, and she felt a profound connection to the very essence of life itself. She learned that true magic did not stem from wielding power over others, but from cultivating harmony, empathy, and a deep respect for all living things. By the time Amara returned home, she had grown not just in knowledge, but in wisdom and compassion. The once ordinary sights and sounds of her village now held a magical quality, as if she had been given a pair of enchanted glasses to see the world anew. And as she sat by the hearth, the familiar crackle of the fire now carried the whispers of 1,000 untold stories, beckoning her to continue exploring the wonders that lay just beyond the veil of everyday life. From that day on, Amara vowed to share the magic she had discovered, spreading joy and enchantment wherever her footsteps led. For she had learned that true magic resided not in the pages of a book, but in the ability to see the extraordinary in the seemingly ordinary, a gift she would cherish for the rest of her days. Story 8. In a small, sleepy village nestled between the arms of lush, whispering hills, there was an old, ivy-clad cottage that many of the villagers passed by without a second glance. It sat at the edge of the village, where the cobblestone path dissolved into a carpet of soft, emerald moss. Within this cottage lived a gentle-hearted girl named Mabel, who had a penchant for collecting curious things that others deemed ordinary. Mabel had a peculiar habit of wandering through the village and surrounding woods, finding lost and forgotten objects. She believed each one had a story to tell, a secret to share. Her most cherished possession was a delicate, brass-handled magnifying glass, which she found one blustery afternoon tangled in the roots of an old oak tree. She often felt that it revealed not just the details of the world around her, but also the hidden magic within it. One golden autumn morning, as the sun filtered through the amber leaves, Mabel set off on her daily exploration with the magnifying glass in her pocket. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of leaves and damp soil. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed a peculiar shimmer out of the corner of her eye. Turning, she saw it, a small, unassuming pocket watch lying half buried in a bed of moss, its surface glinting in the dappled sunlight. Curious, Mabel picked it up, brushing away the soft moss. The watch was warm to the touch, and as she held it, the world around her seemed to pause, as if waiting. She ran her fingers over the engravings on its back, which read, "Time's Secret Keeper." Intrigued, she opened the watch. Instead of numbers and hands, she found a swirling mist of colors and shapes, like a tiny galaxy contained within the watch's face. Suddenly, the mist began to coalesce, forming a scene, a path lined with ancient, towering trees that Mabel did not recognize. Compelled by an unseen force, she began to walk, the image in the watch guiding her steps. The woods around her seemed to whisper and sigh, and the path seemed to stretch beyond the boundaries of the familiar forest. As Mabel continued her journey, she was joined by two companions, an old, wise tortoise named Tobias and a lively, chatterbox squirrel named Pippin. Tobias, with his deep, rumbling voice, spoke of the wisdom of patience and observation, while Pippin filled the air with stories of adventures and mischief. "Where are we going?" Pippin chittered, his bushy tail flicking with excitement. "I don't know," Mabel replied, "but I feel the watch is showing us something important." Tobias nodded sagely. Time often reveals what we need to see, if we are patient enough to let it unfold. Their journey took them through landscapes that seemed to breathe with life, fields of wildflowers that swayed in harmonious waves, babbling brooks that sang with the voices of hidden spirits, and ancient groves where the trees whispered secrets of yore. Eventually, they reached a clearing where the air was thick with the scent of pine and sweet wild honey. In the center stood a grand, ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the heavens. At its base lay a small, wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. "It's beautiful," Mabel breathed, tracing the carvings with her fingers. "This is the heart of time," Tobias said reverently. "It holds the balance of moments yet to come and those that have passed." As Mabel gazed at the door, she realized the challenge before her. The door would only open with the answer to a riddle that whispered in her mind. What is the most precious, yet often wasted, given freely but never returned? She pondered the question, her heart steady with the companionship of Tobias and Pippin. She thought of the moments she spent with them, the time they shared on this journey, and then, with a clarity that felt like dawn breaking, she understood. "Time," she whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "Time is the answer." The door creaked open, revealing a chamber filled with a warm golden light that pulsed like the heartbeat of the earth. Inside, a grand tapestry hung, depicting scenes of life, love, joy, and sorrow, each thread a moment in time, interwoven into the fabric of existence. As Mabel stepped into the chamber, she felt a deep sense of peace and understanding. The pocket watch in her hand glowed softly, then faded into a gentle warmth, as if acknowledging her newfound wisdom. She realized that time was not just a measure of seconds and minutes, but a tapestry of experiences, woven together by the connections we make and the love we share. The journey back to the village felt different, each step lighter, each breath fuller. Tobias and Pippin accompanied her, sharing laughter and stories along the way. As they arrived at the edge of the woods, Mabel turned to her companions with gratitude. "Thank you for your friendship and guidance," she said, her eyes shining with warmth. Pippin twitched his nose. "Anytime, Mabel. Adventures are only as good as the friends you share them with." Tobias inclined his head. "Remember, dear one, wisdom grows with time, and with it so does the heart." Mabel returned to her cottage, her heart filled with the serene joy of her journey. The village was the same, yet she saw it through new eyes, each moment a treasure, each day a gift. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky, and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Mabel knew that the true magic of the pocket watch was not in the time it measured, but in the moments it illuminated and the wisdom it revealed. She placed the watch on her windowsill, where it caught the moonlight, a gentle reminder of the journey that had changed her forever. And with that, she drifted into a restful sleep, dreaming of adventures yet to come, wrapped in the comforting embrace of time's gentle hand. Story 9. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering leaves carried secrets of ages past, there existed a world beyond the eyes of humankind. This forest, with its towering trees reaching like wise elders toward the sky, was home to a multitude of gentle creatures, each living in harmony with the other. Their lives were woven together in a tapestry of nature's finest threads, orchestrated by the unseen hands of magic that danced upon the changing winds. As the first light of dawn filtered through the thick canopy, painting the forest floor in hues of gold and green, a soft rustling began to stir life into the sleepy woodlands. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and damp earth, a fragrance that seemed to breathe the very essence of life itself. A small rabbit, with fur as soft as new-fallen snow, emerged from its burrow, its ears perked up, listening to the symphony of the morning. Her name was Nara, and she was known throughout the forest for her gentle heart and wise soul. Nara's bright eyes scanned the clearing as she hopped gracefully through the dewdrops that glistened like tiny jewels upon the grass. She paused to sniff the air, catching the familiar sweet aroma of wild berries ripening under the sun's gentle caress. Her path led to a bubbling brook, where the water sang as it danced over smooth stones, carrying with it tales of distant lands. Beside the brook, an ancient oak stood, its gnarled branches offering a canopy of shade. Within its knotted trunk, a family of squirrels busily prepared for the coming months, their bushy tails flicking with purpose as they chattered in their secret language. Among them was Fen, a young squirrel with eyes as bright as the summer sky, and a mischievous grin that could melt the hardest of hearts. Fen was known for his daring spirit, always eager to explore and learn the stories each season brought. As the sun climbed higher, casting dappled patterns upon the ground, Nara and Fen gathered beneath the oak. Together they shared tales of the forest, their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of the brook. Today, however, the air was tinged with anticipation, for the wise old owl, Orin, had promised to share a story of great importance, a story passed down through generations that spoke of the balance that must be kept within their enchanted woodland. When the sun reached its zenith, casting a warm glow over the gathering, Orin descended silently from his perch, high above. His feathers, a tapestry of gray and white, blended seamlessly with the bark of the trees, and his eyes, deep and knowing, held the light of countless stars. Settling upon a low branch, Orin surveyed the assembled creatures with a gaze that was both gentle and commanding. "Gather close, my friends," Orin began, his voice a soothing balm that wrapped around them like a comforting cloak. "For today, I share with you the tale of the 4 seasons and the magic they bestow upon our home." The forest seemed to hold its breath as Orin spoke, the only sound the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft babble of the brook. He told of the spring, when life awakens from its slumber, and the earth is renewed. The air, he said, is filled with the scent of blooming flowers, and the forest becomes a symphony of colors and sounds, each note a promise of new beginnings. Orin's story wove through the warmth of summer, when the days stretch long and the sun bathes the world in its golden light. It is a time of abundance, he reminded them, when the forest is a canvas of vibrant greens and the creatures gather to celebrate life's bounty. He spoke of autumn, when the leaves blush with hues of amber and crimson, and the air grows crisp with the spice of falling leaves. It is a time of reflection and preparation, Orin explained, as the forest readies itself for the restful embrace of winter. Finally, Orin described the quiet beauty of winter, when the world is draped in a cloak of snow, and the air is filled with the gentle hush of falling flakes. "It is a time of rest and renewal," he said, "when the forest dreams of the warmth to come." "But," Orin continued, his voice growing solemn, "with magic comes responsibility. The balance of the seasons is delicate, and it is up to us to ensure that harmony is maintained, For if one season overstays its welcome, or if the harmony is disturbed, the forest will suffer. Nara and Fen listened intently, their hearts swelling with the wisdom imparted by the old owl. They understood the importance of their roles in the forest's delicate balance, each creature a vital thread in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. As Orin concluded his tale, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the scent of lavender and the promise of a beautiful day. Nara and Fen exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination and understanding. They knew that together, with their friends and fellow creatures, they could protect the balance of their beloved forest. With the story still echoing in their hearts, the creatures dispersed, each returning to their tasks with renewed purpose. Nara continued her journey through the forest, her paws softly padding across the earth. She stopped to nibble on the sweet berries, savoring their flavor and the life-sustaining energy they provided. Fen, meanwhile, scampered up the oak tree, his nimble paws effortlessly navigating the branches. He marveled at the way the sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows that flickered like tiny spirits. From his perch, he could see the forest stretching out before him, a sea of green that seemed to go on forever. As the day began to wane, the sky painted with the warm hues of sunset. Nara and Fen met once more by the brook. The water reflected the vibrant colors of the sky, creating a kaleidoscope of beauty that left them both in awe. They sat together in peaceful companionship, their hearts full of gratitude for the world they called home. In the days that followed, the forest continued to thrive under the watchful eyes of its inhabitants. Nara and Fen, along with their friends, worked tirelessly to ensure the harmony of their woodland home. They planted seeds, tended to the trees, and shared their knowledge with the younger creatures, passing down the wisdom of the ages. And so, the forest remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where the natural world and the mystical were forever intertwined. As the seasons turned, each leaving its own mark upon the land, the creatures of the forest thrived in the balance they had vowed to protect. In the end, the ancient forest stood as a testament to the power of harmony and friendship, a reminder that even the smallest of creatures can make a difference when they work together. And as the sun set each evening, casting its golden glow over the land, the forest sang a song of peace and gratitude, a lullaby to the world that had given them so much. Thus, in the heart of that enchanted forest, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued to unfold, a never-ending story of beauty, balance, and the timeless magic of the seasons. Story 10. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village surrounded by rolling hills and lush meadows, there lived a gentle soul named Finn. Finn was known for his insatiable curiosity and a heart as open as the sky. He spent his days exploring the fields, watching clouds drift lazily overhead, and listening to the whispers of the wind as if it carried secrets from afar. One cool autumn morning, as golden leaves danced around his feet, Finn discovered a path he'd never seen before. It wound its way through a grove of ancient trees, their branches arching overhead like the ceilings of a grand cathedral. The air here was different, filled with a sweet, earthy scent that promised adventure. As he ventured deeper into the grove, the sunlight filtered through the leaves, painting the ground in dappled patterns of light and shadow. The path led him to the edge of a shimmering lake, its surface so still it seemed like a sheet of glass. In the center of the lake stood a small island, lush with flowers of every hue and soft, velvety grasses. Finn's eyes widened in wonder as he noticed a narrow bridge, woven from vines and adorned with tiny, twinkling lights. It spanned the water, inviting him to cross. With a deep breath, he stepped onto the bridge, feeling it sway gently under his feet. A sense of excitement fluttered in his chest, mingling with a touch of trepidation. On the island, Finn was greeted by a chorus of delightful sounds. Birds with feathers like rainbows sang melodies that seemed to lift his spirit higher with every note. Small, fluffy creatures with eyes like sparkling gems peeked out from behind the flowers, their laughter a gentle tinkle in the air. "Welcome, young traveler," chimed a voice as soft as a summer breeze. Finn turned to see a creature unlike any he had ever imagined. It was a fox, but not an ordinary one. Its fur shimmered like silver moonlight, and its eyes held the wisdom of centuries. "I am Lyra," the fox said, a warm smile in its voice. You have crossed into the land of Luminara, a place that reveals itself only to those with a heart full of wonder. Finn grinned, his fears melting away like mist in the morning sun. What is this place? He asked, his voice filled with awe. This is where the world's magic gathers, Lyra replied, a realm of endless possibility and discovery. But the path is not always easy. Are you prepared to learn what lies within you? With a nod, Finn felt a newfound courage bubbling inside him. Together they wandered through the island, where wonders awaited at every turn. They encountered glowing butterflies that danced in the air, leaving trails of light that lingered like dreams. A gentle stream, its waters singing a lullaby, wound through the meadow, inviting them to follow. As they walked, Finn and Lyra conversed with creatures of all shapes and sizes. A wise old turtle shared stories of distant lands, while a mischievous squirrel challenged Finn to a playful race among the trees. Each encounter taught Finn something new, about friendship, kindness, and the courage to embrace the unknown. Eventually, they reached the heart of the island, where a grand tree stood tall and proud. Its trunk was wide enough to house a family of bears, and its branches stretched upwards, cradling the sky. Finn felt a tingle of anticipation as he approached. "The Tree of Whispers," Lyra announced. "Listen closely, for it holds the memories of those who have walked this path before you." Finn placed his hand against the bark, closing his eyes. A gentle hum filled the air, and he felt a warmth spreading through him, like a hug from an old friend. The tree shared its stories, tales of bravery and exploration, of fears faced and challenges overcome. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return. He made his way back across the vine bridge, his heart brimming with gratitude and a sense of accomplishment. "Remember, Finn," Lyra called from the island's edge, "the courage to explore is the key to discovering the magic within yourself." Back in his village, Finn shared his adventure with wide-eyed friends who listened with rapt attention. Inspired by his tale, they too began to seek out the hidden paths in their own lives, discovering wonders they never imagined. And so, the land of Luminara remained, a beacon of enchantment and discovery, waiting patiently for those with hearts open to its call. Finn's journey had kindled a spark of courage, a reminder that the world was vast and full of magic, just waiting to be explored. And every night, as he drifted to sleep, he dreamed of what new adventures tomorrow might bring. Story 11. In a distant corner of the universe, where stardust danced upon the winds of time, lay the vibrant planet of Xylaria. This planet, a swirling mass of vivid colors and shimmering lights, was home to the gentle Xylarians, a species known for their translucent, luminescent wings and melodic voices that could heal the heart. One bright morning, as the twin suns of Xylaria cast their golden rays across the crystal valleys, a young Xylarian named Lyra flitted through the air, her wings leaving trails of sparkling mist in her wake. Lyra was curious by nature, always eager to explore the mysteries of her world and beyond. Her heart yearned for adventure, for the stories whispered by the stars. Far across the galaxy, on the rugged planet of Zog, a different kind of being stirred. The Zogites, sturdy and stone-like, with skin as tough as granite, thrived in their rocky landscapes. Among them was a young Zogite named Torin, whose eyes gleamed with the curiosity of one who dreamed of distant worlds. Torin's heart was as vast as the universe itself, filled with a desire to understand the endless wonders beyond his own rocky home. One fateful day, a cosmic event brought Lyra and Torin together. An ancient starship, long abandoned and adrift, had been captured by the gravitational pull of Xylaria. Lyra, ever the adventurer, saw this as an opportunity for discovery. Meanwhile, Torin, who had been exploring the far reaches of space in his sturdy vessel, noticed the ship's descent and followed, compelled by a sense of destiny. As the starship landed gently on a meadow of singing blossoms, Lyra approached cautiously, her wings shimmering in the sunlight. Torin emerged from his vessel, his form casting a shadow across the meadow. Their first meeting was fraught with uncertainty. Lyra's ethereal form seemed fragile in contrast to Torin's solid presence, and their languages, shaped by different worlds, were a barrier they had to overcome. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a shared curiosity bound them. Communication began with simple gestures, a universal language of kindness. Lyra sang a gentle melody, her voice weaving through the air like a soft breeze, while Torin responded with rhythmic taps, a heartbeat of his rocky world. Slowly, they learned to understand each other's words, each other's worlds. Together, they explored the ancient starship, its corridors echoing with the whispers of time. Within its depths, they found secrets of civilizations long past, stories etched into the walls and relics of a bygone era. Each discovery was a puzzle piece, fitting into the tapestry of the universe they were beginning to understand together. Challenges arose as they navigated the starship's mysteries. There were times when Lyra's delicate touch was needed to unlock the intricate mechanisms, and moments when Torin's strength was essential to move barriers that stood in their way. They learned to rely on each other's strengths, finding harmony in their differences. Through their journey, they faced moments of doubt and fear. The shadows of the unknown loomed large, and the paths they tread were often uncertain. Yet in those moments, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra's songs became a beacon of hope, guiding them through darkness, while Torin's unwavering steadfastness was a pillar of strength. As their friendship deepened, so did their understanding of what it meant to be truly connected. They discovered that the universe, vast and infinite, was a tapestry woven with threads of countless lives, each unique but interconnected. The true meaning of friendship, they realized, lay in embracing differences, in finding beauty in diversity, and in standing together against the challenges the cosmos presented. Their journey culminated in the heart of the starship, where they uncovered a message left by its ancient creators, a message of unity, of the power of bonds forged across the stars. It was a reminder that, no matter how different the worlds or the beings that inhabited them, there was always common ground to be found, always a bridge to be built. With their mission complete, Lyra and Torin returned to their respective worlds, their hearts forever changed by the adventure they had shared. They carried with them the lessons learned, the understanding that true friendship transcends distance and difference, that it is a light that guides through the darkest of times. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, Lyra and Torin knew they would always be connected, their friendship a constellation that shone brightly across the universe. And as they looked up at the stars each night, they were reminded that no matter where their journeys took them, they were never truly alone. And so, under the gentle glow of countless stars, their story became a part of the universe's song, a melody of friendship, of unity, and of love that echoed through the cosmos, inspiring others to seek the beauty in the unknown and to forge connections that would light their way, no matter how far apart they were. Story 12. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like a million tiny lanterns in the vastness of space, there existed a small, verdant planet named Lumara. It was a peaceful world, carpeted with emerald forests and shimmering sapphire lakes. The inhabitants of Lumara, known as the Lumarans, were gentle, ethereal beings with translucent wings that glowed softly under the moon's light. One evening, as the last rays of sunlight kissed the treetops, a curious event unfolded that would change the lives of two unlikely companions forever. From the sky, with a trail of silver stardust, descended a sleek, metallic spacecraft. It landed softly amidst a meadow of luminescent flowers, causing the petals to dance in a gentle breeze. Emerging from the craft was a figure unlike any the Lumarans had seen. It was a tall, slender being named Zephyr, with skin that shimmered like liquid mercury and eyes that reflected the cosmos. Zephyr hailed from the far-off planet of Galaxia, a world of swirling nebulae and stardust. His mission was simple, to explore Lumara and learn about its people. As Zephyr stepped into the meadow, he was met by a Lumaran named Lyra. Lyra was curious and brave, her wings casting a soft, warm glow. She approached Zephyr with cautious wonder, her eyes wide with fascination. "Welcome to Lumara," Lyra greeted, her voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "What brings you to our world?" Zephyr, though unfamiliar with Lumaran customs, bowed slightly, a gesture of respect from his own culture. "I come in peace, seeking knowledge and understanding," he replied, his voice resonating like a distant melody. "Your world is beautiful." Lyra nodded, sensing the sincerity in Zephyr's words. "Come, let me show you our home." Thus began the journey of two souls from different worlds. As Lyra guided Zephyr through the lush landscapes of Lumara, they shared stories of their respective planets. Lyra spoke of the harmony between the Lumarans and nature, while Zephyr shared tales of Galaxia's celestial wonders and advanced technology. However, their newfound friendship was not without its challenges. Zephyr, accustomed to the technological marvels of Galaxia, struggled to understand the Lumarans' simpler way of life. One day, while attempting to help Lyra repair a broken wing, Zephyr inadvertently frightened her with a device that emitted bright sparks and loud noises. Startled, Lyra's wings fluttered in distress, and she retreated into the safety of the forest. Zephyr was disheartened, realizing he had misunderstood the gentle nature of the Lumarans. He wandered the meadow, reflecting on his actions, when he stumbled upon a grove of ancient trees. Their trunks hummed with a soothing energy, and Zephyr felt a sense of calm wash over him. In the heart of the grove, Zephyr found Lyra, tending to her wing with the help of a vine that glowed with healing light. She looked up as he approached, her expression wary yet hopeful. "I am sorry," Zephyr said softly, his voice carrying the weight of his regret. "I acted without understanding. I wish to learn and grow, to be a friend you can trust." Lyra studied him for a moment, her heart touched by his sincerity. "I, too, have much to learn," she admitted. "Perhaps we can teach each other." From that day forward, Lyra and Zephyr embarked on a journey of mutual discovery. They faced trials that tested their bond, storms that swept across Lumara, and creatures of the night that threatened their peace. Yet in each challenge, they found strength in their friendship. One evening, as they rested by a crackling fire beneath a canopy of stars, Zephyr shared a piece of his heart. "On Galaxia, we often forget the beauty of simplicity," he said, gazing at the flames. "Your world has shown me the value of stillness and connection." Lyra smiled, her wings glimmering in the firelight. "And you have shown me the wonders of the universe beyond," she replied. "Together we have discovered the true meaning of friendship." As the fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow over the meadow, the two friends sat in companionable silence, their hearts filled with gratitude and understanding. In the gentle embrace of Lumara's night, Zephyr and Lyra found a bond that transcended worlds, a testament to the power of kindness and the beauty of friendship. And in that moment, beneath the starlit sky, they knew that, no matter the distance between their planets, they would always be connected by the threads of their shared journey. And so, with hearts aglow and spirits entwined, they drifted into peaceful slumber, dreaming of adventures yet to come, knowing that together they could overcome any obstacle the universe might present. Story 13. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Mara. The village was known for its lush gardens and vibrant flowers, where the air was always perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming petals. Mara, with her big curious eyes and a heart full of wonder, loved to wander through the meadows, often daydreaming under the shade of ancient oaks. One golden afternoon, while exploring a hidden corner of the forest where sunlight danced through the leaves, Mara stumbled upon an unusual object half buried in the moss. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, with delicate patterns that seemed to shimmer ever so slightly in the dappled light. Intrigued, Mara gently dusted off the dirt and opened the box, revealing a simple, yet beautifully crafted silver key. As Mara held the key in her hand, she felt a warm tingle spread through her fingers, as if the key was humming with a gentle, ancient magic. She wondered what door this key might open, and why it had found its way to her. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Mara made her way back to the village, her mind buzzing with possibilities. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of pink and purple, Mara sat by the fireplace with her grandmother, who was known for her wisdom and kindness. Mara recounted her discovery, her voice laced with excitement and curiosity. Her grandmother, with twinkling eyes and a knowing smile, shared a story of a long-forgotten legend. It was said that somewhere in the forest lay a hidden door, a passage to a place where the ordinary became extraordinary, where the heart's deepest wishes could be realized. But finding this door required more than just the key. It demanded a heart filled with hope and the courage to face the unknown. Inspired by her grandmother's tale, Mara decided that she must discover the secrets of the mysterious key. The next morning, with a heart full of determination, she set off into the forest once more. The birds sang her a cheerful melody, and the breeze whispered encouraging secrets as she journeyed deeper into the woods than she ever had before. As the sun began to arc high in the sky, Mara encountered an old wise turtle resting by a pond. His shell was patterned with swirls and stars, and his eyes held the depth of many lifetimes. "Where might you be heading, young one?" he asked, his voice as soothing as the rippling water. Mara shared her tale of the key and the legend her grandmother had told. The turtle nodded slowly, understanding the journey she was on. "The key you hold is indeed special," he said. "But remember, the door it opens will not reveal itself through haste or force. Sometimes the path appears when we pause, listen, and trust in the journey." Thanking the turtle for his wise counsel, Mara continued her journey, her steps now more thoughtful and her mind more open. As she wandered, she came across a glen where the air was filled with the sweet melody of a gentle stream and the rustling of leaves that seemed to be dancing to its tune. In this serene spot, she met a merry band of squirrels, their fur as soft as clouds and their hearts as light as laughter. They were busy gathering acorns, and upon seeing Mara, they paused their work. "Would you like to join us for a picnic?" asked the leader of the squirrels, a jaunty fellow with a bushy tail. Grateful for the company, Mara accepted their invitation. As they shared their simple feast of nuts and berries, the squirrels shared stories of their lives in the forest, each tale filled with humor and warmth. Through their stories, Mara learned the value of friendship and the joy found in the simplest of moments. With her spirits lifted, Mara bid farewell to the squirrels and continued her search, her heart now more attuned to the magic of the forest around her. As twilight began to weave its soft, velvety cloak over the world, she found herself at the edge of a glade, where the light of the setting sun painted everything in hues of gold and lavender. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the sky like welcoming arms. As Mara approached, she noticed a small door carved into the base of the tree, almost as if it had been waiting for her all along. With a heart full of anticipation, Mara took the silver key from her pocket. It felt warm and familiar in her grasp. She slid it into the lock and turned it gently. The door opened with a soft click, revealing a small, cozy room filled with the soft glow of lanterns and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. Inside, Mara found a small round table, and upon it lay a mirror, framed with vines and flowers. As she gazed into the mirror, she did not see her reflection, but rather the dreams and hopes she held within her heart. She saw herself helping her family, bringing joy to her village, and living a life filled with love and kindness. With each vision, Mara felt a deep sense of peace and clarity. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in opening a door to an enchanted realm, but in unlocking the potential within herself, the courage to pursue her dreams, and the wisdom to cherish the journey. As she stepped back from the mirror, the room seemed to shimmer and fade, leaving her standing once more at the base of the great oak. But now, Mara felt different. She felt connected to the world around her, to the friends she had made, and to the dreams she held dear. With a heart full of gratitude, Mara returned to her village, carrying with her the warmth of the forest and the lessons it had shared. She knew that while the key had led her to the hidden door, it was her own heart that had shown her the way. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Mara curled up by the fireplace, her heart light with the wisdom of the journey. She closed her eyes, embraced by the gentle glow of the fire and the knowledge that she held the power to shape her own story, one filled with love, kindness, and endless possibilities. And in the stillness of the night, the village slept peacefully, wrapped in the magic of Mara's newfound understanding, as the forest whispered its age-old secrets beneath the silver moonlight. Story 14. Once upon a time, in a peaceful hamlet, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a gentle weaver named Nia. Nia's hands could weave the softest of fabrics, crafting tapestries that captured the essence of every season. Her small cottage sat at the edge of the village, with tendrils of ivy creeping up its stone walls and a garden of wildflowers that danced in the breeze. Nia was content with her life, or so she thought. Each day she followed the same routine, waking with the first light of dawn to gather herbs and flowers to dye her threads, then settling into her loom to work by the warm glow of the fireplace. Yet in the quiet moments between the rhythm of her shuttle, a shadow of restlessness would flutter across her heart. One evening, as autumn painted the world in hues of amber and gold, Naya sat by her loom, staring at an unfinished tapestry. Her fingers hesitated over the threads, and she sighed, feeling a yearning she couldn't quite name. Just then, a soft tinkling laugh filled the room, like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Startled, Naya looked up to see a tiny figure perched on her windowsill, a fairy with wings that shimmered like moonlit water. "Worry not, dear Nia," the fairy sang, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Change is the loom of life, and I am here to help you weave a new pattern." Naya blinked in wonder. "But how?" she asked. "I'm afraid of leaving what I know behind." The fairy fluttered closer, her presence warm and comforting. "Even the trees must let go of their leaves to grow anew," she said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Trust in the magic within you, and you'll find your way." With a soft touch of her wand, the fairy sent a cascade of sparkling dust over the loom. The room glowed with an ethereal light, and Naya watched as her tapestry began to transform. The threads she had woven unfurled, reshaping into a depiction of a journey, a winding path through a forest, leading towards a distant, sunlit horizon. Nia gasped, her heart swelling with both fear and excitement. The tapestry seemed to call to her, promising new adventures and discoveries. "But how do I begin?" she whispered. The fairy smiled, her wings fluttering softly. "Seek the wisdom of those around you. Friends can be the compass to guide you through unfamiliar lands." Taking the fairy's words to heart, Nia set out the next day to visit her dear friend Owen, the village storyteller. She found him seated beneath an ancient oak, its branches heavy with acorns. Owen's eyes sparkled with curiosity as Nia shared her encounter with the fairy and her fears about embracing change. "Ah, Nia," Owen said, his voice as rich as the earth. "Stories are like rivers, always flowing, always changing. They teach us that growth is not to be feared, but embraced. Let me tell you of a tale from my youth." As Owen spoke, Nia listened intently, his words weaving a tapestry of their own within her heart. He told of a time when he too had faced uncertainty, and how the courage to step into the unknown had led him to discover new stories and friendships. Inspired by his wisdom, Nia spent the following days seeking guidance from her neighbors, each with their own stories of transformation. There was Kala, the herbalist, who had once been a sailor before the sea called her to a different shore, and Finn, the blacksmith, who found his strength not in metal, but in the gentle shaping of clay. With each story, Naya felt a little less of the fear that had held her back. She began to see change not as an end, but a beginning, a new chapter in the story of her life. One crisp morning, as the first frosts dusted the garden, Naya returned to her loom. This time, her heart was light, buoyed by the wisdom and encouragement of her friends. She picked up the threads, feeling the magic of the fairy's dust still lingering in their fibers. As she wove, the tapestry unfolded before her eyes, a vibrant landscape of shifting seasons and endless possibilities. The path she had once feared now appeared as a road of discovery, each twist and turn a chance to learn and grow. With each pass of the shuttle, Nia felt herself transform, her spirit opening to the beauty of change. Her tapestry, once a simple landscape, blossomed into a masterpiece, a reflection of her journey towards embracing the unknown. And so the days turned to weeks, with Nia fully immersed in her creation. The fairy visited often, her laughter a gentle reminder of the magic that lay within every heart willing to embrace transformation. Nia's friends came too, marveling at the tapestry and sharing in her newfound joy. Finally, the day came when the last thread was woven, and Nia stepped back to admire her work. The tapestry was a symphony of colors and textures, its vibrant images telling the story of her journey from fear to acceptance, from stasis to growth. As she gazed upon it, Nia felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gift, a chance to discover more of the world and herself. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Nia lifted the tapestry from the loom and hung it by her window, where the morning light could dance across its surface. It stood as a testament to her courage and the magic of transformation, a reminder that life, like a tapestry, is ever evolving and always beautiful. In the cozy warmth of her cottage, surrounded by the love of her friends and the gentle rustle of the enchanted forest, Naya knew she had found her way. And with each passing season, she continued to weave new stories, her heart forever open to the magic of change. And so in that quiet village of whispers and wonders, Naya lived happily, her life a rich tapestry of friendship, wisdom, and endless discovery. The fairy, with a final shimmer of her wings, bid farewell, leaving behind a trail of stardust that sparkled in Nia's eyes. And in the gentle glow of twilight, as the world settled into the embrace of night, Nia knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, at the heart of her own magical story. The end. Story 15. Once upon a time, in the charming village of Wobblewood, nestled at the foot of the Misty Mountains, there lived a peculiar array of characters, whose quirks and talents were as varied as the colors of a rainbow. The village was a place where magic was as common as the morning dew, and every sunrise brought new surprises. In a little cottage with a roof thatched with golden straw lived a fellow named Finn. Finn was a delightful young man with a mane of curly hair that seemed to dance with each step he took. He had a special gift for talking to animals, and his best friend was a wise old owl named Whiffle, who always wore reading glasses perched precariously on the tip of his beak. Next door, in a house shaped like a teapot, resided Xyla, the village's most imaginative inventor. Her mind was a whirlwind of ideas, and her hands were always busy crafting peculiar gadgets that whirred and clicked in the most satisfying ways. Her latest invention was a flying broomstick that played music as it soared, though it was yet to be perfected, and occasionally played tunes backward. Across the cobblestone street, in a garden filled with flowers that glowed in the moonlight, lived a kind-hearted fairy named Meadow. Meadow had wings that shimmered like the surface of a sunlit lake, and a laugh that could make the grumpiest of trolls smile. She had the unique ability to heal plants with a mere touch, and her garden was the envy of every green thumb in Wobblewood. One sunny morning, as the village awoke to the cheerful chirping of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves, a peculiar problem arose. The village's magical fountain, which bubbled with water that could make even the most wilted flower bloom, had stopped flowing. This was no ordinary fountain. It was the heart of Wobblewood, and its waters kept the village vibrant and lively. The villagers gathered around the fountain, scratching their heads and murmuring in puzzlement. It was Finn who first noticed something amiss. A trail of glittering, rainbow-colored footprints leading away from the fountain and into the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchanting beauty and mysterious happenings. Determined to solve the mystery, Finn, Lila, and Meadow decided to follow the trail of footprints. Finn, with Whiffle perched on his shoulder, led the way with his keen sense of direction. Lila carried a backpack filled with her quirky inventions, just in case they needed a creative solution. Meadow flitted above, her wings casting shimmering shadows on the path below. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with the scent of wildflowers, and the light danced through the leaves in playful patterns. They soon stumbled upon a curious sight, a group of tiny, mischievous creatures known as twinklets, who were busy painting the leaves of the trees with buckets of rainbow paint. The twinklets, it turned out, had borrowed the magical waters from the fountain to enhance their artwork, not realizing the impact it would have on the village. They were a jolly bunch, with twinkling eyes and sprightly tails, and they were more than willing to help once they understood the problem they had caused. Finn, Lila, and Meadow, along with the twinklets, devised a plan. Meadow sprinkled her healing dust over the empty buckets, ensuring they would carry water back without spilling a drop. Lila's inventive mind came up with a contraption that would speed up the process, a series of tiny, musical carts that would carry the buckets back to the fountain, whistling a joyful tune as they went. With Finn coordinating the efforts and Whiffle offering advice from his vast knowledge of woodland lore, the team worked together harmoniously. The twinklets, delighted by the prospect of a grand parade, danced alongside the carts, adding their own musical chirps to the procession. As the water was returned to the fountain, a ripple of magic spread through the air, and the fountain bubbled back to life with a jubilant gurgle. The village erupted in cheers, and the flowers in Meadow's garden shimmered with renewed vigor. To celebrate, the Twinklets threw a grand feast in the woods, where everyone danced under the twinkling stars. The villagers joined hands with their new friends, twirling and laughing as the night wore on. Finn, Lila, and Meadow, their hearts full of joy and newfound friendship, knew that together they could overcome any challenge. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Wobblewood returned to its usual harmony, its heart once again beating strong and true. From that day forward, the villagers and the Twinklets shared a bond, ensuring that the magic of creativity and cooperation would always keep their home vibrant and full of life. And in the cozy cottages of Wobblewood, as the fires crackled and the stars twinkled above, everyone drifted into happy dreams, knowing that even the most whimsical of problems could be solved with a little creativity and a lot of kindness. Story 16. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Violet. She was a curious child, always eager to explore the woods and meadows surrounding her home. One crisp autumn day, as she was wandering among the fallen leaves, something caught her eye, a small tarnished key lying half buried in the soil. Violet picked it up, running her fingers over the intricate etchings on its surface. It seemed like an ordinary key, yet there was something undeniably captivating about it. She slipped it into her pocket, promising herself to unravel its mysteries. That night, as Violet lay in bed, she couldn't stop thinking about the key. Rolling it between her fingers, she noticed a faint glow emanating from within its metallic surface. Suddenly, the room around her began to blur, and she found herself surrounded by a dense, whispering forest. Violet gasped in awe, her heart pounding with excitement and a hint of fear. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches rustling with voices that spoke of ancient secrets. It was then that she realized the key had opened a doorway to a realm beyond her wildest dreams. As she ventured deeper into the enchanted woods, Violet encountered a trio of delightful companions who would guide her on her journey. First there was Willow, a sprightly fairy with gossamer wings and a mischievous grin. Then came Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose bark seemed to ripple with stories untold. And finally Moss, a gentle forest sprite with a verdant coat and a heart as pure as the morning dew. Together they embarked on a quest to uncover the truth behind the key's magic. Along the way, they faced challenges that tested their courage and ingenuity. One such trial was a vast, tangled thicket guarded by a grumpy old troll. Instead of resorting to force, Violet used her wit to outwit the troll, weaving a tale so captivating that he simply couldn't resist letting them pass. As they delved deeper into the heart of the forest, Violet learned invaluable lessons about friendship, empathy, and the power of imagination. She discovered that the true magic lay not in the key itself, but in the ability to see the wonder in the world around her. Finally, after many adventures and trials, they reached a clearing where the branches parted to reveal a magnificent tree unlike any Violet had ever seen. Its trunk was adorned with intricate carvings, and its leaves shimmered with 1,000 colors. Oakley explained that this was the heart tree, the very essence of the enchanted forest. With a gentle touch of the key, the tree's branches unfurled, revealing a secret chamber within its hollow trunk. Inside, they found a glowing orb that pulsed with the rhythms of nature itself. Willow whispered that this was the source of the forest's magic, a wellspring of life and wonder that had been safeguarded for generations. As Violet gazed into the orb's shimmering depths, she felt a profound sense of belonging and connection to the natural world. She realized that the true treasure of her journey was not a physical prize, but the wisdom and understanding she had gained along the way. With a heavy heart, Violet knew it was time to return home, but as she turned the key one last time, she knew that the enchanted forest would forever remain a part of her, a secret realm she could revisit whenever she needed to rekindle her sense of wonder and imagination. And so, Violet emerged from her magical adventure, her eyes sparkling with the knowledge that the world was a far more wondrous place than she had ever imagined. From that day on, she saw beauty and enchantment in the simplest of things, a dewdrop glistening on a blade of grass, the whispering of leaves in the breeze, or the twinkling of stars in the night sky. For Violet had discovered that magic was all around, waiting to be unlocked by those with open hearts and curious minds. Story 17. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a tranquil valley, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was cradled by gentle hills, carpeted with a lush tapestry of emerald grass and sprinkled with wildflowers that swayed like tiny dancers in the soft, whispering breeze. The villagers were known for their warm smiles and open hearts, and their days were filled with the simple joys of life, tending to gardens, sharing stories, and gathering under the starlit sky. In this village lived a young weaver named Xyla. Xyla was known far and wide for the beauty of her tapestries, each one a vibrant blend of colors that seemed to hold the very essence of the seasons. However, lately, Xyla had found herself in a bind. Her fingers, once so deft and sure, hesitated at the loom. She struggled to create, feeling as though a fog had settled over her mind, obscuring her once clear vision. Xyla was troubled by the change within her, a change she did not understand and feared she could not overcome. She wandered the village, seeking advice and solace, yet none seemed to ease the unrest within her heart. Her friends, kind souls all, offered words of encouragement, but what Xyla sought was something deeper, something she could not quite name. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Xyla found herself drawn to the edge of the enchanted forest that bordered Willowbrook. The villagers spoke of the forest with reverence, for it was said to be a place where the veil between the ordinary and the magical was thin. With her heart aflutter like the wings of a moth, Xyla stepped beneath the canopy of ancient trees. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the sweet scent of pine and earth. As she walked, the forest seemed to hum a gentle melody, a soothing lullaby that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Suddenly, a soft rustling caught her attention. From behind a moss-covered stone, a small creature emerged. It was a fox, but unlike any Xyla had ever seen. Its fur shimmered with a silvery sheen, and its eyes gleamed with a knowing light. The fox regarded Xyla with a curious gaze, its head cocked to one side as if inviting her to share her troubles. "Hello, little one," Xyla greeted, her voice barely more than a whisper. The fox approached, its movements graceful and fluid, and settled at her feet, its tail curling around its body like a plume of mist. "I feel lost," Xyla confessed, as though the fox could understand her words. "There is change within me, but I do not know what it means. I fear I am losing who I am." The fox blinked slowly, then rose and began to walk deeper into the forest, pausing to glance back at Xyla, beckoning her to follow. Intrigued and feeling a spark of hope, Xyla followed the fox through the twilight woods. As they walked, the forest began to change. The trees seemed to grow taller, their branches intertwining to form a cathedral of leaves, through which shafts of moonlight danced like silver ribbons. The air was filled with the sound of a distant stream, its waters singing a gentle song of peace and renewal. At last, they arrived at a clearing where the stream pooled into a small, crystal-clear pond. The surface of the pond was as smooth as glass, reflecting the moon and stars in a shimmering tableau. The fox sat by the edge of the water, its eyes fixed on Xyla, as if encouraging her to look within. Tentatively, Xyla knelt by the pond and gazed into its depths. At first, she saw only her reflection, but as she peered closer, the water began to ripple with images of her past, memories of laughter, of love, of the simple joys that had once filled her heart. Then, the images shifted, showing her moments of doubt and fear, the times when she had felt as though she were standing at the edge of a vast unknown sea. But interwoven with these moments were glimpses of strength, of resilience, of the quiet courage that had carried her through each trial. A soft voice, like the murmur of the stream, spoke in her mind. Change is not the end, but the beginning. It is the soil in which new growth takes root. As Xyla watched, the images in the water began to coalesce into a tapestry of her life, woven from threads of every hue and shade. She saw herself not as she had been, but as she was becoming, a vibrant, ever-changing work of art, beautiful in its complexity. Tears filled her eyes, not of sadness but of understanding. She realized that the change she had feared was not a loss, but a transformation, a shedding of old skins to reveal the radiant potential beneath. The fox watched her with serene eyes, and Xyla felt a profound gratitude for the wisdom she had found in the forest's embrace. She dipped her hand into the pond, feeling the cool, soothing water ripple around her fingers, and as she did, she sensed the gentle pulse of the world, echoing the beat of her own heart. Filled with a newfound peace, Xyla turned to the fox. "Thank you," she said softly, and the fox, with a flick of its tail, seemed to smile in return. Together they made their way back through the forest, the path now illuminated with the soft glow of moonlight. As they stepped into the open air of the village, Xyla felt the weight of her worries lift, replaced by the lightness of possibility. In the days that followed, Xyla returned to her loom with a renewed spirit. Her fingers moved with confidence, weaving tapestries that were more vibrant and alive than ever before. Each piece was a reflection of her journey, a testament to the beauty of change and the power of embracing one's true self. Her friends noticed the change in her, and they gathered to celebrate her return to joy. There was laughter and music, and as the villagers danced under the starlit sky, Xyla felt the warmth of their friendship wrap around her like a comforting cloak. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, under the watchful eyes of the ancient forest, Xyla discovered the truth that lay within her all along. That change, though sometimes daunting, was the path to growth, to new beginnings, and to the magic that resides within each of us. As the night deepened and the villagers drifted home, Xyla stood alone for a moment, gazing up at the twinkling stars. She knew that whatever changes might come, she would greet them with an open heart and a spirit full of light. And in the gentle embrace of the forest, the fox watched over her, a silent guardian of the secrets of the heart, content in the knowledge that its work was done. Story 18. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Xyla. Her home, a cozy stone cottage draped with ivy and surrounded by wildflowers, was a place where stories seemed to float on the air like the scent of freshly baked bread. Xyla spent her days exploring the meadows and woods, always accompanied by her faithful cat, Whiskers, who had a way of appearing precisely when needed. One late afternoon, as the sun cast golden hues across the land, Xyla discovered a peculiar object lodged beneath the roots of an old willow tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, no larger than her hand. The box was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the dappled sunlight. Curious, Xyla carefully pried it open to reveal a shimmering key inside, its surface engraved with tiny stars and moons. That night, as Xyla lay in bed, the key tucked safely under her pillow, she dreamt of a land where the skies were painted with colors that danced like the northern lights. In her dream, she saw a path leading through a bright meadow to a towering castle made of crystal and light. Upon waking, Xyla felt an inexplicable pull to find this place, as if the key in her possession was urging her on a journey. The following morning, with Whiskers perched comfortably on her shoulder, Xyla set out toward the forest. The path was soft underfoot, carpeted with moss and the occasional scatter of autumn leaves. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds chirped melodiously, and the wind whispered secrets through the trees. Along the way, Xyla encountered a sprightly squirrel named Finn, who greeted her with a twinkle in his eye. "Ah, young traveler," he chattered, his bushy tail flicking enthusiastically. "I see you hold the key of Lumara. It has been many a year since it was last seen." Xyla, intrigued by Finn's knowledge, asked where the key might lead. The squirrel, with a knowing nod, led her deeper into the forest, sharing tales of the magical lands that lay beyond. "The journey ahead," he explained, "is one of discovery and wonder. You must seek the wisdom of the forest to unlock the path." As the pair ventured further, they were joined by a wise old owl named Arya, whose feathers shimmered like silver moonlight. Arya had a calm, soothing voice that echoed through the trees. "The heart of the forest holds many secrets," she hooted softly, "and oftentimes the answers we seek are found in the most unexpected places." With Finn and Arya by her side, Xyla felt a sense of belonging and courage. The trio soon approached a clearing bathed in soft, ethereal light where the air hummed with magic. At its center stood a stone archway, covered in vines and flowers that seemed to bloom with vibrant colors as they watched. "This," said Arya, "is the gateway to the land of Lumara, but it will only open to those who truly understand its magic." Xyla pondered the owl's words, recalling the stories she had heard about the forest and its mysteries. She realized that the key she held was not simply a tool, but a symbol of trust and connection with the world around her. Closing her eyes, she listened to the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant babbling of a brook, and the harmonious chorus of the forest's creatures. With a heart full of understanding, Xyla approached the archway and placed the key within a small hidden lock nestled among the vines. The ground beneath her feet hummed softly, and the archway began to glow with a warm, welcoming light. A path of shimmering light unfurled before her, leading into the unknown. As she stepped through, Xyla felt a sense of wonder and peace envelop her like a comforting embrace. The world of Lumara was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the skies gleamed with colors she had only seen in dreams, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. She knew this was a place where her heart could learn and grow. In Lumara, Leela met many gentle, kind-hearted beings who shared their knowledge and wisdom with her. They taught her the importance of patience, empathy, and listening to the world around her. Through her journey, Leela discovered that true magic lay not in spells or incantations, but in the simple acts of kindness and understanding. As the sun began to set on her final day in Lumara, Leela knew it was time to return to her village. With a heart full of memories and newfound wisdom, she bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their lessons with her always. The path home was gentle and familiar, with whiskers curling around her feet as if to welcome her back. Upon her return, Xyla found her village unchanged, yet she saw it with new eyes, appreciating the beauty in everyday moments. The magical key, which had guided her journey, now lay in a place of honor on her windowsill, a reminder of the wonders she had discovered and the kindness she had found within herself. And so, Lila's story of discovery and wonder became a cherished tale shared by the fireside, where the warmth of the hearth and the soft glow of candlelight wrapped around those who listened, leaving them with dreams of adventure and the gentle reminder that magic is all around us, if only we take the time to see it. Story 19, The Enchanted Lantern and the Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled snugly between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, mysterious forest, lived a young girl named Mara. The village was known for its lush meadows and sparkling streams, where daisies danced in the wind and crickets sang lullabies at dusk. Each cottage was a warm embrace of stone and timber, with flowers cascading from window boxes and the comforting aroma of freshly baked bread wafting through the air. Mara was known throughout Larkspur Hollow for her insatiable curiosity and her unyielding kindness. Her auburn hair glinted in the sun, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions yet to be answered. She spent her days exploring the village and its surrounds, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a gentle dog named Bramble, whose ears flopped comically with every bound. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to fiery hues of orange and gold, Mara and Bramble ventured toward the edge of the Whispering Woods. The forest was a place of both allure and mystery, where stories of magical creatures and ancient spells lingered like mist between the trees. The villagers often spoke of a hidden world within, one that was seldom seen by human eyes. As Mara approached the forest, she noticed an unusual glint beneath a pile of leaves at the base of an ancient oak. Curious, she brushed the leaves aside to reveal a small, intricately carved lantern. Its metalwork was delicate, depicting scenes of frolicking woodland animals and swirling vines. But what caught Mara's attention most was the faint, warm glow emanating from within, despite the absence of any candle or flame. With a sense of wonder, Mara picked up the lantern, feeling its warmth seep into her hands. Bramble wagged his tail excitedly, sensing something special in the air. As Mara held the lantern aloft, a soft, melodic chime resonated through the woods, as if the trees themselves were singing a welcoming song. Guided by the gentle light of the lantern, Mara and Bramble ventured deeper into the Whispering Woods. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, while shafts of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a dappled dance of light and shadow on the forest floor. As they walked, Mara noticed that the lantern's glow seemed to brighten with each step, illuminating a pathway that twisted and turned like a river of light. Before long, they arrived at a clearing where the trees parted like curtains drawn back to reveal a hidden stage. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and adorned with tiny, twinkling flowers that shimmered in the lantern's glow. It was as if they had stumbled upon the entrance to a secret garden, a place untouched by time. With a sense of awe, Mara stepped through the archway, Bramble trotting faithfully by her side. On the other side, they found themselves in a world unlike any they had ever known. The air was filled with a gentle, harmonious hum, and the colors around them were more vivid, more alive than anything Mara had ever seen. In this hidden realm, the trees towered like guardians of old, their branches reaching skyward in graceful arcs. Beneath their boughs, flowers bloomed in every hue imaginable, their petals whispering secrets to the wind. Streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through meadows of emerald grass, and the sky above was a brilliant tapestry of blues and purples, as if painted by an artist's loving hand. As they wandered through this enchanted land, Mara and Bramble encountered creatures both wondrous and gentle. A family of rabbits with fur as soft as morning mist, a wise old owl with eyes that twinkled with ancient knowledge, and a playful squirrel who chattered cheerfully as he bounded from branch to branch. But it was not just the beauty of this hidden world that captivated Mara. It was the sense of peace and harmony that permeated the air. Here, amidst the wonders of nature, she felt a deep connection to the world around her, a bond that transcended words and thoughts. As twilight descended, casting a soft lavender glow over the land, Mara and Bramble found themselves beside a tranquil pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the stars that began to twinkle in the sky above. It was here that they met an unexpected friend, a small, delicate fairy with wings that shimmered like moonlight on water. The fairy introduced herself as Lyra, a guardian of the Whispering Woods. Her voice was as gentle as a lullaby, carrying with it the wisdom of ages past. Lyra explained that the lantern Mara had found was no ordinary object. It was an enchanted lantern, imbued with the magic of the forest. It had the power to guide those with pure hearts to the hidden world, a place where the bonds between nature and spirit were woven together like the finest tapestry. Mara listened with wide eyes, her heart swelling with wonder and gratitude. She realized that this journey, guided by the lantern's light, was not just an adventure into the unknown, but a journey of self-discovery and connection. The enchanted world had shown her the beauty and harmony that existed within herself and the world around her. As the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Mara and Bramble bid farewell to Lyra and the magical realm they had come to love. The fairy bestowed upon Mara a tiny, intricately carved pendant, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the journey they had shared. With the lantern guiding their way, Mara and Bramble retraced their steps back through the Whispering Woods. The forest, once shrouded in mystery, now felt like an old friend, its whispers carrying the promise of many more adventures to come. As they emerged from the forest into the familiar embrace of Larkspur Hollow, Mara felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that the lessons she had learned and the friendships she had forged would stay with her, lighting her path through life like the gentle glow of the enchanted lantern. And so, with Bramble by her side and the pendant resting close to her heart, Mara returned to her village, ready to share the magic and wisdom of her journey with those she loved. The villagers listened with rapt attention as Mara recounted her tale, their eyes wide with wonder and delight. In the days that followed, the enchanted lantern took its place on the mantle in Mara's cozy cottage, a symbol of the magic and beauty that lay hidden within the world. It was a reminder that, with an open heart and a curious spirit, even the most ordinary of days could become extraordinary adventures. And as the stars twinkled in the night sky, casting their gentle light over Larkspur Hollow, Mara and her friends would gather by the fireplace, their laughter and stories weaving a tapestry of warmth and joy. The crackling fire echoed the whispers of the forest, and the glow of the enchanted lantern cast its gentle light, reminding them all of the magic that lay within and around them. Thus, the tale of Mara, Bramble, and the enchanted lantern became a cherished story in Larkspur Hollow, a timeless reminder of the power of friendship, the beauty of nature, and the magic that exists in the hearts of those who seek it. And as the village drifted into peaceful slumber, the whispers of the woods sang a gentle lullaby, carrying the promise of dreams and adventures yet to come. Story 20. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Echoes. In a quaint village nestled between the gentle curves of verdant hills, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Xyla. Her days were filled with the joyful simplicity of rural life, where every morning was greeted by the cheerful chirping of sparrows and the sun's golden fingers dancing through the rustling leaves of towering oaks. Xyla was known throughout the village for her boundless curiosity and a heart as warm as the summer sun. The village bordered an ancient forest, known as the Whispering Woods, a place where time seemed to pause, and every leaf held secrets of yesteryears. The villagers spoke of mysterious happenings within the woods. Some claimed to have heard the trees murmuring their names, while others spoke of glimpsing shadowy figures flitting between the trunks. Xyla, with her adventurous spirit, was drawn to these legends like a moth to a flame. One balmy evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of twilight and the air was alive with the hum of crickets, Xyla sat on the porch of her family's cottage, her gaze fixed on the edge of the Whispering Woods. She could hear the soft rustle of leaves, as if the forest itself was calling her name. Her heart fluttered with both apprehension and excitement. "Xyla," her grandmother's voice floated through the open window, gentle and soothing. "Come inside, dear. The night is falling, and you know how the woods can be." Xyla hesitated, her eyes lingering on the darkening silhouette of the trees. "But, Grandma," she protested softly, "I feel like there's something I need to find in there." Her grandmother appeared at the doorway, her face framed by the glow of the kitchen hearth. Her eyes, though aged, sparkled with wisdom and understanding. "The woods have many secrets, my child, but they also hold many truths. If it's your heart that leads you, perhaps you should listen." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Xyla decided that she would explore the woods the following day. As she lay in her bed that night, the whispers of the forest mingled with her dreams, weaving tales of adventure and hidden wonders. The morning dawned crisp and bright, the sky a brilliant canvas of azure, promising a perfect day for exploration. Xyla packed a small bag with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a warm scarf her grandmother had knitted. With a pocket-sized journal tucked under her arm, she set off towards the Whispering Woods, her heart beating with anticipation. As she stepped beneath the forest's canopy, a cool breeze greeted her, carrying with it the earthy scent of moss and pine. The path was narrow and winding, dappled with patches of sunlight that streamed through the leaves like golden raindrops. Xyla walked slowly, her senses attuned to the forest's symphony, the creaking of branches, the distant call of a woodpecker, and the soft rustle of unseen creatures. The deeper she ventured, the more the world outside seemed to fade away. It was as if she had crossed a threshold into a realm where magic lingered in every shadow. The trees grew closer together, their trunks gnarled and ancient, whispering secrets in a language only they understood. Xyla felt a tingle of excitement, as if she was on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. It wasn't long before she stumbled upon a clearing, bathed in a gentle, ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar object, an old, tarnished lantern. Its glass panes were fogged with age, its metal frame etched with intricate symbols that glimmered faintly as Xyla approached. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, Xyla reached out and touched the lantern. A warmth spread through her fingers, and to her astonishment, the lantern began to glow softly, casting a gentle light that illuminated the clearing. It was as if the lantern had been waiting for her, and her alone. As she examined it, a voice, gentle and melodic, filled the air around her. "Welcome, seeker of truth," it said. "I am the Lantern of Echoes, a keeper of stories untold and paths untraveled. What is it that you seek?" Xyla's heart skipped a beat, but she gathered her courage and replied, "I seek to understand the whispers of the woods, to learn their secrets, and perhaps find my own path." The lantern's glow pulsed warmly, as if acknowledging her sincerity. "Then let us journey together, for the Whispering Woods hold many tales, and you shall be their listener." With the lantern in hand, Xyla felt a newfound sense of purpose. The path before her seemed to shimmer with possibility, inviting her to venture further into the heart of the forest. As she walked, the lantern cast a soft light that seemed to weave a tapestry of dreams and memories around her. The forest was alive with stories, each tree a guardian of forgotten lore, each breeze a messenger of ancient wisdom. As she traversed the winding paths, Xyla began to hear the whispers more clearly, snatches of conversations, laughter, and songs that drifted through the air like echoes of another time. She came upon a grove where the trees stood in a perfect circle, their branches intertwined like old friends embracing. In the center of the grove, the earth was carpeted with soft, vibrant moss, and the air hummed with a gentle energy. Xyla sat down, her back against a sturdy oak, and closed her eyes. In the quiet of the grove, the whispers grew louder, weaving a story that unfolded before her mind's eye. She saw a time when the forest was young, its trees mere saplings reaching for the sky. The villagers of old would come to the woods, seeking solace and guidance. They would sit in this very grove, sharing their hopes and dreams with the trees, who listened patiently and whispered back their wisdom. The lantern of echoes glowed warmly in Xyla's lap, as if urging her to listen closely. She realized that the forest was a living tapestry, its stories interwoven with the lives of those who had passed through its shadows. Each whisper was a thread, connecting the past to the present, the seen to the unseen. As the story unfolded, Xyla felt a sense of peace and belonging, as if she had found her place within the forest's embrace. She understood that the whispers were not just secrets to be unraveled, but a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a testament to the enduring bonds of friendship and love. With renewed determination, Xyla rose from the grove and continued her journey. The forest seemed to welcome her with open arms, each step guided by the gentle glow of the lantern. She encountered hidden streams that sang with the laughter of water sprites, and meadows where wildflowers danced in the breeze like joyous children. In each encounter, Xyla learned something new, a lesson wrapped in the guise of a story, a truth hidden within a riddle. She met a family of rabbits who taught her the value of community and cooperation, a wise old owl who shared the importance of patience and observation, and a mischievous fox who showed her the power of adaptability and quick thinking. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Xyla found herself at the edge of a shimmering lake. The water mirrored the sky's colors, creating a breathtaking tapestry of light and shadow. It was here, in this tranquil setting, that Xyla felt a profound sense of clarity. She realized that the journey through the whispering woods had changed her. She had come seeking answers, but instead, she had found something far more valuable, a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. The lantern's glow, once a guiding light, had become a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the friendship she had forged. As she sat by the lake, the lantern of echoes beside her, Xyla knew that her journey was not the end, but a new beginning. She had become a part of the forest's story, a keeper of its secrets and a bearer of its wisdom. And in doing so, she had discovered her own path, one illuminated by the gentle light of friendship and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Xyla rose and began her journey back to the village, the lantern's glow lighting her way through the deepening twilight. The forest whispered its farewell, its voices softer now, a gentle lullaby that accompanied her steps. And as she emerged from the woods, the village lights twinkling like stars in the distance, Xyla knew that she would return to the whispering woods, again and again, to listen to its stories and to share her own. For in the heart of the forest, she had found not only the whispers of the past, but the echoes of her own future. In the warmth of her grandmother's embrace and the comfort of her own bed that night, Xyla dreamed of the forest and all its wonders. And as sleep gently claimed her, she smiled, knowing that the lantern of echoes would always be there, a beacon of light and hope, guiding her through the stories of life. Story 21, Whispers of the Moonlit Forest. In the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees stood like venerable sentinels, there lay a hidden grove untouched by time. This place, known as the Moonlit Grove, was said to be woven with enchantment, its secrets whispered only to those who dared to listen. The air was thick with the aroma of pine and earth, mingling with a delicate hint of jasmine that bloomed only at night. It was here that our story begins, under the soft glow of a crescent moon that hung like a lantern in the star-studded sky. A young girl named Leora, with eyes the color of twilight and hair as dark as the forest shadows, was drawn to the grove like a moth to a flame. She lived in the small village of Elderglen, nestled at the forest's edge, where the tales of the moonlit grove were passed down through generations, cloaked in mystery and intrigue. Leora's heart always fluttered with curiosity, a gentle flame that danced with the possibility of discovering something truly wondrous. One cool autumn evening, as the leaves rustled with a whispered promise of secrets untold, Leora decided to venture into the forest. She wrapped herself in a cloak of deep green, its hood shadowing her face, and set off with a lantern swinging gently at her side. The path wound through towering trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The forest was alive with the sounds of night, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, and the distant, haunting call of a wolf. As Leora walked deeper into the forest, the lantern's golden light flickered across the bark of the trees, casting elongated shadows that danced with the rhythm of her steps. She felt an inexplicable pull, an urging from the forest itself, guiding her toward the grove. Her feet seemed to know the way, even as her mind wondered what she might find. After what felt like an eternity, and yet no time at all, Leora found herself standing at the entrance to the moonlit grove. The air here was different, thicker, more vibrant, as if charged with an unseen energy. The moonlight poured over the clearing like a silver waterfall, illuminating every leaf, every blade of grass, with a luminescent glow. In the center of the grove stood an ancient willow tree, its branches sweeping down like a curtain, its trunk gnarled and wise. Leora approached the willow, her heart thrumming with a mixture of excitement and reverence. As she stepped closer, she noticed something nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, seemingly untouched by time. Her fingers traced the delicate patterns etched into the wood, feeling the warmth of magic that pulsed beneath the surface. With a gentle click, the box opened to reveal a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything Leora had ever seen. It was the color of a dawn sky, shifting with hues of pink, blue, and gold. As she held it in her palm, she felt a tingling sensation spread through her hand, a soft hum that resonated with the beat of her heart. In that moment, the grove seemed to come alive. The leaves rustled with a voice of their own, the breeze carrying a melody that echoed with the wisdom of the forest. Leora listened, her breath catching as the whispers formed words, ancient and powerful. Keeper of the stone, the grove seemed to sing, you hold the key to the hidden world. A shiver ran down Leora's spine, not of fear, but of awe and wonder. The stone pulsed with light, casting a gentle glow over her face, and she felt a connection, a bond with something greater than herself, something that had been waiting for her all along. As the night deepened, Leora sat beneath the willow, cradling the stone in her hands. She knew the journey she had embarked upon was only just beginning, a journey that would lead her to discover the hidden world within the forest and perhaps within herself. Days turned into weeks, and Leora found herself returning to the grove time and again. Each visit revealed something new, a hidden path, a glimmering pool reflecting the stars, a breeze that carried the scent of distant meadows. The stone, which she now wore as a pendant close to her heart, seemed to unlock secrets with every step she took. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Leora met a fellow wanderer in the grove. He was a young boy named Finn, with eyes as green as the forest canopy and hair like spun gold. He, too, had been drawn to the grove, a place of solace and mystery. Their friendship blossomed like wildflowers in spring, vibrant and unexpected. Finn shared Leora's fascination with the hidden world, and together they explored the forest's many wonders. They discovered a hidden waterfall, its waters sparkling with the colors of the rainbow, and a meadow where butterflies danced like living jewels. As they ventured deeper, Leora and Finn stumbled upon a secret path, overgrown with vines but marked with ancient runes. The path led them to a glen where the air hummed with magic, and time seemed to stand still. Here they found a circle of stones, each carved with symbols that glowed softly in the twilight. Sitting within the circle, Leora felt the stone around her neck resonate with the ancient energy of the place. The air shimmered, and for a brief moment they glimpsed a world beyond, a world where the trees sang with voices of their own and creatures of legend roamed freely. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a sense of wonder and a longing to understand. Leora and Finn knew they had discovered something extraordinary, a gateway to a world that existed alongside their own, hidden from view but ever present. As the seasons changed, Leora and Finn continued their explorations, learning to listen to the forest's whispers, to see with eyes unclouded by doubt. They discovered that the stone held the power to heal, to bring life to withered plants, and to soothe the weary heart. It was a gift, a reminder of the magic that lay within every living thing. Through their journey, Leora and Finn grew not only in knowledge, but in spirit. They learned the value of patience, of listening to the quiet voice within, and of cherishing the beauty of the world around them. Their friendship deepened, rooted in trust and a shared sense of wonder. One crisp winter evening, as snowflakes danced in the moonlight, Leora stood in the grove, the stone glowing warmly against the chill. She marveled at how her journey had transformed her, how the stone had become more than a magical object. It was a part of her, a symbol of the hidden world she had come to know and love. As she gazed at the ancient willow, its branches dusted with snow, she realized that the greatest magic of all was not the ability to see the hidden world, but the journey itself. The friendships formed, the wisdom gained, and the beauty discovered along the way. Leora knew that the moonlit grove would always be a part of her, a place of refuge and inspiration. And as she turned to leave, she felt a gentle breeze brush her cheek, carrying with it the forest's blessing, a promise of new adventures, new mysteries, and a life filled with wonder. With the stone glowing softly against her heart, Leora walked back through the forest, her steps light and her spirit soaring. She knew that she carried the magic of the grove within her, a light to guide her through whatever paths lay ahead. And so, the story of Leora and the moonlit grove became a tale shared by villagers and travelers alike, a story of enchantment and discovery, of friendship and growth. It was a reminder that magic exists in the world around us and within our own hearts, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek it. As the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, casting a gentle glow over the room, the storyteller's voice softened, weaving the final words of the tale into the air. In the flickering light, the listeners could almost see the shadows of the ancient forest, feel the whisper of the breeze, and hear the song of the hidden world calling to them. And with that, the story came to a close, leaving behind the warmth of a shared journey, the comfort of friendship, and the promise of dreams yet to be explored. Story 22. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the sun cast gentle dapples of light upon a world unseen, there lay a hidden realm. This was a place where the veil between the natural and the magical was as thin as a spider's silk, and the creatures of the forest lived lives woven with enchantment and old wisdom. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature. Leaves rustled softly like a lullaby, the brook babbled with tales of distant mountains, and the air carried the sweet, earthy scent of moss and wildflowers. Among the dense foliage, creatures both ordinary and extraordinary thrived in a harmonious dance of life. One such inhabitant was a wise old turtle named Brindle. His shell was a mosaic of earthy greens and browns, etched with patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer under the sunlight, telling stories of the forest's ancient past. Brindle was the guardian of the River of Seasons, a magical stream that flowed through the heart of the forest, its waters imbued with the essence of time itself. It was said that the river held the power to bring forth the seasons, each drop a tiny mirror reflecting the balance of nature. Brindle's closest friend was a sprightly squirrel named Thistle, whose fur was as soft and gray as the clouds that drifted lazily above. Thistle was curious and full of energy, always bounding from branch to branch, gathering acorns and sharing stories with the birds and the bees. Despite their differences, Brindle and Thistle shared a deep bond, brought together by their love for the forest and its mysteries. As the days grew shorter and the air took on a crisp edge, the forest prepared for the arrival of autumn. The leaves began to blush with hues of amber and gold, and the river of seasons shimmered with a warm, golden glow as it carried the promise of change. But this year, something was different. The usual harmony was disrupted, and a strange unease settled over the forest like a heavy fog. Brindle noticed that the river was not flowing as it should. Its waters were sluggish, and the vibrant colors of autumn were slow to appear. The animals whispered anxiously among themselves, for they knew that the river's magic was essential to the balance of the forest. Without it, the cycle of the seasons could falter, threatening the delicate equilibrium that had existed for generations. Determined to restore the river's flow, Brindle and Thistle set off on a journey upstream, hoping to uncover the source of the disturbance. They traveled through groves of towering oaks and fields of waving grasses, guided by the gentle murmur of the river. Along the way, they encountered other creatures of the forest: an owl with eyes like moons, a fox with a coat of fiery red, and a family of deer with graceful, knowing gazes, all of whom shared their concerns and offered their wisdom. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler and the shadows lengthened. The river led them to an ancient grove, where the trees stood like sentinels, their branches entwined in a protective embrace. At the center of the grove lay the source of the river, a small, crystal-clear pool, usually vibrant with the energy of the seasons, now still and silent. It was here that Brindle and Thistle discovered the heart of the problem. A thick tangle of vines and brambles had grown over the pool, choking its life-giving waters and preventing the magic from flowing freely. The forest, in its own way, had become imbalanced, its growth unchecked and unbridled, much like an overgrown garden. With a gentle determination, Brindle and Thistle set to work. They called upon their friends of the forest, and together they began to clear the pool. The fox used its clever paws to untangle the vines, the deer nibbled away at the brambles, and the owl watched over them all, its wisdom guiding their efforts. As they worked, Brindle shared stories of the past, reminding them of how the forest had always found its way back to balance. He spoke of the importance of harmony, of giving and taking, of nurturing and letting go. His voice was like the softest breeze, carrying the weight of centuries, and as the creatures listened, they felt the ancient wisdom settle into their bones. Slowly, the pool began to clear, and the river's flow was restored. The water sparkled once more, the light dancing upon its surface like 1,000 tiny stars. With the magic of the river renewed, the forest began to awaken. The leaves turned to gold, the air filled with the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke, and a sense of peace settled over the land. As Brindle and Thistle watched the forest transform, they felt a deep sense of satisfaction. They had not only restored the balance of the seasons, but had also strengthened the bonds of friendship and community. The creatures of the forest had come together, each playing their part, and in doing so, they had ensured that the ancient magic of the forest would continue to thrive. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of lavender and rose. As the first stars appeared, Brindle and Thistle made their way back to their cozy nook beneath the old oak tree. The forest was alive with the gentle sounds of nighttime, crickets singing their lullabies, leaves rustling softly in the breeze, and the distant hoot of an owl echoing through the trees. As they settled down for the night, Brindle whispered a gentle reminder to Thistle, a lesson woven into the very fabric of the forest. Balance, dear friend, is the key to all things. Just as the river flows through the forest, so must we flow with the changes of life, nurturing what we can and letting go when we must. Thistle nodded, her eyes heavy with sleep, and nestled into Brindle's side. The warmth of his shell was like a comforting embrace, and together they drifted into dreams filled with golden leaves and starlit rivers. And so the forest continued its eternal dance, guided by the wisdom of those who called it home. The seasons would come and go, each bringing its own magic, and the river of seasons would flow, a shimmering thread of life and time. In this hidden realm where nature and magic intertwined, the lessons of balance, friendship, and harmony would be passed down through generations, ensuring that the forest would remain a sanctuary of peace and wonder for all who wandered its enchanted paths. Story 23. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where each tree seemed to hum a tune of its own, there lived a young girl named Lyra. The village was a place where magic danced lightly through the air, and the villagers, though ordinary in their routines, always kept an ear out for the enchanting whispers of the woods. Lyra lived in a snug, ivy-clad cottage with her grandmother Elda, who was known far and wide for her herbal remedies and gentle wisdom. Elda's garden brimmed with herbs and flowers of all kinds, their scents mingling to create a calming, earthy perfume that wafted through the open windows of their home. Every evening, after the sun had set behind the rolling hills, Elda would light the fireplace, and the two would sit by its glow, the crackling flames weaving together tales of old. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to tumble from their branches, the village awoke to an unusual sight. Throughout the night, peculiar symbols had appeared on the doors of every house, drawn in a chalky white substance that glimmered faintly under the morning light. The symbols were intricate, swirling patterns that seemed almost to dance if one looked at them long enough. The villagers gathered in the square, murmuring in hushed tones and exchanging curious glances. Some were worried, fearing mischief or even a curse, while others were merely intrigued by the mystery. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit and keen sense of wonder, was more curious than concerned. She touched the symbol on her own door gently, feeling a cool tingling sensation spread through her fingers. Her grandmother, with her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge, watched from the doorway, sipping her morning tea. "Do you think it's magic, Gran?" Lyra asked, her voice a mix of awe and excitement. Elda nodded thoughtfully. "Magic, yes, but not the kind to fear. This is something ancient and kind, inviting us to discover its purpose." Determined to uncover the mystery, Lyra decided to explore the woods where she often played. She knew every path and clearing, each tree and shrub, as though they were friends, and she hoped they might offer some clues. As she entered the whispering woods, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it a soft melody that seemed to beckon her deeper. She followed the sound until she reached a familiar clearing where a great gnarled oak stood. Its branches stretched wide, casting intricate shadows on the ground like a lace curtain. There, perched comfortably upon a low branch, was a sprite named Nyx. With a shimmer of iridescent wings and a mischievous smile, Nyx greeted her with a cheerful wave. "Hello, Lyra," Nyx chirped, his voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I've been expecting you." "Hello, Nyx," Lyra replied warmly. "Do you know anything about the symbols that appeared last night?" Nyx nodded, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, those are forest runes, messages from the heart of the woods. They're meant to guide and protect, but they've been forgotten over time. The forest wants to remind the village of its ancient friendship." Lyra listened intently, her curiosity piqued. "How can we understand them?" Nyx fluttered his wings thoughtfully. "You must seek the Keeper of Whispers. She's the guardian of the wood's secrets and knows the language of the runes. But be gentle and patient, for she is shy and elusive." Thanking Nyx, Lyra set off towards the heart of the forest, where the trees grew denser and the air was filled with a chorus of whispers. She moved quietly, her footsteps soft on the carpet of leaves, until she reached a glade bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the glade stood a graceful deer with antlers entwined with delicate vines and blossoms. Her eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and as she gazed at Lyra, the air seemed to hold its breath. "You seek the meaning of the runes," the deer spoke, her voice a gentle breeze. "I am the Keeper of Whispers. The runes are a gift, a reminder of the bond between your people and the forest. They offer guidance for those who listen." Lyra nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "What must we do to understand them?" The keeper lowered her head slightly, her eyes softening with kindness. "Bring the villagers to the woods, and together, listen to the whispers. The runes will reveal their meaning when you open your hearts to the forest's song." With a bow of thanks, Lyra promised to return with the villagers. She hurried back to the village, her heart light with hope and excitement. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the villagers gathered at the edge of the whispering woods. Lyra led them to the glade, where the Keeper of Whispers awaited, her presence serene and comforting. Together, they sat in a circle, closing their eyes and listening as the forest sang its ancient melody. The air was filled with the rustling of leaves and the gentle murmur of the brook. Slowly, the villagers began to feel a warmth spreading through their hearts, a sense of unity and peace. As they opened their eyes, the runes on their doors began to glow softly, their patterns shifting and weaving together to form a beautiful tapestry of light and shadow. Each symbol told a story of the forest's wisdom, speaking of harmony, balance, and the importance of nurturing the bond between humans and nature. The villagers understood now that the symbols were not a mystery to be feared, but a message of friendship and guidance. They thanked the Keeper of Whispers, promising to cherish and protect the woods as it had always protected them. As Lyra and her grandmother walked home that night, the moon casting a silver path through the village, Elda hugged her granddaughter close. "You've done well, Lyra," she said softly. "You've reminded us all of the magic that lies in listening and understanding." Lyra smiled, her heart full of warmth. The village was once more at peace, its bond with the forest renewed, and she knew that whatever mysteries the future might hold, they would face them together with open hearts and open minds. And so, the village of the Whispering Woods slumbered under the watchful gaze of the stars, cradled in the gentle embrace of the forest's magic, knowing that the whispers of the woods would always guide them home. Story 24. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest where the sunlight dripped golden from the leafy canopy above, the natural creatures lived in a delicate harmony. The forest was a realm where whispering breezes and rustling leaves spoke of secrets older than time itself. Beneath the towering oaks and whispering pines, a community of creatures thrived, each with a role to play in the symphony of nature. Among the inhabitants of this verdant world was a wise old turtle named Orlin. With a shell as mottled as the forest floor itself, Orlin moved slowly but purposefully, his pace dictated by the ever-unfolding pages of nature's book. His eyes, deep and knowing, had witnessed countless cycles of the seasons, each bringing its own lessons and stories. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the fragrance of fallen leaves, and the sky was a tapestry of brilliant blues and golds, Orlin gathered his friends for a meeting. As the forest prepared for the gentle embrace of winter, the creatures sensed a disturbance, a subtle imbalance in their world. "Dear friends," Orlin began, his voice a soothing murmur that blended with the rustle of leaves and the distant song of a brook, "our forest is whispering of a change. The balance we cherish is threatened." Gathered around him were a lively squirrel named Pip, whose agile leaps and boundless curiosity brought joy to all, a pair of owls, wise beyond their years, who had watched over the forest from their perch in an ancient elm, and a family of gentle deer, whose nimble grace was the very essence of the forest's serenity. The creatures listened intently, their breaths mingling with the brisk autumn air. "The winds have carried whispers from the north," Orlin continued, "of a storm unlike any we've known. It threatens to upset the delicate harmony between our seasons." The owls hooted softly in agreement, their eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight like twin moons. Pip chattered excitedly, his bushy tail flicking with each word. "What can we do, Orlin? How do we restore balance?" Orlin paused, feeling the earth beneath him as if drawing strength from its ancient roots. "The answer lies in understanding the rhythm of our world. We must listen to the wisdom passed down through the generations and work together as we always have." With this, Orlin led the gathering deeper into the forest, to a sacred grove where the oldest tree stood, a mighty oak, its trunk thick and twisted with time. Here, beneath its boughs, the creatures felt a profound connection to the past, as if the very essence of the forest resided within the tree. The wind whispered through the leaves with a voice both gentle and commanding, carrying with it the stories of those who had come before. Orlin closed his eyes, listening deeply, and soon the others followed suit. In their minds, they saw visions of past storms, fierce yet fleeting, and the ways in which the forest had always found balance again. As they opened their eyes, a plan began to take shape, a plan drawn from the wisdom of their ancestors. They would work together to prepare for the storm, using their unique gifts to protect their home. The owls would keep watch from above, signaling when the storm approached. Pip and his fellow squirrels would gather extra provisions to sustain them through any hardships. The deer would use their strength to shore up the weaker parts of the forest, creating barriers against the wind. Days turned into nights, and the creatures worked tirelessly, their efforts a testament to their unity and love for their home. The forest buzzed with activity, each creature contributing in its own way, guided by the wisdom of Orlin and the ancient oak. As the first tendrils of the storm reached the forest, the sky darkened, and the air grew thick with anticipation. The winds howled through the trees, but the creatures were ready. Together, they had woven a tapestry of resilience, grounded in the wisdom of ages past. The storm raged, but the forest stood firm, cradled in the embrace of the natural balance its inhabitants had worked so hard to preserve. When the winds finally subsided and the clouds parted, the forest emerged, glistening and renewed. In the aftermath, the creatures gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with gratitude and relief. Orlin looked upon them with pride, his eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky. We have learned that the forest is not just our home, but a living, breathing entity that we are a part of. By listening to its wisdom and working together, we can overcome any challenge. The creatures nodded, their spirits lifted by the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. The forest sang a gentle lullaby, its harmony restored, and the creatures knew that they were safe and cherished in its embrace. As the sun set on their peaceful world, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in the grand design. And as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Orlin spoke one last time, his voice a gentle reminder of the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Remember, friends, that our strength lies in our unity and our wisdom. With these, we can weather any storm and keep our forest in balance for generations to come. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures found peace, knowing that they were forever a part of the wondrous cycle of life. With the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the breeze, the forest cradled them to sleep, a testament to the enduring power of harmony and friendship. Story 25. Once upon a time, in a realm where wonder bloomed like wildflowers in a sunlit meadow, there lived a young girl named Arya. Her world was a tapestry woven from the threads of nature's magic, where secrets whispered through the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks sang ancient melodies. One crisp autumn morning, as Arya wandered through the forest near her home, she stumbled upon a curious sight, a glimmering object nestled among the vibrant foliage. Drawn by its alluring shimmer, she reached down and plucked it from the earth, marveling at the intricate patterns that danced across its surface. Little did Arya know, this was no ordinary trinket. It was an enchanted talisman, imbued with the power to unveil the hidden realms that thrived within the natural world. As her fingers brushed against its surface, a sudden warmth enveloped her, and the world around her began to shift and shimmer. Before her very eyes, the forest transformed into a verdant wonderland, teeming with ethereal creatures and secrets long forgotten. Pixies danced among the glittering dewdrops, their gossamer wings leaving trails of stardust in their wake. Towering oak trees, once mere giants of bark and leaf, now stood as majestic sentinels, their branches swaying in a silent symphony. Arya gasped in awe, her heart racing with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a deep connection to the natural world, but never could she have imagined the wonders that lay hidden beneath its surface. As she ventured deeper into this newfound realm, she encountered a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with ancient runes. The tree, a guardian of the forest's secrets, spoke to her in a voice as deep and rich as the earth itself. "Welcome, young one," it rumbled. "You have been granted a rare gift, the ability to perceive the true essence of our world. Use it wisely, for with great power comes great responsibility." Arya listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder as the oak tree imparted its wisdom. She learned of the delicate balance that existed between all living things, and how even the smallest actions could ripple through the fabric of the hidden realms. Armed with this knowledge, Arya embarked on a journey that would forever change her. She befriended the whimsical creatures that inhabited the forest, learning their ways and forging bonds that transcended mere friendship. One of her dearest companions was a mischievous sprite named Zephyr, whose infectious laughter and boundless energy never failed to lift Arya's spirits. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest, uncovering secrets long forgotten by the human world. Yet, not all was idyllic in this enchanted realm. Arya soon discovered that a dark force threatened to disrupt the delicate balance, casting a shadow over the once vibrant forest. A group of reckless humans, blinded by greed and ignorance, sought to exploit the natural resources for their own gain, heedless of the consequences. Determined to protect the hidden world she had come to love, Arya rallied her newfound friends, devising a plan to thwart the destructive forces at work. With the help of Zephyr and the other forest creatures, she embarked on a daring mission, using their unique abilities and the power of the talisman to outsmart the greedy intruders. Through a series of ingenious tricks and clever diversions, they led the humans astray, ensuring that the sanctity of the hidden realm remained intact. In the process, Arya learned invaluable lessons about courage, perseverance, and the strength of unity. As the sun set on their victorious endeavor, Arya and her friends celebrated their triumph with a grand festival. Fireflies danced in the twilight, their twinkling lights casting a warm glow over the forest. The air was thick with the scent of pine and the melodious laughter of sprites and pixies. It was during this joyous celebration that Arya realized the true extent of her transformation. She had begun her journey as a wide-eyed child, entranced by the wonders of the hidden world. Now she stood as a guardian, a protector of the natural balance, forever changed by the lessons she had learned and the bonds she had forged. As the night drew to a close and the revelers drifted off to their slumbers, Arya gazed up at the star-studded sky, the talisman glimmering softly in her palm. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that countless more adventures awaited her in the hidden realms. With a contented smile, she whispered a silent promise to the forest, a vow to cherish its secrets, to defend its wonders, and to continue growing alongside the ebb and flow of nature's magic. For in that moment, Arya understood that she was not merely a visitor in this enchanted world, but a part of its very essence, forever entwined with the rhythms of life itself. And so, as the first rays of dawn peeked over the horizon, painting the forest in hues of gold and amber, Arya set forth on her next adventure, her heart filled with wonder, her spirit imbued with the profound wisdom of the hidden realms. Story 26. In a galaxy where stars twinkled with the secrets of 1,000 worlds, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Lumaera. Lumaera was a place where the skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its surface was a tapestry of lush emerald forests and crystal-clear lakes that sang with the gentle hum of the planet's natural energy. On this tranquil world lived a being named Nyx, whose very essence seemed woven from the twilight shadows of her home. Nyx was a Lumerian, a species known for their ethereal beauty and ability to communicate through the soft glow of their skin, each hue a different sentiment or thought. Her life was one of quiet contemplation amidst the rustling leaves and the soft whispers of the wind. One serene evening, as the twin moons of Lumaera cast their silver beams across the landscape, a curious event unfolded. A shadow streaked across the sky, followed by a gentle thud in the nearby glade. Nyx, drawn by a sense of intrigue, made her way through the forest, her skin flickering with a soft, inquisitive blue. There, nestled in a bed of ferns, was a metallic pod, the likes of which she had never seen. As she approached, a panel on the pod hissed open, revealing a figure unlike any she had encountered. It was a traveler named Arlo, a rugged yet gentle soul from the distant planet of Thraxos. Thraxians were known for their robust, earthen features, and the ability to channel the energy of their planet into formidable strength. Arlo emerged, blinking in the soft moonlight, his eyes meeting Nyx's with a mix of surprise and wonder. His presence was an anomaly in the serene landscape, his aura a vibrant orange of curiosity and caution. Nyx's glow shifted to a gentle green of welcome, and she extended a hand in greeting, her touch as light as the breeze. Though they could not speak each other's language, a silent understanding began to grow between them. Arlo, grateful for the welcome, tried to convey his thanks, his gestures clumsy but earnest. Misunderstandings were inevitable at first. Nyx's attempt to share a native fruit led to a comical moment when Arlo mistook it for a tool. Yet, these small confusions only added to the warmth of their budding friendship. As days turned into weeks, Nix and Arlo found ways to communicate through a symphony of gestures, expressions, and the universal language of laughter. They explored the vibrant forests and shimmering lakes, Arlo often amazed by the Lumarian way of harmonizing with nature, while Nix marveled at Arlo's tales of the rugged landscapes of Thraxos and the resilience of its people. One day, as they wandered near a tranquil lake, they encountered a challenge that tested the strength of their bond. A fierce storm, rare on Lumaera, began to brew, dark clouds gathering like an advancing army. The winds howled through the trees, and rain began to fall in sheets, drenching the forest. In the midst of the tempest, a towering tree, its roots loosened by the deluge, began to topple towards them. Nix instinctively glowed a bright yellow of alarm, her skin pulsing with urgency. Arlo, drawing upon his Thraxian strength, acted without hesitation. He braced against the tree, his muscles straining as he diverted the massive trunk away from them, saving them both from harm. With the storm still raging, they found shelter in a nearby cave. There, as the rain drummed a soothing rhythm against the stone, Nix's glow shifted to a gentle pink of gratitude. She touched Arlo's arm, her eyes conveying the depth of her appreciation. Arlo, in turn, smiled warmly, his heart swelling with a newfound sense of belonging. Through this shared adversity, their friendship deepened, each recognizing the strength and kindness in the other. Nix taught Arlo the subtle art of interpreting Lumarian glows, while Arlo shared the secrets of Thraxian resilience and fortitude. They learned that despite their differences, they were two souls resonating in harmony, each enriching the other's life. As the storm passed and the sun peeked through the clouds, painting the world with a fresh vibrancy, Nix and Arlo emerged from their refuge. The air was sweet and clean, the forest alive with the sounds of renewal. They stood side by side, basking in the warmth of the sun and the comfort of their companionship. In time, Arlo's pod was repaired, ready to return him to his distant home. As he prepared to leave, Nix accompanied him to the clearing where they had first met. Their farewell was not one of sadness but of gratitude for the journey they had shared. Arlo, placing a hand over his heart, bowed to Nix, a gesture of deep respect and affection. Nix's skin shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, each hue a testament to her friendship and joy. With a final, mutual understanding passing between them, Arlo entered his pod, waving as the hatch closed. As the pod lifted into the sky, Nix watched until it was a mere speck against the canvas of stars, her heart full and content. She knew that though they were worlds apart, the bond they had forged would remain a beacon of light in their hearts. And so, beneath the twinkling stars of Lumaera, Nix continued her life, a little brighter and richer for the friend she had found among the stars. In their journey together, they had discovered that true friendship transcends words and worlds, a melody that resonates in the soul and leaves a lasting harmony. As the night deepened, the forest settled into a gentle slumber. The twin moons cast their silver light over the land, and the gentle hum of Lumaera cradled Nix to sleep, her dreams filled with the warmth of shared memories and the promise of new adventures. In the quiet solitude of her world, Nix knew that friendship, like the stars above, was a guiding light, constant and true, illuminating even the darkest paths and bringing comfort to the heart. And so she drifted into a peaceful rest, embraced by the gentle night and the enduring glow of newfound understanding. Story 27. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as warm as the golden sun that tickled the village rooftops each morning. Her days were filled with wonder and curiosity, for she believed that every corner of Willowbrook held a secret waiting to be discovered. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in a riot of amber and crimson, Clara embarked on one of her many adventures. She wandered into the forest at the edge of the village, a place where stories of old claimed that magic still lingered in the air. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant song of a babbling brook. As Clara meandered deeper into the woods, her eyes caught a glimmer beneath a pile of fallen leaves. Kneeling, she brushed them aside to reveal a peculiar-looking lantern. It was no ordinary lantern. Its glass was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer and shift as if alive. The metal frame was a deep, burnished bronze, warm to the touch despite the coolness of the day. Curious, Clara lifted the lantern, and to her surprise, a gentle glow began to emanate from within. It was as if the lantern was waking up, stretching its light out to greet her. As she held it, Clara felt a sense of calm envelop her, a feeling that whispered of ancient secrets and forgotten stories. With the lantern in hand, Clara returned to the village, her mind buzzing with questions. What was this strange lantern, and why did it seem to choose her? Over the next few days, Clara discovered that the lantern was indeed magical. It had the ability to illuminate not just the path before her, but also the path within her heart. Whenever she felt uncertain or lost, its light would grow brighter, guiding her toward the answers she sought. Clara shared her discovery with her closest friends, a band of kind-hearted souls who each possessed their own unique gifts. There was Finn, a boy with an ear for the whispers of the wind, who could predict the weather with startling accuracy. Then there was Xyla, whose laughter could brighten the darkest of days and whose knack for solving puzzles was unmatched. And finally, there was old Mr. Thistle, the village gardener, who had a way with plants that bordered on the magical. Together, they decided to uncover the secrets of the lantern. Their journey took them through sun-dappled meadows and moonlit clearings, where the forest's mysteries revealed themselves one by one. Along the way, they encountered a host of woodland creatures, each eager to offer their assistance and share their wisdom. There was Bramble, the wise old owl, who perched high in the ancient oak and spoke in riddles that challenged their minds and hearts. "The light you seek," Bramble hooted one evening, "is not outside but within. Trust your heart, and the lantern will show you the way." Then there was Willow, the gentle deer, who guided them through the forest with grace and serenity. Her presence reminded Clara and her friends of the importance of patience and trust in one another. The greatest challenge came when they reached the heart of the forest, where a thick mist hung like a veil, obscuring their path. It was said that within this mist lay the answers to the deepest of questions. Clara and her friends paused, the lantern's light flickering uncertainly. It was then that Clara remembered Bramble's words. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle glow of the lantern warmed in her hands, guiding her forward. As she stepped into the mist, Clara felt a sense of peace wash over her. The path became clear, not with her eyes, but with her understanding. She realized that the lantern's magic was not about showing her the way, but about helping her find the courage and wisdom within herself. With renewed determination, Clara led her friends through the mist, each step guided by the light that now shone brightly from within her heart. On the other side, they found a clearing bathed in soft, golden light, a place where the forest's secrets lay open before them. It was here that Clara understood the true magic of the lantern. It was a reminder of the light that resides in all of them, the light of friendship, courage, and the wisdom to overcome any challenge. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of violet and rose, Clara and her friends returned to Willowbrook, their hearts full of the wonders they had uncovered. The lantern, now resting on a shelf in Clara's room, served as a beacon of hope and a reminder of their journey, a journey that had changed them all in ways they could never have imagined. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, beneath a sky sprinkled with stars, Clara and her friends continued to explore and discover, their hearts forever alight with the magic they had found within themselves. Story 28. In a quaint little village nestled between whispering hills and sapphire streams, there stood a humble cobbler's shop. Its wooden sign, worn by time, swayed gently in the breeze, creaking softly, as if it too were telling stories of those who passed through. Inside, the air was filled with the earthy scent of leather and the comforting warmth of a crackling hearth. The cobbler, an elderly gentleman named Alden, was known for his kind eyes and gentle hands that could mend anything from a child's torn boot to an elegant lady's slipper. But Alden had a secret, one that even he did not fully understand. In his shop, among the rows of shoes and boots, there lay an unassuming pair of old, dusty slippers, tucked away in the corner. One chilly autumn evening, as golden leaves danced outside the window, Alden settled into his creaky chair beside the fire. The flames flickered, casting shadows that seemed to play across the walls. It was then that a soft, almost musical whisper drifted through the room. Intrigued, Alden tilted his head, following the sound to its source, the old slippers. With a gentle hand, he picked them up. They were unlike any other footwear he had encountered. The slippers glowed faintly, and as he held them, a sense of warmth and comfort washed over him, as if they carried the very essence of the hearth's glow. As Alden examined them, the slippers shimmered and whispered again, but this time they spoke in a language he could understand. "Take us on a journey," they seemed to say, "and discover the magic within." Feeling a mixture of wonder and curiosity, Alden decided to slip them on. To his astonishment, the world around him transformed. The walls of his small shop melted away, revealing a path lined with silver leaves that sparkled under a moonlit sky. Alden found himself in a realm where the ordinary rules of the world seemed to dance with the extraordinary. The air was sweet, with the scent of blooming night jasmine, and the gentle rustling of the leaves sang a melody that eased his heart. As he wandered down the path, Alden came across a young boy sitting by a brook, skipping stones across the glassy surface. The boy's eyes twinkled like stars, full of mischief and kindness. "Hello there," the boy called, waving a small hand. "I'm Finn. Are you here to find the secret of the slippers too?" Alden smiled, sitting beside Finn. "I suppose I am," he replied. "Do you know what it is?" Finn nodded sagely, his curls bouncing. "The slippers only reveal their magic to those who can see with their heart. They guide you to what you truly need to know." Together, Alden and Finn followed the path, meeting others along the way. An elderly woman named Mira, who carried a basket of glowing fireflies, and a gentle giant named Orin, who could speak to the trees. Each had discovered something unique about themselves through the guidance of the mysterious slippers. As they traveled, Alden realized that the journey was not about the destination, but about the friends he made and the wisdom he gained. The slippers taught him to listen closely, not just to others, but to the whispers of his own heart. Their path led them to a serene grove, where the air shimmered with a soft, golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, laden with fruits of every color imaginable. It was here that Alden understood the true magic of the slippers. They were not meant to transport him to faraway lands, but to open his eyes to the wonders around him, to the beauty in simple moments and the strength found in companionship. With a heart full of gratitude, Alden returned to his shop, the slippers whispers now a comforting song in his mind. He placed them back in their corner, knowing they would await the next soul in need of their gentle guidance. From that day forward, Alden's shop became known not just for the quality of its craftsmanship, but for the warmth and wisdom that seemed to envelop those who visited. And though the slippers remained a secret to many, their magic continued to weave through the village, touching lives in the most unexpected ways. As Alden sat by his hearth each night, the fire crackling softly, he understood that the greatest journeys were not measured by distance, but by the depth of the heart. And in that understanding, he found peace, knowing that the ordinary world around him was filled with extraordinary secrets, waiting to be discovered by those willing to listen. Story 29 title, The Whispering Brook. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, where the air always smelled of pine and fresh earth, there lived a young girl named Xyla. Xyla had a heart as warm as the soft woolen blankets her grandmother wove, and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on the emerald leaves. She was known throughout the village not just for her kindness, but for the curious gift she possessed, a gift that her grandmother called the whispering ear. From a tender age, Xyla could hear the secrets of nature. The rustling leaves would tell her stories of the wind's travels, the babbling brook would sing her ancient lullabies, and even the stones beneath her feet would murmur tales of times long past. This ability brought her immense joy and a sense of connection to the world around her, but it also set her apart from others her age, who could not understand the conversations she often had with the world. Xyla's closest companion was a small ginger-furred squirrel named Tumble. Tumble was not like any ordinary squirrel. He was an adventurous little creature who had once been saved by Xyla from a bramble bush on a stormy day. Since then, he had stayed by her side, chattering away and sharing in her adventures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves fell like golden rain from the trees, Xyla and Tumble set out on their daily walk through the forest. The air was filled with the comforting scent of fallen leaves and the distant sound of woodpeckers tapping their rhythmic tunes. Lila's heart was light, as it always was in the company of nature. Yet that day, there was something different in the air, a soft, melodic whisper that seemed to call her name from the depths of the forest. "Do you hear that, Tumble?" Xyla asked, her voice tinged with intrigue. Tumble paused, his small ears twitching as he listened. "I hear it too," he replied, his eyes bright with curiosity. "It's coming from the brook." Guided by the mysterious melody, Xyla and Tumble followed a winding path deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the light danced in a mosaic of golden hues. The whisper grew clearer, more distinct, until they reached the edge of a brook that shimmered under the dappled sunlight like a ribbon of sapphire. Kneeling by the water's edge, Xyla listened intently. The brook's song was unlike any she had heard before. It was filled with words of wonder and an invitation that stirred something deep within her. "Come closer, child of whispers," the brook seemed to sing, its voice gentle and inviting. Without hesitation, Xyla dipped her hands into the cool, crystal-clear water. As she did, a sensation like 1,000 sparkling stars tingled through her fingers, and the world around her shifted. The forest grew silent, and the air thickened with enchantment. "Xyla, where are we?" Tumble asked, his voice barely above a whisper as he perched on her shoulder. "I don't know," Xyla replied, though she felt no fear. Instead, there was a sense of wonder and anticipation that filled her heart. As they watched, the brook began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. From its depths rose a shimmering figure, a woman draped in robes of flowing water, her hair cascading like waterfalls around her shoulders. Her eyes were pools of deep blue, and when she spoke, her voice was the very essence of the brook's melody. "Welcome, Xyla," the water spirit said. "I am Nyara, guardian of this hidden realm." Lila's eyes widened with awe. "A hidden realm?" she repeated, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes," Nyara replied, her smile as radiant as the sun on the water. "A world within the world, unseen by most, but known to those who listen with their hearts. You, dear child, have been chosen to embark on a journey that will reveal the true magic of nature and the power within yourself." Tumble, ever the curious squirrel, hopped down to the ground and looked up at Nyara. "What kind of journey?" he asked, his tail twitching with anticipation. "A journey of friendship and discovery," Nyara explained. "There is a mystery hidden within this forest, a secret that has long been forgotten. With your gift, Xyla, you can uncover it, but you will not do so alone. Others await you, friends who will help you along the way." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement, yet she felt a sense of responsibility as well. This was no ordinary adventure. It was a calling, a chance to embrace her unique gift and use it for something greater. With a nod of understanding, Xyla accepted the task. "We will do our best," she promised, glancing at Tumble, who nodded eagerly in agreement. Nyara's smile deepened, and with a graceful wave of her hand, the world around them shimmered once more. The forest returned to its familiar form, but now there was an added layer of magic that seemed to hum in the air, a magic that only Xyla and Tumble could perceive. As they made their way back along the path, Xyla felt a newfound sense of purpose. The whispering brook's song lingered in her heart, a gentle reminder of the journey that awaited her. She knew that ahead lay not just mystery and discovery, but also the promise of friendships that would grow and blossom like the wildflowers in spring. The days that followed were filled with new encounters and unexpected allies. In the heart of the forest, where the trees stood tall and ancient, Xyla met a wise old owl named Orin. His feathers were like the bark of the oldest oaks, and his eyes, deep and knowing, twinkled with the light of 1,000 stars. "I have watched over this forest for many moons," Orin said, his voice a deep, soothing rumble, "and I have seen many attempt to uncover the secret that lies within. You, Xyla, are different. You have the gift of listening, truly listening, and that is what this forest needs." With Orin's guidance, Xyla learned to attune her whispering ear to the subtle shifts in the forest's song. She discovered hidden trails that led to groves of whispering trees, each with their own stories to tell. The trees spoke of times long past, of friendships forged and forgotten, and of a hidden treasure that could only be found by those pure of heart. One afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Xyla and Tumble found themselves at the edge of a clearing. There, they met a fox named Rhea, whose russet fur gleamed in the fading light like a living flame. Rhea was mischievous and quick-witted, with a heart as bold as her spirit. She had heard of Lila's quest from the forest birds and was eager to offer her assistance. "The forest speaks in riddles," Rhea said with a sly grin, "but together we can unravel its secrets." With Rhea's help, Xyla and Tumble ventured deeper into the forest, where the light grew dim and mysterious shadows danced among the trees. They encountered challenges that tested their courage and wisdom, thickets that seemed to move and change, streams that whispered warnings, and paths that twisted into mazes. Through it all, Layla's heart remained steadfast, guided by the melody of the whispering brook and the companionship of her newfound friends. She learned that true strength lay not in overcoming obstacles alone, but in the bonds of friendship and the wisdom shared among them. As the days turned to weeks, Xyla, Tumble, Orin, and Rhea grew closer, their friendship a tapestry woven from shared experiences and mutual respect. Together, they uncovered clues and pieced together the story of the forest's forgotten secret, a story of love and unity, of a time when the forest was alive with laughter and light. The final piece of the puzzle came on a moonlit night when the forest was bathed in a silvery glow. The whispering brook, now a trusted guide, led them to an ancient stone circle, hidden beneath a canopy of stars. There, in the center of the circle, lay the treasure they had been seeking, a simple, unassuming acorn. Xyla knelt to pick up the acorn, feeling the warmth of its magic pulse through her fingers. In that moment, the forest around them came alive with a vibrant energy, as if the very heartbeat of nature had been restored. "It is the heart of the forest," Orin explained, his voice filled with reverence. "A symbol of growth and renewal, of the harmony that once was and can be again." Xyla understood then that the true treasure was not the acorn itself, but the journey they had undertaken, the friendships they had forged, and the wisdom they had gained. The forest had given them the gift of understanding, a reminder that even the smallest seed could bring about the greatest change. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, painting the world in soft hues of gold and pink, Xyla and her friends stood together in the stone circle, their hearts filled with a sense of peace and accomplishment. The forest, once shrouded in mystery, now sang a song of unity, a melody that would echo in their hearts forever. With the acorn safely nestled in her pocket, Xyla knew that her journey had only just begun. She would return to her village, share her tales with those willing to listen, and continue her quest to weave the magic of friendship and understanding into the fabric of the world. As she and Tumble made their way back along the familiar path, Xyla felt the gentle touch of the breeze, carrying with it the whispering brook's final message, a promise of new beginnings and the enduring power of nature's song. And so, as the village awoke to another day, Xyla carried with her the lessons of the forest, her whispering ear attuned not just to the voices of the world around her, but to the whispers of her own heart, a heart forever changed by a journey of magic, friendship, and the timeless dance of nature. Story 30. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering trees whispered secrets to the wind, there existed a world hidden from ordinary eyes. This was a realm where the rhythm of life danced to the tune of nature's symphony, and where the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, guided by the gentle wisdom of the elders. The forest was a place of verdant beauty, with emerald leaves that caught the sunlight, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, mingling with the earthy scent of moss-covered stones. Birds sang melodious tunes, while the gentle rustle of leaves created a soothing backdrop to the forest's gentle heartbeat. In this enchanted forest, a wise old tortoise named Thistle held the role of the sage. Thistle was ancient beyond measure, his shell etched with intricate patterns that told stories of ages past. He moved with deliberate grace, his every step a testament to the patience and knowledge he had gathered over countless seasons. Thistle's closest companions were two young creatures, a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a curious rabbit called Bramble. Pippin's fur was a vibrant red, and his eyes sparkled with mischief and curiosity. Bramble, on the other hand, was a soft, gentle soul with a coat as white as freshly fallen snow. One golden morning, as the sun pierced through the forest canopy in shafts of warm light, Thistle gathered Pippin and Bramble by the edge of a shimmering brook. The water sang a merry tune as it danced over smooth pebbles, its surface glistening like a ribbon of liquid sunlight. "Today," Thistle began, his voice as deep and calming as the forest itself, "I will share with you the secret of the seasons and the magic they bring." Pippin's eyes widened with excitement, while Bramble's ears perked up, eager to absorb the wisdom of their elder. They nestled close to Thistle, feeling the warmth emanating from his ancient shell. "The seasons," Thistle continued, "are like the breath of the forest. Each one has its own rhythm and magic, bringing balance and renewal." He spoke of spring, when the forest awoke from its slumber, and life returned in a riot of colors. The air was filled with the scent of blossoming flowers, and the forest floor was carpeted with fresh green shoots. "Spring teaches us about renewal and hope," Thistle explained, his eyes twinkling with the joy of new beginnings. "It reminds us that even after the coldest winter, life will always find a way to bloom." Next, he described the sultry embrace of summer, when the forest was alive with the hum of bees and the laughter of streams. The days were long and lazy, filled with golden sunshine and the sweet taste of ripe berries. "Summer is a time of abundance and joy," Thistle said, his voice as warm as the summer sun. "It teaches us to savor the moments and appreciate the gifts we have." As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting a warm glow over the forest, Thistle spoke of autumn. The leaves turned to shades of amber and crimson, and the air was crisp with the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. "Autumn reminds us of the beauty and change," Thistle mused. "It is a time of reflection and gratitude, when we gather the fruits of our labor and prepare for the rest that is to come." Finally, Thistle spoke of winter, when the forest was wrapped in a silvery blanket of snow, and the world was hushed and serene. The nights were long, and the stars shone like diamonds in the velvety sky. "Winter teaches us about stillness and introspection," Thistle said softly. "It is a time to find warmth within, to dream of the spring that will surely follow." As Thistle's tale came to an end, Pippin and Bramble sat in quiet contemplation, their hearts filled with a deeper understanding of the world around them. They realized that each season, with its unique magic, played a vital role in maintaining the harmony of the forest. From that day forward, Pippin and Bramble embraced the lessons of the seasons. They learned to work with the rhythms of nature, planting seeds in the spring, gathering food in the summer, storing it in the autumn, and resting in the winter. Through the wisdom of Thistle and the guidance of the seasons, the creatures of the forest lived in perfect balance. They understood that they were all part of a greater whole, each one contributing to the vibrant tapestry of life. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures lived in peace, their lives a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and harmony with nature. As the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky and the gentle hum of the forest lulled the world to sleep, the creatures nestled into their cozy burrows and nests, knowing that they were part of something beautiful and eternal. The forest, with its timeless wisdom and gentle magic, watched over them all, whispering its secrets to the wind and cradling them in the comforting embrace of its ageless arms. And so the cycle of life continued, a never-ending story of balance, beauty, and love. Story 31. In a small village nestled between the whispering pines and the gentle embrace of rolling hills, there lived a young woman named Lena. The village, with its cobblestone streets and quaint cottages, seemed untouched by time. It was a place where the air always smelled of blooming lavender, and the soft rustle of leaves played a symphony with the babbling brook that wound through the town. Lena was known for her vibrant spirit and laughter that could warm even the coldest day. Yet inside, she grappled with a restless heart. Change was afoot, and Lena felt it like an itch she couldn't scratch. She had always found comfort in the predictable rhythms of village life, yet there was a yearning, a quiet call from somewhere deep within her soul that she could no longer ignore. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lena decided to stroll through the forest that bordered the village. This forest was said to be enchanted, a place where the veil between the ordinary and the magical was thin. As she walked, the cool breeze caressed her cheeks, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. Lena soon found herself at the edge of a small, crystal-clear pond. The water shimmered like liquid diamonds under the moonlight. As she gazed into its depths, she noticed something peculiar. Her reflection seemed both familiar and foreign, as if she was seeing herself for the first time. The reflection smiled back at her, a knowing smile that sent a shiver of wonder through her. Suddenly, a gentle voice broke the silence. Change is like the tide, Lena. It can be feared or it can be embraced. Startled, Lena turned to see an old woman sitting on a nearby log. Her eyes twinkled with the wisdom of many lifetimes, and her presence was as comforting as a grandmother's embrace. "Who are you?" Lena asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am Mara," the woman replied, her voice soft yet strong. "And I, like you, am a friend of the forest." Lena felt an inexplicable warmth radiating from Mara. "I don't know what it is exactly, but something inside me is changing," Lena confessed. "It's frightening and exhilarating at the same time." Mara nodded knowingly. "It's the magic within you, Lena. We all carry it, but it often lies dormant until we are ready to see it." They sat together, talking until the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky. Mara shared tales of transformation and the power of embracing one's true self. She spoke of the forest's magic, which mirrored the changes within those who dared to explore its depths. As they talked, Lena noticed the pond's surface shift, now reflecting a myriad of colors: emerald greens, sapphire blues, and golden hues. Each ripple seemed to echo the stories Mara told, as if the pond itself was alive with the magic of change. When the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Mara rose to leave. "Remember, Lena," she said, her voice as soothing as the morning breeze, "the greatest magic is not in the world around you, but in the courage to embrace who you are becoming." Lena returned to the village with a renewed sense of purpose. She began to notice the subtle changes within herself. Her laughter gained depth, her smile a new brightness. She found joy in new experiences, whether it was learning to paint the colors of the dawn or tending to a garden that bloomed with vibrant beauty. The villagers, seeing this transformation, were inspired by Lena's journey. They too started exploring their hidden talents and dreams, each finding their own reflection in the enchanted pond's surface. Lena, with the support of her newfound friends and the wisdom of Mara, learned that change was not something to fear, but a path to discovering the magic within. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient forest, the village flourished in the glow of personal growth and magical transformation. Lena learned that the journey of change was as beautiful as the destination, and that embracing oneself was the truest form of magic. As the seasons turned and the village danced to the rhythm of time, Lena often returned to the forest, sitting by the pond, grateful for the journey that had led her to discover the enchanting magic within her heart. And in those quiet moments, she knew that she was never truly alone, for the forest and its magic were always there, whispering the secrets of transformation to those willing to listen. Story 32. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering forests and sun-dappled meadows, there lived a curious young girl named Xyla. With hair the color of honey and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Lila's adventurous spirit often led her to explore the hidden corners of her world. One misty morning, as a gentle breeze played with the tendrils of fog, Xyla discovered a peculiar, winding path she had never seen before. The path was lined with glowing mushrooms that cast a soft, iridescent light, guiding her steps into the unknown. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, and the distant hum of a melody floated on the breeze, inviting her to follow. Intrigued, Lila's heart danced with excitement and a touch of trepidation as she stepped forward, the ground soft and springy beneath her feet. As Lila ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, the world around her transformed. The trees towered like gentle giants, their leaves shimmering in hues of silver and emerald. Birds with plumage like rainbows flitted from branch to branch, singing tunes that echoed with laughter. Xyla marveled at the beauty surrounding her, each step unveiling a new wonder. Suddenly, a rustle from a nearby bush caught her attention. Emerging from the foliage was a creature unlike any she had seen before. A small, round figure with twinkling eyes and a coat of fur that gleamed like starlight. It was a whiffle, a creature known in legend but rarely seen by human eyes. The whiffle wobbled forward, a friendly grin on its face, and introduced itself as Pip. "Welcome, Xyla," Pip chirped in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "You've found the hidden glade, a place of magic and dreams." Lila's heart swelled with wonder, and she and Pip quickly became companions. Together, they wandered deeper into the glade, encountering fantastical sights that sparked joy and curiosity. They watched as a brook babbled over stones that shimmered like opals, and paused as a gentle breeze carried the scent of wildflowers, tickling their noses with its sweetness. As they explored, Xyla noticed a faint glow ahead. Drawn to it like a moth to a flame, she and Pip discovered a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient tree, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as they watched. The tree's branches were adorned with tiny, glowing orbs that pulsed like a heartbeat, casting a warm, comforting glow. With Pip by her side, Xyla approached the tree. As she touched its trunk, a soft hum resonated through her fingertips, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging. The tree whispered secrets of the glade, tales of courage and heart, and Xyla listened, understanding that she was part of something much greater than herself. However, not everything in the glade was as serene as it seemed. A gentle challenge awaited them, a riddle posed by the ancient tree. It was said that only those with an open heart and a brave spirit could solve it, revealing the true essence of the hidden glade. The riddle spoke of a place where dreams took flight and courage grew, a place found not in the world around them, but within their own hearts. As Xyla pondered the words, she felt a warmth spreading from her chest, a lightness that whispered of truth. "I think I understand," Xyla said softly, her voice steady and sure. "The glade is a part of me, just as I am a part of it. The courage to explore, to dream, comes from within." With a gentle nod, Pip beamed at her, his eyes twinkling with pride. The orbs on the tree glowed brighter, casting a warm, inviting light around them. Xyla felt a sense of completion, a joyful realization that her journey had been one of discovery, not just of the world, but of herself. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Xyla knew it was time to return home. With Pip's guidance, they retraced their steps, the path now familiar and welcoming. When they reached the edge of the village, Pip paused, offering Xyla a small, glowing orb as a parting gift, a reminder of her courage and the bond they had formed. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom, Xyla hugged Pip tightly. "Thank you, Pip, for showing me the magic within," she whispered. As she watched Pip disappear into the glade, Xyla turned towards home, the orb lighting her way. She carried with her the lessons of the hidden glade, that true adventure lies not in the destination, but in the journey, and that courage, like magic, lives within those who dare to seek it. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, Xyla returned to Willowbrook, her heart aglow with the wonders of the world and the endless possibilities that awaited her. Safe in her bed, she drifted into dreams filled with shimmering forests and whispering winds, knowing that the glade would always be a part of her, just as she was a part of it. Story 33. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the towering trees stood like silent sentinels under the vast star-flecked canopy, a secret world thrived. This forest was not just a mere collection of flora and fauna. It was an intricate tapestry woven from the threads of magic and nature, a place where the air hummed with the soft melodies of unseen orchestras, and the moonlight cast a gentle glow that danced upon the forest floor. Among the rustling leaves and babbling brooks lived a community of woodland creatures, each with their own role in maintaining the delicate balance of their enchanted home. The wise old owl, known for his deep, soothing hoots that echoed through the night, served as the keeper of stories and wisdom. His feathers were the color of midnight clouds, and his eyes shone with the knowledge of 1,000 moonlit nights. On the forest floor, a family of rabbits tended to the underbrush, their soft fur blending seamlessly with the dappled shadows. The matriarch, with her gentle eyes and twitching nose, taught her young ones the importance of nurturing the earth, showing them how to cultivate the tender sprouts that would one day become strong, towering ferns. The rabbits understood that their burrows and the roots above must live in harmony, each supporting the other. In the canopy high above, a family of songbirds wove their nests with threads of sunlight and strands of starlight, their vibrant plumage a living rainbow against the green. They were the heralds of the seasons, their songs changing with the wind to announce the arrival of spring rains or the first chill of autumn. Their melodies were not just music, but a form of magic that helped the forest shift with the cycles of the earth. Now, in the gentle embrace of spring, new life was unfurling in every corner of the woods. The air was thick with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees collecting nectar provided a soft undertone to the symphony of chirps, croaks, and rustling leaves. It was in this season of renewal that a peculiar series of events began to unfold, starting with the arrival of a peculiar breeze. This breeze was unlike any other, for it carried with it a whisper of urgency, rustling the leaves in a language that only the oldest and wisest could decipher. The breeze swirled through the forest, causing the branches to sway in a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the earth itself. It was a call, a beckoning for the creatures to gather and listen to the wisdom carried by the wind. The owl, perched atop the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest, opened his eyes, sensing the importance of the message. His wings spread wide, and with a graceful swoop, he glided down to the forest floor, where the creatures were beginning to assemble. The rabbits came bounding from their burrows, the songbirds fluttered down from their perches, and even the shy deer emerged from their thickets, their large eyes filled with curiosity. As the creatures gathered around the wise owl, a hush fell over the forest. The breeze settled into a gentle caress, wrapping them in its ethereal embrace as the owl began to speak. "Dear friends," the owl intoned, his voice resonant and deep, "the winds of change have whispered a tale of imbalance threatening our home. Listen closely, for we must heed their warning and act with wisdom and unity." The creatures listened intently as the owl recounted the tale of the seasons, each one a guardian of time, and how they were bound by an ancient covenant to maintain the harmony of nature. Yet, something had disturbed the balance, a disruption in the cycle that threatened the very essence of the forest. The bees, usually diligent in their work, had noticed that some of the flowers were wilting before their time, their vibrant colors fading too soon. The songbirds found their melodies off-key, a discordant note in the usual harmony. Even the rabbits felt an unease in the earth, as if the soil itself was whispering of a forgotten promise. The wise owl spoke of an ancient grove, hidden deep within the heart of the whispering woods, where the very essence of the seasons was woven into the fabric of life. It was said that if one listened closely, they could hear the songs of spring, the whispers of summer, the sighs of autumn, and the silence of winter, all in perfect harmony. It was to this grove that the creatures must journey, to seek the counsel of the ancient spirits and restore the balance that had been disturbed. The journey would not be easy, for the path was hidden, and the way known only to those who walked with the wisdom of the earth in their hearts. As the owl finished speaking, a gentle resolve settled over the gathered creatures. They understood that their strength lay in their unity, and their respect for the wisdom that had been passed down through the ages. With the owl leading the way, the creatures began their journey deeper into the forest, moving through the dappled sunlight and the whispering shadows. The path wound through verdant glades and across sparkling streams, the air filled with the scent of pine and the sweet aroma of wild honeysuckle. The rabbits led the way through the underbrush, their ears twitching at every sound, while the songbirds flitted above, their eyes scanning the treetops for signs of guidance. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that danced upon the forest floor, the travelers arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, the trees stood in a perfect circle, their branches entwining overhead to form a living canopy. In the center of the grove, a pool of water shimmered with an unearthly light, its surface reflecting the colors of the seasons in an endless dance. The creatures gathered around the pool, their eyes wide with wonder, as the owl stepped forward to speak. His voice was soft, yet it carried an authority that commanded attention. "Ancient spirits of the grove," he intoned, his wings spreading wide, "we seek your guidance to restore the balance of our beloved forest. Share with us your wisdom, so that we may honor the covenant and protect the harmony of nature." As the owl spoke, the water in the pool began to ripple, the colors swirling into shapes and patterns that seemed to tell a story of their own. The creatures watched in awe as the spirits of the seasons appeared, their forms shifting and changing with the light. Spring, a maiden draped in blossoms and new leaves, spoke first, her voice like the gentle patter of rain on fresh earth. She reminded them of the joy of renewal and the promise of growth, urging them to nurture the seeds of change with care and patience. Summer followed, a figure wreathed in warm sunlight and golden fields. Her voice was a lilting melody, filled with laughter and warmth, as she spoke of the importance of abundance and the need to share the bounty of the earth with all living things. Autumn, clad in robes of amber and russet, spoke with a voice that rustled like fallen leaves. She taught them of the beauty of letting go, of the cycles of life and death that must be respected and embraced for the forest to thrive. Finally, winter, a figure of stark beauty, her form cloaked in frost and silence, spoke with a voice that echoed like the wind across a frozen landscape. She whispered of the peace found in stillness, reminding them that even in the quietest moments, life endured. The spirit's wisdom seeped into the hearts of the gathered creatures, filling them with a renewed sense of purpose. They understood now that the balance could only be restored through their collective efforts, their understanding of the season's teachings guiding their actions. With the spirit's blessing, the creatures returned to their forest, each taking on a role in the great task of restoration. The rabbits worked tirelessly to enrich the soil, ensuring that the roots of the forest could drink deeply from the earth. The songbirds sang songs of harmony, their melodies weaving through the trees and inspiring growth and renewal. The bees, with their tireless determination, helped pollinate the flowers, ensuring that the colors and scents of spring would endure. Even the deer, with their gentle grace, assisted by gently pruning the undergrowth, allowing sunlight to reach the forest floor. As the days passed, the forest began to heal. The flowers bloomed with renewed vigor, their colors vibrant and full of life. The trees stood taller, their leaves rustling in contentment as the balance was slowly restored. And so the whispering woods thrived once more, a testament to the power of unity and the wisdom of the ages. The creatures lived in harmony, their actions guided by the lessons they had learned from the spirits of the seasons. The forest was alive with magic and wonder, a place where nature and enchantment danced hand in hand. As the sun set each evening, casting a warm, golden glow over the land, the owl would perch atop the ancient oak, his eyes reflecting the light of the stars. He watched over the forest with a heart full of gratitude, knowing that the wisdom passed down through generations would continue to guide them all. And so the tale of the Whispering Woods became a story told under the starlit sky, a reminder of the beauty of balance and the enduring power of friendship and wisdom. The creatures of the forest knew that as long as they listened to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the seasons, their home would remain a place of peace and harmony for all time. Story 34. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, there existed a secret that had been whispered through generations. The sun filtered through the leafy canopy, painting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and earth. This was a place where magic lingered just beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered by those with the heart to see it. Beneath the boughs of a particularly grand oak, known to the woodland creatures as the elder tree, there lived a young squirrel named Pippin. His fur was a warm chestnut, and his eyes, as bright as polished acorns, shone with curiosity. Pippin was known for his adventurous spirit and his kindness, traits that often led him into charming escapades with his forest friends. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves crunched underfoot and the air tasted of wood smoke, Pippin discovered something unusual. Tucked behind the twisted roots of the elder tree, glinting in the morning light, was a small, ornate key. It was unlike anything Pippin had seen before, with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and shimmer like sunlight on water. Pippin's heart quickened with excitement. He had heard tales of magical objects hidden within the whispering woods, each with a story and a purpose. Could this be one of those fabled artifacts? With the key clutched tightly in his paws, Pippin resolved to uncover its mystery. First, he sought out his dear friend Willow, a wise and gentle rabbit known for her knowledge of the forest's secrets. Willow lived in a cozy burrow lined with soft grasses and fragrant herbs, her home exuding a sense of warmth and welcome. "Willow, look what I found!" Pippin exclaimed, his voice a mix of awe and excitement as he showed her the key. Willow examined the key with keen interest, her long ears twitching thoughtfully. "This is no ordinary key, Pippin," she said, her voice soft and soothing like a gentle brook. "It is said that such keys can unlock hidden worlds, places that exist beyond our everyday sight." The idea filled Pippin with wonder. A hidden world. What marvels might it contain? He imagined lands of shimmering lakes, lush meadows, and creatures of legend. But Willow's expression grew serious, tempering his excitement with caution. "Remember, Pippin," she advised, "with great discovery comes responsibility. We must tread carefully and wisely." Pippin nodded, understanding the weight of her words. He promised to approach this adventure with the respect it deserved. Their journey began the next day, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold. Guided by the soft glow of fireflies, Pippin and Willow ventured deeper into the woods than they had ever dared before. The air was alive with the whisper of leaves and the distant call of an owl, creating a symphony that filled their hearts with courage. After hours of walking, they reached a part of the forest where the trees grew denser, their trunks towering like ancient pillars. Here the light was softer, tinged with mystery, and the shadows seemed to dance with secrets. It was there, in a clearing bathed in moonlight, that they found it, a door. Not just any door, but one that appeared to be woven from the very essence of the forest, its frame twined with ivy and adorned with delicate blossoms that glowed faintly in the dark. Pippin's heart raced as he approached the door, the key warm in his paw. With a deep breath, he inserted the key into the lock, and with a gentle turn, the door swung open, revealing a world beyond their wildest imaginings. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders. The grass was a vibrant emerald, dotted with flowers of every color that swayed gently as if in greeting. Streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. And the creatures. There were creatures of all kinds, some familiar, some fantastical, each one more enchanting than the last. Pippin and Willow stepped through the door, their hearts swelling with awe and delight. They spent the day exploring this magical realm, meeting its inhabitants and learning about their lives. There were talking birds with feathers like rainbows, wise old tortoises who spoke in riddles, and gentle deer whose antlers glowed softly in the twilight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, Pippin and Willow found themselves at the edge of a glimmering lake. The water was so clear it seemed to magnify the stars, creating a mirror image of the sky above. It was here that they met a creature unlike any other, a majestic swan with eyes that sparkled like sapphires. "Welcome, travelers," the swan greeted them with a voice as smooth as the lake's surface. "I am Arya, the guardian of this realm." Pippin and Willow bowed respectfully, sensing the swan's wisdom and grace. Arya explained that the hidden world was a place of harmony and balance, a refuge for those who could see beyond the ordinary. But there was a challenge, a mystery that needed solving to ensure the continued peace of this enchanted land. "You have been chosen, dear friends," Arya said, her gaze steady and kind. "There is a shadow that looms, a question that must be answered. Only through understanding and friendship can we preserve what is dear to us." Pippin felt the weight of Arya's words and knew that their adventure had only just begun. With resolve and a sense of purpose, he and Willow pledged to help, determined to protect the beauty of the world they had discovered. Over the following days, Pippin and Willow worked tirelessly alongside their new friends. They listened to the stories of the land, piecing together clues and unraveling the mystery. Through their efforts, they learned that the shadow was not a creature or a force, but rather a misunderstanding, a conflict between two groups who had forgotten the bonds that once united them. With gentle persistence and heartfelt conversations, Pippin and Willow helped bridge the divide, reminding everyone of the power of friendship and the strength found in unity. Together, they restored harmony to the hidden world, ensuring its magic would endure. As a token of gratitude, Arya gifted Pippin and Willow a single, shimmering feather, a symbol of their bond with the hidden world. With the mystery resolved and their hearts full, it was time to return to their own world. Standing before the door once more, Pippin and Willow took a moment to gaze back at the land that had changed them forever. They knew they would carry its magic with them always, in their hearts and in their actions. And so, they stepped through the door, the key returning to its place among the roots of the elder tree. As the door closed softly behind them, the forest seemed to sigh, content in the knowledge that its secret was safe. Back in the Whispering Woods, life continued as it always had, yet something was different. Pippin and Willow shared their adventures with their friends, spreading the lessons of understanding and friendship throughout the forest. Their story became a cherished tale, told by the flickering light of the fireflies, a reminder of the wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. As the seasons turned and the forest changed with them, Pippin often found himself visiting the elder tree, gazing at the spot where the key had first appeared. He knew that the magic of the hidden world was not confined to a single place, but lived in the hearts of those who believed in its power. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of secrets and stories, of friendship and adventure, where every rustle of leaves and every glimmer of light carried the promise of something extraordinary. The magic endured, woven into the very fabric of the forest, waiting patiently for those with the courage to seek it. In the end, Pippin learned that the greatest magic of all was not found in hidden worlds or enchanted objects, but in the connections we make and the love we share. It was a lesson he carried with him always, a gentle truth that lingered like the sweet scent of wildflowers on a summer's breeze. And so, as the sun set and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Pippin snuggled into his nest, his heart warm with the knowledge that he was part of something truly magical. With a contented sigh, he drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of adventures yet to come, and the endless possibilities that awaited him in the Whispering Woods. Story 35. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the tall, whispering pines reached up to brush the sky, there lay a hidden world, vibrant with life unseen by most. This was a place where the air was sweet, with the scent of pine needles and the earthy aroma of rich, loamy soil. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, painting the ground with dappled patterns of light and shadow. Here, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, each one playing its part in the delicate balance of nature. The forest was watched over by a wise old owl named Eldrin, who had seen countless seasons pass. His feathers were as soft as the down of a thistle, and his eyes held the deep wisdom of the ages. Eldrin understood the secrets of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the whispers of the leaves. He perched on a high branch, from where he could survey the vast expanse of his evergreen realm. One chilly autumn evening, as the crisp air carried the scent of fallen leaves, Eldrin noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The northern lights, usually reserved for the deepest nights of winter, began to dance across the autumn sky. Their ethereal glow painted the heavens in hues of emerald and violet, casting a mystical light upon the forest floor. The creatures of the forest gathered beneath the shimmering aurora, their eyes wide with wonder. There was Thistle, the gentle deer with a coat as soft as moss and eyes like pools of honey. Beside her stood Bramble, the cunning fox, whose russet fur glowed in the celestial light. Even tiny Willow, the timid mouse with fur like spun silver, dared to peek out from her burrow, drawn by the spectacle above. Eldrin, with a hoot that resonated through the trees like a melody, called the creatures to gather. "Come close, my friends," he said in a voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "The lights bring a message from the elders of the forest, a tale as old as the trees themselves." The creatures settled in a circle around the owl, their breaths mingling with the cool night air. Eldrin began his tale, his voice weaving a tapestry of words that seemed to glide on the night wind. Long ago, Eldrin said, when the world was young and the trees were but saplings, the seasons were wild and untamed. They clashed and collided, bringing chaos to the world. It was then that the great spirits, who watched over the land, decided to bring order to the seasons and harmony to nature. The creatures listened intently, their eyes reflecting the shimmering lights above. They could almost feel the presence of the ancient spirits in the rustle of the leaves and the sigh of the wind. The spirits called upon the most ancient of creatures, Eldrin continued, to teach them the ways of balance. From the eagle, they learned the wisdom of the skies, from the bear, the strength of the earth, and from the salmon, the secrets of the waters. Together, they crafted the cycle of seasons, each one flowing into the next like a gentle stream. As Eldrin spoke, the creatures could imagine the eagle soaring high above the mountains, the bear lumbering through dense forests, and the salmon leaping in the sparkling rivers. They felt the interconnectedness of all things, the invisible threads that bound the forest together in harmony. The northern lights, Eldrin said, his voice a soft murmur, are a reminder of this balance. They tell us that even in the darkest times there is light and hope. They urge us to care for the forest and each other, to maintain the harmony that has been passed down through generations. As the tale came to a close, a gentle hush fell over the group. The aurora continued its dance, casting its soothing glow over the forest. The creatures felt a deep sense of peace, as if they were cradled in the arms of the ancient spirits themselves. Eldrin spread his wings, a majestic silhouette against the starry sky. "Remember, dear friends," he said, "the wisdom of the forest is in your hearts. Cherish it, protect it, and let it guide you through all the seasons of your lives." With that, the creatures slowly dispersed, their spirits lifted by the story of the aurora. Thistle nuzzled her nose against Bramble's side, and Willow scurried back to her cozy nest, her heart full of warmth. The forest, wrapped in the embrace of the northern lights, fell into a deep, contented slumber. The ancient trees stood as silent sentinels, guarding the dreams of all who lived beneath their boughs. And so, the forest remained a place of harmony and magic, where the wisdom of the past flowed gently into the future, like the endless passage of the seasons. As the last flicker of the aurora faded into the night, a promise lingered in the air, that the balance of nature, nurtured by love and friendship, would endure for all time. Story 36. Once upon a time, in a quiet village nestled between emerald hills and whispering woods, there was an old cobblestone street lined with quaint cottages. Among these cottages was one with a vibrant blue door that belonged to a gentle-hearted young girl named Xyla. Xyla had a knack for noticing the little things, like the way morning dew glistened on the leaves, or how the wind carried the scent of lavender from the fields. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting golden hues across the village, Xyla decided to explore the attic of her cottage. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten memories, filled with dusty books, faded photographs, and curious trinkets from the past. As she rummaged through an old wooden chest, her fingers brushed against something smooth and cool. It was a small, intricately carved mirror, framed with twining vines and tiny blossoms. The mirror was unlike any she had ever seen, and as she gazed into its depths, she noticed something extraordinary. A faint, shimmering light emanating from its center. Intrigued and a little mystified, Xyla held the mirror up to the light, and to her astonishment, the reflection showed not just her own image, but a beautiful meadow bathed in soft moonlight. Determined to uncover the mystery of the mirror, Xyla set off on a journey. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of warm tea, and her journal. As she stepped outside, the evening air was cool and refreshing, and the stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds in the sky. Xyla's journey took her through the village and into the heart of the whispering woods. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting gentle shadows on the path. It wasn't long before she met her first helper, a wise old owl named Orin, perched on a low branch. Orin blinked his large golden eyes and said, "Ah, Xyla, I see you've found the Mirror of Meadows. It reveals the hidden wonders of the world to those who seek with a pure heart." Orin told Xyla that the meadow she saw was a place of ancient magic, where dreams were woven into reality. To reach it, she would need to follow the moonlit path and trust in her heart's wisdom. Grateful for Oren's guidance, Lila continued her journey, feeling a sense of excitement and wonder. As Lila walked deeper into the woods, she came across a bubbling brook. Here she met another helper, a playful fox named Finn. With a coat as bright as autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled with mischief, Finn offered to guide Lila across the brook. "Follow me," he chirped, leaping gracefully from stone to stone. On the other side, Finn shared his secret. The meadow is a place of harmony. To reach it, you must learn to listen to the whispers of the trees, the songs of the wind, and the quiet voice within your heart. Lila nodded, realizing that this journey was more than just a path to a magical place. It was a journey within herself. With newfound clarity, she continued, the mirror tucked safely in her satchel. The path led Lila to a small clearing where an ancient oak stood tall and proud. Beneath its boughs sat an elderly tortoise named Tilly, her shell etched with patterns of time. Tilly greeted Lila with a slow, warm smile and said, "The meadow is near, but you must answer a riddle to pass. Tell me, dear one, what is the greatest treasure one can hold, yet never see?" Lila pondered the question, feeling the gentle rustle of leaves around her, the soft earth beneath her feet, and the warmth of the mirror in her hand. Then with a smile she answered, "It is love, for it is felt in the heart and shared with others, though invisible to the eye." Tilly nodded, her smile widening. "You have answered wisely, child. Go forth and find the meadow." With gratitude and a heart full of love, Lila continued her journey, feeling lighter with each step. Suddenly the trees parted, revealing the meadow just as she had seen it in the mirror. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and the air was filled with the sweet symphony of nature. As Lila stepped into the meadow, she felt a deep sense of peace and joy. The mirror in her hand shimmered with the same soft glow as before, and she understood its true magic. It was a mirror not just of places, but of the heart's journey. Lila spent some time in the meadow, basking in its tranquility, her heart swelling with the beauty and love that surrounded her. When she finally returned to her village, she carried the memory of the meadow within her, a reminder of the wisdom she had gained and the kindness she had encountered. From that day on, Lila's life was filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders around her, both seen and unseen. She often shared her story with others, encouraging them to look beyond the ordinary and discover the extraordinary within themselves. And so, in the gentle glow of the setting sun, surrounded by the warmth of her village and the love of those who knew her, Lila lived a life of quiet wonder, forever guided by the wisdom of the mirror and the journey it had inspired. And the mirror, now resting on her bedside table, continued to reflect not just the world outside, but the beautiful journey of discovery that lay within her heart. As Lila drifted off to sleep each night, she dreamed of meadows and moonlight, her dreams as gentle and enchanting as the story she lived. In the end, the greatest magic Lila found was not in the mirror, but in the journey it inspired, a journey of the heart, where wisdom and friendship shone brighter than any treasure. And in that light, she found her true home. Story 37. In a secluded valley, nestled between mist-shrouded mountains, the tranquil village of Evergreen thrived amidst ancient redwood groves. It was here that young Arya spent her days, carefree and filled with childlike wonder. Though she loved her home dearly, a part of her couldn't shake the feeling that she was meant for something greater, a destiny intertwined with the mysteries that lay beyond the valley's embrace. One crisp autumn evening, as Arya nestled by the crackling hearth, her grandmother's voice carried the weight of untold stories. "Child, our family's roots stretch back further than these ancient trees," she began, her weathered hands clutching a tarnished locket. "This pendant has been passed down for generations, a sacred talisman that holds the key to our legacy." Arya's eyes widened as her grandmother unveiled the intricate carvings etched upon the lock-circuit surface. Symbols that seemed to dance with life, whispering of forgotten secrets. With trembling fingers, Arya traced their intricate patterns, and a surge of energy pulsed through her veins, igniting a newfound purpose within her heart. Guided by her grandmother's wisdom, Arya embarked on a journey that would unveil the tapestry of her ancestral heritage. Her path wound through misty forests, where towering redwoods stood as silent sentinels, their branches swaying in the gentle breeze. In remote glades, ancient standing stones hummed with ethereal energy, remnants of rituals long forgotten. Arya's quest led her to the crumbling ruins of a once magnificent temple, its weathered walls adorned with carvings that mirrored those on her locket. Here, amidst the echoes of the past, she uncovered a tome of faded parchment, its pages brimming with the wisdom of her ancestors. With each turning leaf, Arya discovered the rich traditions of her lineage, a legacy woven from the threads of nature's harmony. She learned of their deep reverence for the earth, their ability to commune with the very essence of life that flowed through every living thing. The locket, she realized, was a conduit for this ancient power, a sacred link to the realm of spirits and the rhythms of the natural world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and crimson, Arya found solace in the teachings of her forebears. She understood that true harmony arose from respecting the delicate balance of all things, from the mighty redwoods to the most humble of wildflowers. Her ancestors had been guardians of this balance, stewards of the land who drew strength from the very forces that sustained life itself. With the locket clasped tightly in her hand, Arya felt a profound sense of belonging wash over her. She was no longer adrift, but rather a vital thread in the tapestry of her lineage, woven into the fabric of existence itself. As the night's tranquil embrace enveloped her, she found peace in the knowledge that her path was one of stewardship, a sacred duty to nurture and protect the natural wonders that had sustained her ancestors for generations untold. In the dancing flames of her campfire, Arya saw the spirits of her ancestors, their whispers carried on the gentle night breeze. She knew that their legacy lived on within her, a wellspring of wisdom and strength that would guide her footsteps forevermore. And as she drifted into a contented slumber, the world around her seemed to hum with the harmonies of life, a symphony to which she now belonged, forever entwined with the rhythms of the earth. Story 38. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a small cottage where the air always smelled of warm cinnamon and fresh pine. This was the home of a gentle-hearted young woman named Anwen, who was known throughout the village for her kind smile and the way she listened with her eyes as much as her ears. Anwen had a special gift. She could speak with the trees, the streams, and even the wind. This ability wasn't seen as strange in her village, but rather as a blessing that kept the natural world in harmony with the human one. Anwen's days were filled with tending to her garden, where the roses blushed a deeper red under her care, and the lilacs stretched their branches to brush against her shoulder. In the evenings, she would sit by her fireplace with a mug of chamomile tea, listening to the crackling flames as if they were sharing secrets only she could understand. One evening, as the sky turned a soft lavender and the first stars began to twinkle, Anwen heard a whisper that was different from any she had heard before. It was a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the earth, calling her name softly, yet with an urgency that sent a shiver down her spine. "Anwen," it murmured, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Anwen, come to the heart of the forest." Intrigued and slightly bewildered, Anwen wrapped a shawl around her shoulders and stepped out into the cool night. The moonlight bathed the path in silver, guiding her feet over the familiar trail that wound through the woods. As she walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches intertwining above her head to form a tunnel of leaves that glowed with an ethereal light. It was as if the forest was alive with anticipation, holding its breath as Anwen passed. After what felt like both an eternity and an instant, she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like fingers into the earth. There, nestled among the roots, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer and dance in the moonlight. Anwen knelt beside the box, her fingers brushing gently over its surface. The moment she touched it, the voice she had heard before spoke again, clearer now. "This is the heartwood," it said, resonating through her very being. "It holds the magic of the forest, the wisdom of the ages, and the power to heal what is broken. Anwen knew that this was a gift, a responsibility given to her by the very forest she loved. With reverence, she opened the box to find a small heart-shaped stone, warm and pulsating gently in her palm. It glowed softly, casting a golden light that felt like a hug on a chilly night. The forest whispered again, "Use it wisely, with love and courage, for its magic is as boundless as your heart." With the heartwood cradled in her hands, Anwen felt a new sense of purpose. She understood that this magical object was not just a gift, but a bridge between worlds, her world and the hidden world of the forest, which pulsed with life and mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Over the following days, Anwen discovered the true extent of the heartwood's power. When she touched it to a wilting flower, it bloomed anew with vibrant colors. Streams that had run dry trickled once more, with crystal-clear water at her touch. The village people began to notice the changes. The crops were more bountiful, and the air seemed fresher. They marveled at the newfound vitality of their surroundings, but only Anwen and the forest knew the secret of the heartwood. Yet, as with all powerful gifts, there was a balance to be maintained. Anwen soon realized that the heartwood's magic could not be used frivolously. It required her to listen deeply to the needs of the world around her, to understand when to act and when to let nature take its course. The forest, with its whispers and wisdom, guided her, teaching her patience and humility. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, a stranger arrived in the village. His name was Cedric, a traveler with eyes as green as moss and a laugh that bubbled like a brook. He was charming and curious, and he quickly became a friend to all, including Anwen. Cedric was fascinated by the stories of Anwen's connection to the forest and the mysterious vitality that had recently blessed the village. He joined her on her walks, asking questions and listening intently to the stories she shared about the trees and the streams. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, Anwen found herself enjoying Cedric's company more with each passing moment. They spent hours under the starlit sky, sharing tales of their lives and dreams, their laughter echoing through the trees. But one evening, as they walked along a path lined with fireflies, Cedric's curiosity took a more serious turn. "Anwen," he said softly, "I've heard whispers of a magic object that can restore life and heal the broken. Have you heard of such a thing?" Anwen hesitated, her heart beating a little faster. She trusted Cedric, but the Heartwood's secret was one she had never shared with anyone. "There are many mysteries in the forest," she replied carefully, "and magic can be found in the most unexpected places." Cedric nodded, sensing her reluctance. "I understand," he said with a gentle smile. "Sometimes, secrets are best kept close to the heart." Anwen felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful for Cedric's understanding. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that he had a deeper reason for asking about the magic. She decided to keep a watchful eye and trust in her intuition. As winter approached, bringing with it the crisp scent of snow and the warmth of fires crackling in every hearth, the village was bustling with preparations for the winter festival. It was a time of celebration and gratitude, a time when the villagers would gather to share stories and songs, their faces lit by the glow of lanterns strung like stars above the village square. Anwen and Cedric worked side by side, helping to hang the lanterns and prepare the feast. The village was alive with joy, and even the forest seemed to hum with anticipation. On the night of the festival, as laughter filled the air and music danced through the trees, Anwen felt a tap on her shoulder. She turned to find Cedric, his eyes shining with excitement. "Come with me," he whispered, pulling her gently away from the crowd. Curious, Anwen followed him to a quiet spot by the edge of the forest, where the moonlight cast silver shadows on the snow. "What is it?" she asked, her breath forming little clouds in the chilly air. Cedric hesitated, his expression serious. "I have to show you something," he said, reaching into his coat. From within, he drew a small, worn journal. "This belonged to my grandfather. He was an explorer, always searching for hidden wonders and forgotten magic." Anwen took the journal, its leather cover smooth and worn from years of handling. She opened it carefully, revealing pages filled with sketches and notes, maps of places she had never heard of, and descriptions of magical artifacts, including one that looked remarkably like the Heartwood. Her heart skipped a beat as she read the entry. The heartwood, it said, is a relic of immense power, said to be the heart of the forest itself. It can heal and renew, but must be used with wisdom, for its magic is not limitless. She looked up at Cedric, her eyes wide. You were looking for this, weren't you? Cedric nodded, his gaze earnest. My grandfather believed that if he found the heartwood, he could restore the balance between man and nature, heal the world in ways we can't even imagine. When I heard the stories about this village, I thought maybe... Anwen took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the heartwood in her pocket. She knew that Cedric's intentions were good, that he shared her love for the natural world and her desire to protect it. But she also knew that the heartwood was not something to be used lightly or revealed carelessly. I'm glad you shared this with me, she said softly, handing the journal back to him. But the heartwood's magic is not something that can be controlled or owned. It belongs to the forest, and it guides me as much as I guide it. Cedric nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. I see. It's a partnership, not a tool. Exactly, Anwen replied, and it's one I'm still learning about every day. They stood together in the moonlight, the forest a silent witness to their conversation. Anwen felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she could trust Cedric with her secret, and that he understood the delicate balance she had to maintain. As the festival continued in the village, Anwen and Cedric returned to the warmth and light, their friendship stronger and more meaningful than before. They spent the rest of the evening surrounded by laughter and music, the bond between them a quiet promise of understanding and shared purpose. The winter months passed in a flurry of snowflakes and whispered secrets, the forest a guardian and guide for Anwen and her magical charge. With Cedric by her side, she felt more confident in her role as the keeper of the heartwood, knowing that she had a friend who understood her and the responsibility she carried. Spring arrived with a burst of color and life, the forest awakening from its slumber to greet the sun. The village bloomed along with the wildflowers, and Anwen found herself busier than ever, listening to the needs of the land and the people who depended on it. One day, as Anwen and Cedric were walking by a stream that babbled happily over smooth stones, they heard a commotion further along the bank. Curious, they followed the sound and discovered a small group of villagers gathered by the water, their faces filled with concern. In the center of the group was a young boy, his ankle swollen and painful from a fall. Anwen knelt beside him, her heart aching at the sight of his tears. She reached into her pocket for the heartwood, feeling its comforting warmth as she held it against the boy's injury. The golden light enveloped his ankle, soothing and healing, until the swelling disappeared and the pain faded like a distant memory. The boy looked up at Anwen, his eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. The villagers murmured among themselves, their expressions a mix of awe and curiosity. Anwen knew that word of the heartwood's magic would spread, and she felt a twinge of worry. But as she looked at Cedric, standing beside her with a reassuring smile, she knew that she could face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the days grew longer and the sun warmed the earth, Anwen continued to use the heartwood to help those in need, always mindful of the balance she had to maintain. The forest remained her ally and teacher, its whispers guiding her with wisdom and love. One evening, as Anwen sat by her fireplace with Cedric, a soft knock sounded at the door. She opened it to find an elderly woman, her face lined with the wisdom of years, and her eyes bright with kindness. I have heard of your gift, the woman said, her voice gentle and strong, and I have come to ask for your help. Anwen invited her in, offering her a seat by the fire and a cup of tea. The woman explained that her granddaughter had fallen ill, her spirit fading like a wilting flower. She had tried everything to help her, but nothing seemed to work. Anwen listened intently, her heart heavy with empathy. She agreed to visit the woman's home the next day, hoping that the heartwood might provide the healing the girl needed. The following morning, Anwen and Cedric traveled to the woman's cottage, nestled on the edge of the forest. Inside, the air was filled with the scent of lavender and honey, and a young girl lay on a bed, her pale face framed by dark curls. Anwen approached her gently, holding the heartwood close. As she touched it to the girl's forehead, she felt a surge of warmth and light, a connection that went beyond the physical. The girls' eyes fluttered open, and Anwen saw a spark of life return to them, like a flame rekindled. The girl's grandmother wept with joy, her gratitude a balm to Anwen's heart. As they left the cottage, Anwen felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that the Heartwood's magic had once again brought healing and hope. As spring turned to summer, the village flourished, the forest a vibrant tapestry of life and color. Anwen continued to care for the land and its people, her bond with the Heartwood and the hidden world of the forest growing ever stronger. Cedric remained by her side, their friendship a source of strength and joy. Together they explored the mysteries of the forest, learning from its secrets and sharing its wonders with those who would listen. One day, as they sat by the edge of a meadow, watching the sun dip below the horizon in a blaze of orange and pink, Cedric turned to Anwen with a thoughtful expression. "You know," he said, his voice soft and contemplative, "I've been thinking about what your gift truly means." Anwen smiled, curious. "And what have you concluded?" Cedric took a deep breath, his gaze meeting hers with a warmth that made her heart flutter. "I think it's about connection, to the earth, to each other, and to ourselves. It's about listening and understanding, about giving and receiving with an open heart." Anwen considered his words, feeling the truth in them resonate within her. "You're right," she agreed, her voice filled with gratitude. "It's about love, in all its forms." Cedric nodded, his eyes shining with affection. "And that's why it's so powerful, why it can heal and transform." Anwen leaned her head against his shoulder, feeling a deep sense of peace. The Heartwood pulsed gently in her pocket, a reminder of the bond she shared with the forest and with those she loved. As the stars emerged in the night sky, twinkling like scattered diamonds, Anwen and Cedric sat together in companionable silence, their hearts full of hope and promise. The seasons continued to turn, the village and the forest thriving under Anwen's care. The Heartwood remained a cherished secret, its magic a source of healing and renewal. Anwen and Cedric's friendship grew into a love as natural and enduring as the forest itself, their bond a testament to the power of connection and the strength of the human spirit. And so, in the heart of the forest, where the whispers of the trees mingled with the laughter of a gentle-hearted woman and her steadfast companion, the story of the Heartwood lived on, a tale of magic and love that would be told for generations to come. As the world outside the forest continued to change, Anwen and Cedric found joy in the simple pleasures of life. They celebrated the harvest with the villagers, danced under the moonlight, and shared stories by the fire. Each moment was a thread in the tapestry of their lives, woven together with love and laughter. Anwen's connection to the forest deepened with each passing year, her understanding of its mysteries growing ever more profound. She learned to listen to the subtle shifts in the earth, the whispers of the wind, and the songs of the streams. The Heartwood remained her guide and companion, its magic a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay hidden in the world. Cedric, too, found his place within the village, sharing his knowledge and skills with those around him. He worked alongside Anwen, tending to the land and caring for the people who called it home. His love for Anwen and the forest was a source of strength and inspiration, a testament to the power of friendship and the bonds that connect us all. As the years passed, the village grew and prospered, its people living in harmony with the land and each other. Anwen and Cedric became beloved figures in the community, their story a symbol of hope and resilience. And so in the heart of the forest, where the magic of the Heartwood pulsed with life and the whispers of the trees sang of love and wonder, Anwen and Cedric lived out their days, their hearts full of gratitude for the journey they had shared. In the end, it was the connection to the world around them, the love they gave and received, and the magic of the Heartwood that defined their lives. It was a legacy that would endure, a story that would be told and retold, a reminder that even in the most ordinary of places, extraordinary things can happen. And so, as the sun set over the village and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Anwen and Cedric sat together on the porch of their cottage, their hands entwined as they watched the world around them bathed in the soft glow of twilight. It was a moment of perfect peace, a testament to the journey they had taken and the life they had built together. In the quiet of the evening, as the forest whispered its secrets, and the heartwood pulsed with gentle warmth. Anwen and Cedric knew that they had found something truly magical, not just in the heart of the forest, but in the heart of each other. And it was a magic that would last a lifetime. Story 39. In the heart of a sprawling woodland, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of wildflowers, there lay a small village named Eldergrove. It was a place untouched by haste, where time seemed to slow to the rhythm of the babbling brook and the gentle rustling of leaves. The village was home to a young girl named Marin, who had hair the color of ripe wheat and eyes as blue as the summer sky. Marin had a spirit as untamed as the woods themselves, and it was her greatest joy to explore every nook and cranny of the surrounding forest. She was known for her kindness and her knack for finding beauty in the simplest of things. One afternoon, as the sun cast its golden glow through the canopy, Marin wandered deeper into the woods than she had ever dared before. She felt a tug at her heart, an inexplicable urge guiding her feet onward. The air grew cooler, and the scent of pine mingled with the sweet aroma of honeysuckle. It was then that she stumbled upon something extraordinary, a glimmering stone nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. The stone was unlike anything Marin had ever seen, an iridescent orb that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. As she reached out to touch it, a warmth spread through her fingertips, up her arm, and into her very core. In that moment, the forest around her seemed to shift. The leaves shimmered with a vibrant hue, and the birdsong took on a melody more intricate than any she had ever heard. It was as if the world had awakened to a hidden magic, one that had lain dormant for centuries. Cradling the stone in her hands, Marin felt a sense of connection to the forest, as though she could hear its ancient heartbeat. She knew instinctively that this was a gift, a magical object imbued with the power to reveal the hidden wonders of the natural world. With newfound clarity, Marin embarked on a journey to uncover the mysteries that lay within the woods. She discovered that the stone allowed her to see into a hidden world, one teeming with fantastical creatures and vibrant landscapes that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. As she explored this enchanted realm, Marin encountered a myriad of gentle beings, fluttering sprites with wings like stained glass, a lumbering bear with eyes wise as the earth, and a fox with a coat that shimmered like moonlight on water. Each creature had a story to tell, and Marin listened with rapt attention, learning the ancient lore of the forest. But it was the fox, with his knowing gaze and playful demeanor, who became Marin's closest companion. His name was Finn, and he possessed a wit as sharp as his keen eyes. Together, they roamed the hidden world, uncovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. One day, as they wandered along a path lined with silver birch, Finn paused and turned to Marin, his eyes alight with mischief. "There is something you must see," he said, his voice a melodic whisper, something that even the oldest tales scarcely mention. Intrigued, Marin followed Finn through a thicket of brambles that parted before them as if by magic. They emerged into a glade bathed in dappled sunlight, where a shimmering pool lay at its center. The water was so clear that Marin could see the smooth stones lining the bottom, each one glistening like a jewel. Finn gestured to the pool with a sweep of his tail. "This is the Mirror of Echoes," he explained. "It reveals the truths within us, reflecting not what we are, but what we have the potential to become." Marin approached the pool with a mixture of curiosity and awe. She knelt by its edge and gazed into the water, her reflection rippling beneath the surface. As she watched, the image began to shift and change, revealing a vision of herself not as she was, but as she could be, a figure of grace and wisdom, a protector of the forest and its mysteries. The sight filled her with a sense of wonder and purpose. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the hidden world, but about discovering herself and the role she was destined to play in the tapestry of life. With Finn by her side, Marin returned to Eldergrove, her heart brimming with the knowledge and experiences she had gained. She shared her adventures with the villagers, imparting the wisdom of the forest and encouraging them to see the magic in their everyday lives. Over time, Eldergrove transformed. The villagers, inspired by Marin's tales, began to cherish and protect the natural world around them. They planted gardens that bloomed with vibrant colors, crafted homes that harmonized with the landscape, and lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Marin's journey had changed her, but it had also changed her community. She became a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the seen and unseen, and a beacon of hope and wonder for all who knew her. As the years passed, the story of Marin and the magical stone became a cherished legend, passed down from generation to generation. And though the stone was eventually returned to the forest, where it continued to weave its enchantment, its legacy endured in the hearts of those who believed in the magic of the world around them. In the quiet moments of the evening, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky and the forest whispered its eternal song, Marin would sit by the edge of the woods, the glow of the hearth behind her, and tell stories of her adventures. And as she spoke, a gentle peace would settle over Eldergrove, reminding all who listened that the greatest magic of all was the love and friendship that bound them together. Story 40. Once in the small, sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and lush meadows, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her gentle spirit and curious nature. She often wandered through the village, her eyes wide with wonder at the world around her. Her favorite place to explore was the old cobblestone path that wound its way through the heart of the village, leading to the mysterious, glimmering forest. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in shades of gold and amber, Clara set off along her beloved path. The leaves crunched under her feet, whispering secrets of the seasons as they danced in the cool breeze. She hummed a soft tune, feeling the familiar comfort of the forest wrapping around her like an old friend. As Clara walked, she noticed something peculiar glinting among the fallen leaves. Kneeling down, she brushed the leaves aside to uncover a delicate silver locket, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer with their own light. The locket felt cool and smooth in her palm, and Clara sensed there was something special about it. Curiosity piqued. Clara gently opened the locket. Inside, she found a tiny, perfectly preserved seed. As she held the locket open, an unexpected warmth spread through her fingertips, and a gentle voice whispered in her mind, "Plant me where dreams are meant to grow." Clara's heart fluttered with excitement and wonder. She knew that this was no ordinary locket, and the seed it held must possess a magic all its own. With a sense of purpose, Clara set off deeper into the glimmering forest, guided by the whispers of the trees and the soft glow of the locket. As she journeyed, Clara met a host of kind-hearted creatures, each with their own unique charm. First was Bramble, the wise old hedgehog with eyes that twinkled like stars. He shuffled alongside Clara, offering sage advice in his gentle, gravelly voice. "The path to discovery is seldom straight," he mused, "but with an open heart you'll find your way." Next was Willow, the playful squirrel who darted through the treetops, leaving trails of laughter in her wake. Her nimble paws and sharp eyes helped Clara navigate the tangled underbrush, and her cheerful energy bolstered Clara's spirits when the shadows grew long. Finally, there was Luna, the graceful doe, whose presence was as soothing as the moonlight that illuminated their path. Luna walked silently beside Clara, her calm demeanor a steadying force as they ventured into the heart of the forest. Together, they journeyed until they reached a clearing where the air felt alive with possibility. The moon hung high above, casting a silvery glow that danced across the clearing like a quiet lullaby. Clara knew this was the place where dreams were meant to grow. With a deep breath, Clara knelt and planted the seed in the soft earth. As she did, a gentle warmth spread from the ground, and the locket's glow intensified, casting a radiant light around them. The seed began to sprout, unfurling into a magnificent tree whose leaves shimmered like the stars overhead. From its branches hung golden fruits, each one a dream waiting to be realized. Clara watched in awe as the tree blossomed, its beauty a testament to the magic of hope and possibility. She understood then that the true magic lay not just in the seed, but in the journey that had led her here, and in the friends who had walked beside her. With Bramble, Willow, and Luna by her side, Clara learned that wisdom often comes from listening to the whispers of the world around us, and that the most profound discoveries are those we make together. As the night deepened, Clara and her friends settled beneath the tree, basking in the peaceful glow of their shared adventure. The forest sang a gentle lullaby, and the stars above winked down in approval. Clara knew that she would carry this moment in her heart, a reminder that even the smallest seed can grow into something truly extraordinary when nurtured with love and friendship. And so, in the heart of the glimmering forest, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the warmth of the magical tree and the comforting presence of her friends. The locket, now empty but still shimmering with the memories of their journey, lay gently clasped in her hand, a symbol of the wonder that comes from embracing the magic within and around us. And as the world slumbered on, the tree stood tall, a beacon of hope and dreams, its branches whispering softly in the breeze, promising that tomorrow would bring new adventures and endless possibilities. Story 41. Beneath the emerald canopy of the ancient whispering woods, a world thrived, hidden away from the eyes of hurried travelers. Here nature's creatures lived in a harmonious dance, each playing their part in the intricate balance of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to those who cared to listen. In a cozy burrow nestled at the base of a stout oak tree, a wise old badger named Thistle lived. His fur was the color of storm clouds, and his eyes, like two small pools of twilight, held the wisdom of many seasons. Thistle was known across the whispering woods for his vast knowledge of the land and its lore, passed down from his ancestors who had roamed these woods long before him. As the first hints of autumn brushed the leaves with strokes of gold and crimson, a gentle breeze carried the soft melody of a distant brook to Thistle's ears. It was a sign that change was coming, as it always did with the turn of the seasons. But this year, the whispers in the wind carried a note of urgency that Thistle had not heard before. Concerned, Thistle decided to seek counsel with his dear friend, Willow, the wise and gentle deer who roamed the forest with grace. Willow had antlers that branched like the ancient trees themselves, and eyes that mirrored the deep, serene pools of the forest's hidden clearings. Thistle set out just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the world in a gentle amber glow. The forest was alive with the sounds of twilight, a chorus of crickets chirping their evening song, the soft flutter of bats beginning their nightly flight, and the occasional hoot of an owl echoing through the trees. Willow, Thistle called softly as he approached a moonlit glen where the deer often grazed. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Willow, with her coat shimmering like silver in the moonlight, lifted her head from the sweet grass. "Thistle, dear friend," Willow replied, her voice as soft as the night. "What brings you to the glen at this hour?" "There is something in the wind," Thistle said, his voice carrying the weight of his thoughts. "A message, perhaps, but it feels different this time." Willow nodded, her eyes reflecting the starlit sky. "I too have felt a shift. The balance seems uneasy, as if the forest holds its breath." Together they decided to visit the ancient stone circle, a sacred place where the forest spirits were said to gather. It lay deep within the woods, draped in shadows and mystery, where moss-covered stones stood sentinel, bathed in the silver glow of the moon. As they made their way through the forest, the path unfolded before them like a forgotten memory, each step cushioned by the soft carpet of fallen leaves. The air was alive with the scent of cedar and the fresh promise of rain. Upon reaching the stone circle, Thistle and Willow paused at its edge, feeling the timeless energy that thrummed in the air. The stones, tall and silent, bore witness to countless seasons, their surfaces etched with ancient runes that glowed faintly in the moonlight. It was here, in the heart of the forest, that they found Elder, the venerable owl who presided over the woods with wisdom as vast as the night sky. Elder's feathers were speckled like the stars, and his eyes shone with a gentle, knowing light. "Elder," Thistle greeted, bowing his head in respect. "We seek your guidance." Elder nodded, his voice a deep, resonant echo. "The forest speaks, and I have listened. The balance is indeed shifting, for the veil between the worlds is thinner as the seasons change." Willow stepped forward, her voice calm and steady. "What can we do to restore harmony, wise Elder?" "Remember the lessons of the ancients," Elder replied, spreading his wings wide. "The forest thrives on the cycle of give and take. We must remind all creatures of their roles and ensure that the harmony of nature is upheld." With Elder's words echoing in their hearts, Thistle and Willow set out to share the wisdom with the denizens of the Whispering Woods. They traveled far and wide, beneath the towering pines and across the babbling brooks, spreading the message of unity and balance. The squirrels, with their quick, darting movements, were reminded to bury their acorns, ensuring new trees would grow. The birds, with their vibrant plumage, sang songs that carried seeds to distant lands. Even the smallest insects played their part, turning fallen leaves into rich soil. As autumn deepened, the Whispering Woods began to transform. The crisp air was filled with the scent of spicy pine and sweet decay, while the forest floor was a tapestry of amber and gold. The creatures worked together, their efforts weaving a tapestry of life that resonated with the rhythm of the earth. In time, the balance was restored, and with it came the gentle rains of early winter, blanketing the forest in a pristine, silvery hush. Thistle and Willow watched as the first snowflakes fell, each one a tiny miracle, reflecting the light of 1,000 stars. As the Whispering Woods settled into the quiet peace of winter, Thistle and Willow returned to the stone circle. There, beneath the watchful gaze of Elder, they shared a moment of quiet reflection. "The forest is a living story," Thistle mused, his voice a gentle murmur. "Each creature, each tree, plays a part in its telling. And we are its stewards," Willow added, her eyes filled with warmth and understanding. "Through our actions, we ensure that the story continues for generations to come." Elder nodded, a smile in his wise eyes. "The cycle of the seasons is eternal, just as the bonds of friendship and wisdom are unbreakable. You have done well, my friends." And so, beneath the shimmering stars and the tender glow of the moon, the Whispering Woods settled into a harmonious slumber. The forest, with its myriad voices, sang a lullaby as ancient as time itself, a song of unity, of balance, and of life, ever unfolding. In the cozy burrow at the base of the stout oak, Thistle settled down to rest, his heart filled with peace. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the Whispering Woods, the creatures within dreamt of spring's warm promise, secure in the knowledge that the cycle of life would continue, nurtured by the wisdom and friendship that bound them all. Story 42. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of leaves and dappled the forest floor with patches of golden warmth, lay a hidden world unseen by most. This was the realm of the natural creatures, each with its own secret life, woven intricately into the tapestry of the forest's harmony. Here, the air was filled with the sweet scent of moss and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered stories of old, carried by the breeze. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted forest was a wise old turtle named Aylwin. His shell was marked with patterns that mirrored the swirling constellations in the night sky, and his eyes held the depth of countless seasons. Aylwin had lived through many cycles of the forest, witnessing the silent choreography of nature that brought balance to all its creatures. He was the storyteller and sage, keeper of wisdom passed down through generations. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping melodiously, the soft hum of insects, and the distant babble of a brook that wound its way through the trees like a silver ribbon. This harmonious symphony was orchestrated by the gentle transitions of the seasons, each bringing its own magic and marvel. Spring arrived with an eruption of color, painting the forest floor with wildflowers that burst forth like a painter's palette. The air was thick with the fragrance of blooming life, and the trees stretched their limbs skyward, their leaves unfurling in tender shades of green. It was during this time that Aylwin would gather the young creatures of the forest, rabbits with fur as soft as dandelion fluff, curious fox cubs with eyes like amber jewels, and fawns whose spindly legs danced clumsily among the wildflowers. "Listen closely, my dear ones," Aylwin would begin, his voice as smooth as the stream, "for the forest speaks in whispers and echoes, telling tales of how we must live in harmony with all that surrounds us." The young ones would listen intently, their eyes wide with wonder as Aylwin shared stories of the past, of the delicate balance that must be maintained for the forest to thrive. As spring gave way to the warmth of summer, the forest was enveloped in a lush cloak of green. Leaves rustled gently in the warm breezes, and the sun bathed the forest in a golden glow. It was during this time that the magical phenomena of the forest were most evident. The creatures of the forest knew of the summer's secret, the dance of the fireflies. On moonlit nights, when the air was balmy and still, tiny lights began to flicker among the trees as fireflies emerged in a shimmering ballet of light. The fireflies held a special place in the lore of the forest. It was said that each twinkle was a wish granted to a creature in need. As Aylwin watched the spectacle with his young companions, he would explain, "The fireflies remind us that even the smallest among us can hold great power. In their light, we see the strength of unity and the beauty of diversity." As the days grew shorter and the air crisper, autumn painted the forest in hues of amber, crimson, and gold. Leaves crunched underfoot, and the scent of ripe berries and nuts filled the air. The forest prepared for rest, a time of reflection and preparation for the cold months ahead. It was during this time that Aylwin would hold his longest gatherings, sharing stories of resilience and adaptation. "Change is the only constant," he would say, his voice resonant with the wisdom of the ages. "Just as the trees shed their leaves, so must we let go of what no longer serves us. Embrace the change, and find strength in the knowledge that we are part of something greater than ourselves." With the arrival of winter, the forest was blanketed in a soft, shimmering layer of snow, the air crisp and silent, save for the occasional call of an owl echoing through the stillness. The creatures of the forest nestled in their burrows and dens, wrapped in the warmth of togetherness. Even in the depth of winter, the forest held its own kind of beauty, an ethereal quiet that invited introspection and gratitude. Aylwin, snug in his burrow, would share stories of hope and renewal, of the promise that spring would soon return. "In the quiet of winter, we find peace," he whispered, as the young ones gathered close, their breaths making small clouds in the cold air. "We are reminded that after every winter, there is a spring. Trust in the turning of the seasons and in the magic that sustains us all." The forest creatures listened to Aylwin's words, their hearts warmed by the stories and the understanding that they were part of a timeless cycle. Each season brought its own challenges and gifts, and through wisdom and friendship they had learned to live in harmony with the land and each other. And so, the forest thrived, a sanctuary where magic and reality coexisted in a delicate balance. Aylwin, the wise old turtle, continued to guide the next generation, ensuring that the wisdom of the forest was passed down, whispering through the leaves and echoing through the hearts of all who called the forest home. In the gentle embrace of the forest, beneath a canopy of stars, the creatures slept soundly, knowing they were part of a world where everything was connected and peace reigned eternal. As the fireflies flickered in the distance, a soft lullaby of the forest sang them to sleep, promising new adventures with the dawn. And thus, the ancient forest, with all its hidden wonders, remained a cradle of life, love, and endless magic. Story 43. Once upon a time, deep in the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a boundless sense of wonder and an insatiable appetite for adventure. The forest was his playground, a vast tapestry of towering trees, babbling brooks, and hidden secrets just waiting to be uncovered. One crisp autumn morning, as Nutkin scampered through the vibrant foliage, he stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glimmering acorn, unlike any he had ever seen before. Its lustrous shell shimmered with 1,000 hues, dancing in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy above. Mesmerized, Nutkin reached out to touch the acorn, and in an instant, a brilliant flash of light enveloped him. When the radiance faded, Nutkin found himself no longer in the familiar forest, but in a realm of unimaginable beauty. Towering mushrooms dotted the rolling hills, their caps adorned with intricate swirls and patterns that seemed to shift and sway. Crystalline streams meandered through the lush meadows, their waters twinkling like liquid diamonds. And in the distance, a magnificent palace of twisted vines and gnarled wood stood like a sentinel, beckoning him closer. Nutkin's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. He had heard whispered tales of the woodland realm, a hidden world accessible only to those who possessed the purest of hearts and the keenest of eyes. But never in his wildest dreams had he imagined stumbling upon such a wondrous place. As he ventured deeper into the woodland realm, Nutkin encountered a menagerie of extraordinary creatures. Luminous dragonflies danced on the gentle breeze, their gossamer wings leaving trails of shimmering dust in their wake. Playful sprites, no larger than his paw, darted among the wildflowers, their tinkling laughter echoing through the meadows. Yet, amidst this enchanting paradise, a shadow loomed. The once vibrant hues of the realm seemed to be fading, and a sense of unease hung in the air like a heavy fog. Nutkin knew he had to unravel the mystery before the magic of the woodland realm was lost forever. His quest led him to the palace, where he met a wise old owl named Athena. With eyes that shone with ancient knowledge, she explained that the woodland realm was sustained by the power of the great oak, a colossal tree whose roots stretched deep into the heart of the forest. But a dark force had taken root, slowly draining the great oak of its vital energy. Athena entrusted Nutkin with a sacred acorn, imbued with the essence of the woodland realm itself. Only one pure of heart and steadfast in spirit can restore the great oak and banish the darkness, she said solemnly. You must embark on a perilous journey, facing challenges that will test the very limits of your courage and resolve. Determined to save the wondrous realm he had come to love, Nutkin set forth on his quest, the sacred acorn nestled safely in his pouch. His path led him through twisted labyrinths of thorns, across treacherous ravines, and into the depths of shadowy caverns where ancient guardians lay slumbering. In each trial, Nutkin found unexpected allies. A mischievous fox named Rusty, whose sharp wit and cunning proved invaluable in navigating the labyrinth. A majestic stag named Bramble, whose powerful antlers parted the thickets and whose wisdom guided Nutkin through the darkest of tunnels. And a fearless badger named Bristle, whose unwavering loyalty and brute strength saw them through the most perilous of challenges. Together, this unlikely band of friends forged an unbreakable bond, their friendship transcending the boundaries of species and defying the expectations of the woodland realm. They laughed and celebrated their triumphs, consoled one another in times of sorrow, and faced every obstacle as one. At last, after a journey that had tested the limits of their resilience, they stood before the great oak, a towering behemoth whose branches stretched toward the heavens, its bark withered and its leaves a dull, lifeless hue. Nutkin raised the sacred acorn high, and as it touched the ancient bark, a brilliant radiance erupted, bathing the woodland realm in a warm, rejuvenating glow. The dark force that had threatened to consume the realm was banished, its malevolent tendrils withering and crumbling to dust. The great oak surged with renewed vitality, its branches unfurling with lush, verdant foliage, and the once faded hues of the woodland realm burst forth in a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors. As Nutkin and his friends basked in the warmth of their triumph, they realized that their journey had been about more than just saving the woodland realm. It had been a transformative odyssey, one that had forged unbreakable bonds of friendship and tested the depths of their courage and perseverance. Nutkin had grown from a wide-eyed squirrel into a brave and compassionate soul, his heart brimming with the wisdom and resilience that could only come from facing and overcoming the greatest of challenges. And as he looked upon the restored woodland realm, he knew that this was not the end, but merely the beginning of a lifetime of adventures and discoveries. For in that moment, Nutkin understood that true magic did not lie in enchanted acorns or hidden realms, but in the power of friendship, the unwavering spirit of those who dare to dream, and the courage to embark on journeys that change us in ways we could never have imagined. Story 44. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling green hills and fields of wildflowers, there stood a little bookshop named Whispering Pages. The shop was known for its cozy nooks filled with tales of adventure and wonder, but it was also known for something else, a legend that whispered through the corridors of time. The tale spoke of a magical quill hidden somewhere within the shop, a quill that could bring stories to life with a single stroke. Yet it had been long since anyone had seen it, and many believed it to be nothing more than a whimsical fable. In the heart of Willowbrook lived a gentle soul named Clara, who had always been captivated by stories. Her days were spent exploring whispering pages, her fingers tracing the spines of books, her imagination dancing through the worlds within them. Clara had a special knack for finding the most unusual tales, and her heart yearned for adventure beyond the pages. One misty morning, As the sun's golden rays threaded through the leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, Clara stumbled upon an old, dusty book tucked away in a corner she'd never noticed before. Its cover was faded and its edges were frayed, but there was something about it that caught her eye. Curiosity piqued. Clara opened the book, and as she did, a delicate feather fell from between the pages, soft and shimmering with an ethereal glow. Holding the feather, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, as if the feather was whispering secrets only she could hear. With a sense of wonder, Clara took the feather to Mr. Emerson, the kind-hearted owner of Whispering Pages. His eyes twinkled with recognition as he saw the feather. "Ah, Clara," he said with a soft chuckle, "it seems you've found the quill of whimsy. They say it can weave the most enchanting tales and bring them to life." Clara's eyes widened with excitement, but there was a hint of apprehension, too. "Bring them to life? How is that possible?" Mr. Emerson leaned in, his voice low and full of mystery. "It is said that the quill chooses its storyteller. Perhaps it has chosen you to discover its magic." Encouraged by Mr. Emerson's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey to understand the quill's secrets. As she left the shop, the feather tucked carefully in her pocket, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, guiding her towards the edge of the village, where the forest whispered with ancient tales. The forest was a realm of enchantment, where sunlight dappled the ground and the air was filled with the sweet songs of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the woods, she was joined by a trio of unlikely companions, a wise old owl named Oliver, a playful squirrel named Pip, and a gentle deer named Xyla. Oliver, with his snowy feathers and keen eyes, spoke in a voice as smooth as silk. "The quill you carry is a gift, young Clara. It will reveal its magic only when you truly listen." Pip, scampering up to Clara's shoulder, added with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, "And when you least expect it, adventures are always better with surprises." Xyla, graceful and serene, nodded her head. "Trust in the journey, and your heart will guide you." Together they ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees stood tall like guardians of stories untold. Clara felt a sense of calm enveloping her, each step taking her closer to the heart of the forest and the heart of her own courage. Their path led them to a clearing where a gentle stream burbled over smooth stones, the water glistening like a curtain of stars. Here, Clara felt an overwhelming urge to write, as if the very air around her was urging her to create. Sitting by the stream, she took out the feather and began to write on a piece of parchment. Words flowed from her heart, telling a tale of friendship and bravery, of a journey not unlike her own. As she wrote, the air around her shimmered, and the world of her story began to take shape before her eyes. Trees transformed into towering castles, the stream into a river of dreams. Characters she had only imagined came to life, their laughter echoing through the clearing. Clara watched in awe as her story unfolded, a living tapestry of wonder and magic. Yet as the tale reached a climactic moment, a challenge appeared, a dark shadow that threatened the harmony of her story. It was a creature of doubt and fear, whispering words of despair and uncertainty. Clara paused, feeling a flicker of fear within her. But then she remembered the wisdom of her companions. She closed her eyes, listening to the gentle rustle of leaves, the soft murmur of the stream, and the steady heartbeat of the forest. It was then that she realized the true magic of the quill. It was not just about creating grand adventures, but about finding the courage to face the shadows within. With a deep breath, Clara began to write once more, her words filled with hope and light. As she wrote, the shadow began to diminish, its edges softening until it was nothing more than a whisper in the wind. The story found its resolution, a tale of triumph through understanding and kindness. When Clara finally looked up, the clearing was aglow with the warmth of the setting sun, and her companions were beaming with pride. The world she had created faded gently back into the forest, leaving behind a sense of peace and fulfillment. Clara smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. She had discovered not just the magic of the quill, but the magic within herself, the power to create, to imagine, and to overcome. As they made their way back to Willowbrook, the forest seemed to hum with approval, as if acknowledging the new storyteller among them. Clara knew that the quill had indeed chosen her, not just to weave tales, but to live them. And so, in the cozy warmth of whispering pages, Clara began a new chapter of her life, one filled with endless stories and the promise of adventures yet to come. The gentle rustle of pages turning, the soft glow of lamplight, and the warmth of friendship surrounded her, a reminder that magic was always just a story away. And somewhere in the heart of the forest, the quill of whimsy rested, waiting patiently for the next storyteller who dared to dream. Story 45, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees seemed to breathe with an ancient life of their own, there was a clearing hidden away from the world. The forest was a tapestry of deep greens and earthy browns, with the occasional splash of color from wildflowers that peeked out shyly from between the roots. The air was always cool and carried the faint scent of pine and damp earth, creating a sense of timelessness that wrapped around any who ventured into its depths. In this secluded part of the forest, the trees were more than just wood and leaves. They were storytellers of the ages. Their trunks bore the marks of centuries, and their branches whispered secrets to those who listened closely enough. It was said that the forest held the echoes of laughter from long-lost children who had once played under its canopy, and that if you were very quiet, you could hear the gentle hum of their joy carried on the breeze. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky with hues of gold and amber, a young girl named Xyla stood at the edge of the clearing. She was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the stars and hair as wild and untamed as the forest itself. Her heart was as open as the sky, and she had a knack for finding magic in the mundane. Xyla had heard tales of the Whispering Woods from her grandmother, who spoke of the mysteries hidden within. Her grandmother's voice, soft and lilting, had woven stories of enchantment and wonder that ignited Xyla's imagination. Now standing here, Xyla felt as though she had stepped into one of those very stories. In her hand she held a peculiar object, an old, ornate lantern. It was unlike any she had seen before, crafted from a silvery metal that glimmered even in the dim light. Its glass panels were etched with intricate designs of stars and moons, and it seemed to hum with a quiet energy. This was the Lantern of Luminara, a gift from her grandmother, who had whispered, "This will guide you to where you need to be." As she stood there, Xyla noticed that the shadows of the trees seemed to stretch and sway, as if inviting her deeper into the forest. Taking a deep breath, she lifted the lantern, and with a gentle click, it flickered to life. A soft, warm glow emanated from it, casting a circle of light that danced on the fallen leaves at her feet. With the lantern in hand, Xyla stepped forward, the light guiding her path. The forest seemed to awaken around her, with the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale creating a symphony of sounds that filled the air. The deeper she ventured, the more alive the woods became, as if responding to her presence. As she walked, Xyla marveled at the beauty around her. The trees were tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets that only the wind could understand. The ground was carpeted with a soft layer of moss that cushioned her steps, and the air was cool and refreshing against her skin. She felt a sense of peace and belonging, as though the forest had been waiting just for her. After what felt like hours, Xyla came upon a peculiar sight, a circle of ancient stones, each covered in a tapestry of moss and ivy. In the center of the circle stood an elderly man with eyes as bright as a summer sky. He wore robes of deep green that seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest, and a gentle smile played upon his lips. "Welcome, Xyla," he said, his voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I have been waiting for you." Xyla was taken aback. "How do you know my name?" The man chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of a brook. "I know many things, child. I am the keeper of this forest, and it is my duty to guide those who seek its secrets." Feeling a mix of curiosity and wonder, Xyla stepped into the circle of stones. "Why have you been waiting for me?" The keeper's eyes twinkled with a light that matched the lantern's glow. "Because you are destined to find the heart of the forest, a place of great magic and wisdom. But first, you must face the challenges that lie ahead." Xyla felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. "How will I find it?" The keeper gestured to the lantern. "The Lantern of Luminara will guide you. Trust its light, and it will lead you where you need to go." With a nod of understanding, Xyla thanked the keeper and continued on her journey. The path ahead was shrouded in shadow, but the lantern's glow illuminated her way, casting a warm circle of light that danced and flickered with each step. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Xyla encountered a series of challenges that tested her courage and wisdom. The first was a river, wide and swift, its waters glistening in the moonlight. Xyla hesitated, unsure of how to cross. Then she remembered the keeper's words and held the lantern high. To her amazement, the light revealed a series of stepping stones, hidden just beneath the surface. With careful steps, Xyla crossed the river, her heart pounding with exhilaration. On the other side, she found herself in a grove of silver birch trees, their bark shimmering like polished metal. The air was filled with the scent of their leaves, sweet and crisp, and Xyla paused to savor the moment. Her next challenge came in the form of a riddle posed by a wise old owl who perched on a low branch. Its feathers were as white as snow, and its eyes glowed with the wisdom of ages. What has roots as nobody sees is taller than trees, up, up it goes, and yet never grows, the owl asked, its voice deep and resonant. Xyla pondered the riddle, her mind racing. She closed her eyes, allowing the forest sounds to wash over her, and then it came to her. The answer was a mountain. The owl nodded in approval and flapped its wings, revealing a hidden path that wound through the trees. "You may pass, young one," it hooted softly. As Xyla continued, she felt a growing sense of confidence and determination. The forest seemed to respond to her resolve, the path becoming clearer and easier to follow. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime of walking, Xyla arrived at the heart of the forest. It was a glade bathed in moonlight, the trees forming a natural cathedral around a small, shimmering pool. The air was filled with the sound of gentle waves lapping against the shore, and the scent of jasmine hung heavy in the air. In the center of the pool floated a single, radiant flower, its petals glowing with an ethereal light. Xyla knew without a doubt that this was the heart of the forest, the source of its magic and wisdom. As she approached the pool, the lantern's light grew brighter, casting a golden glow across the water. Xyla knelt at the edge, feeling a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. She had found what she had been searching for, and in doing so she had discovered her own strength and courage. With a gentle touch, Xyla plucked the flower from the pool. As she did, the forest around her seemed to shimmer with approval, the trees swaying in a gentle dance. Returning to the circle of stones, Xyla found the keeper waiting for her. His smile was one of warmth and pride. "You have done well, Xyla. The heart of the forest is now yours to protect and cherish." Xyla nodded, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. She knew that she would carry the lessons learned and the magic of the forest with her always. As she began her journey home, the lantern's light leading the way, Xyla felt a profound connection to the Whispering Woods and all its wonders. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with the wisdom and courage she had discovered within herself. And so, with the forest whispering its gentle lullabies, Xyla walked into the night, her heart aglow with the magic of the Lantern of Luminara and the timeless beauty of the Whispering Woods. Story 46. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the moonlight kissed the leaves, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its gentle charms and the peculiar way the air shimmered with magic. An old stone bridge arched gracefully over the babbling brook of whimsy, where fish with glistening scales danced beneath the surface. In Willowbrook, a snug little cottage with ivy-cloaked walls belonged to a kindly old woman named Miriam. Her home was a haven of warmth and wonder, filled with the aroma of fresh-baked bread and the soft glow of fireflies that drifted through the open windows. One misty morning, Miriam awoke to find a curious sight. Her beloved garden, usually neat and flourishing with vibrant blooms, was in a delightful disarray. The roses were twined around the sunflowers, and the daisies had cozied up with the lavender. Even the path seemed to have shifted, winding in whimsical new directions. Miriam chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "A merry mix-up indeed," she mused, pulling her shawl closer against the cool morning air. "I wonder what playful spirit has been at work." Determined to uncover the mystery, Miriam set off down the winding path, her feet whispering against the dew-kissed grass. She passed the ancient oak tree, its branches heavy with stories, and the singing brook that serenaded her journey. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she met her dear friend, Barnaby, a wise old owl with feathers as soft as velvet. Perched upon a low branch, Barnaby blinked his large golden eyes. "Ah, Miriam," he hooted gently. "You seem troubled. Might I be of assistance?" Miriam smiled warmly. "Dear Barnaby, it seems my garden has been rearranged. I'm on a quest to understand why." Barnaby nodded sagely. "The forest holds many mysteries. Perhaps the sprites have been restless." With Barnaby's guidance, Miriam ventured further into the woods, where the air shimmered with enchantment. Along the way, they encountered a group of woodland creatures gathered in a clearing, a family of rabbits, a fox with a silver-tipped tail, and a hedgehog named Pippa. Pippa wiggled her nose and spoke with a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "We've noticed strange happenings, too. Our burrow doors have moved, and the paths have twisted like a winding river." Miriam and Barnaby exchanged a thoughtful glance. "It seems the magic of the forest is playing its hand," Miriam pondered aloud. The group decided to seek the wisdom of the forest elder, a gentle giant of a tree known as elderwood, whose roots delved deep into the earth and branches soared to the sky. As they approached, the ground hummed with a gentle energy, and Elderwood's voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Ah, seekers of truth!" Elderwood welcomed them, his leaves rustling in a greeting. "The forest has felt a disturbance, a small ripple in the weave of magic." Miriam stepped closer, her heart open to the ancient wisdom. "What can we do to restore the balance?" Elderwood's branches swayed in thought. "There is an amulet, a long-forgotten charm of harmony, hidden where the moonlight dances upon the crystal pond. It holds the power to calm the restless magic." With a newfound purpose, Miriam, Barnaby, and their newfound friends set off towards the crystal pond. The journey was filled with the laughter of friends and the gentle rustle of leaves underfoot. Along the way, they gathered hints and clues, piecing together the path to the amulet. As twilight descended, painting the world in hues of lavender and rose, they reached the pond. The water shimmered like liquid silver, and the moon cast a luminous glow upon a small, ornate box nestled among the reeds. Miriam approached with reverence, her fingers brushing the cool metal. As the box opened, a soft light unfurled, revealing the amulet, a delicate pendant shaped like a crescent moon entwined with a star. With a serene smile, Miriam placed the amulet around her neck. Instantly, the air around them sighed with relief, and the forest seemed to breathe a gentle, harmonious melody. The garden paths realigned, the flowers found their places, and the burrow doors returned to their rightful homes. The forest was at peace once more, its heart beating in a steady, comforting rhythm. As the group returned to Willowbrook, the moon hung high in the sky, a watchful guardian of the night. Miriam, with the amulet nestled close to her heart, knew that the magic of friendship and wisdom was the true key to solving any mystery. And so, as the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns, the village of Willowbrook slumbered peacefully, wrapped in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods where magic and harmony danced hand in hand. Story 47. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the sun-dappled leaves whispered secrets only the wind could carry, lay a hidden world vibrant with life and mystery. Here the trees stood like watchful guardians, their bark rugged and wise, their branches stretching skyward as if to embrace the stars themselves. The forest was alive with the gentle hum of nature, a symphony of rustling leaves, trickling streams, and the soft footfalls of creatures unseen. In this enchanted realm, there lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was etched with the stories of many seasons. Thistle, with his eyes like polished amber, had seen countless springs bloom and winters sleep. He moved with a deliberate grace, his journey through the forest a meditation of patience and understanding. Thistle was not just a creature of the forest, he was its historian, its keeper of secrets. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was sweet with the scent of fallen leaves and the sky was a canvas of gold and azure, a whisper reached Thistle's ears. It was the voice of the north wind, flickering through the canopy like a playful child. "Change is coming, dear Thistle," it sang, its breath cool and invigorating. "The balance of our world teeters." Thistle knew well the delicate equilibrium that held the forest together. a balance woven from the threads of life, death, and rebirth. It was a tapestry where every creature, from the tiniest ant to the towering oak, played a vital role. Over the years, he had watched as the seasons danced their rhythmic waltz, each with its own magic and purpose. Concerned by the North Wind's message, Thistle set out to seek the counsel of the wisest beings in the forest. First, he visited Willow, the ancient owl who nested high in the tallest pine. Willow, with her feathers like silver moonlight and eyes sharp as the crescent moon, listened intently as Thistle relayed the North Wind's warning. "The balance is indeed delicate," Willow hooted softly, her voice like a lullaby. "Perhaps it is time to share the old wisdom with those who have forgotten the forest's harmony." Nodding in agreement, Thistle continued his journey, the forest floor a carpet of amber and crimson leaves beneath his steady feet. He sought out Briar, the gentle deer whose heart was as pure as the morning dew. Briar, with her coat the color of autumn itself, had a kindness that could calm the fiercest storm. She listened to Thistle's tale, her eyes wide and understanding. "We must remind our kin of the harmony we all rely on," she said, her voice soft as a whispered prayer. Together, Thistle, Willow, and Briar began to gather the creatures of the forest at the great clearing, a sacred place where the sun poured down like honey and the earth cradled them with warmth. As the animals assembled, the air filled with the mingled scents of earth and life, creating a cocoon of serenity. Thistle spoke first, his voice a gentle rumble that resonated through the air. "We are all threads in the tapestry of this forest. Our lives are intertwined, each one important to the balance we cherish. The North Wind has warned us of an imbalance, and it is up to us to restore what has been lost." Willow then spread her wings, casting a shadow that danced with the soft flicker of leaves. "We must look to the wisdom of our ancestors, to the stories told in the rustle of the leaves and the murmur of the brook. These tales remind us of who we are and our place in this world." Briar stepped forward, her eyes meeting those of her fellow creatures with gentle resolve. "It is through kindness and understanding that we will find our way. Let us share our strengths and support one another, for together we can weather any storm." The creatures of the forest listened, their hearts touched by the simple truth of the words. They began to share their own stories, tales passed down through generations, each filled with lessons of cooperation and respect for the land that sustained them. As the sun dipped low, casting the clearing in hues of rose and lavender, a sense of peace and purpose settled over the gathering. They dispersed back into the forest, their hearts lightened by the renewed sense of unity. In the weeks that followed, the forest thrived like never before. The streams sparkled with clarity, the trees stood taller, and the air was filled with the joyful songs of birds. The creatures worked together, each contributing to the harmony that held their world together. Thistle, content with the renewed balance, found a quiet spot beneath a sprawling oak. As the sun set, wrapping the forest in a blanket of twilight, he closed his eyes. The north wind brushed past him, a gentle caress that spoke of gratitude and peace. And so, in the ancient forest where magic and reality intertwined, the creatures continued their dance of life, guided by wisdom and bound by the gentle threads of friendship. And the forest, ever watchful, thrived in the harmony of its hidden world, a testament to the power of unity and understanding. Story 48. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the gentle curve of a sparkling river, there stood a little antique shop. The shop was filled with all manner of curious items: delicate teacups with faded floral patterns, time-worn books whose spines whispered tales of yore, and peculiar trinkets that seemed to wink at passers-by from their shelves. It was a place that hummed with the quiet promise of hidden stories and forgotten dreams. In this shop, a young girl named Lily spent many of her afternoons. With her inquisitive eyes and a heart full of wonder, she roamed the aisles, imagining the lives of the objects she encountered. Her favorite was an old, intricately carved music box perched slightly askew on a high shelf. Its wood was polished to a gentle sheen, and it bore the image of a graceful wren mid-song. Yet, no matter how often she asked, the shopkeeper, a kindly old man named Mr. Whitaker, had never wound it up for her. He simply smiled, his eyes twinkling like stars, and said, "Some things, my dear, are meant to reveal themselves at the right moment." One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze outside, Lily found herself alone in the shop. Mr. Whitaker had stepped out to fetch some tea, leaving her with the comforting creak of the floorboards and the soft rustle of pages turning in the draft. Drawn once more to the music box, she reached up, her fingers brushing against its smooth surface. To her surprise, the lid swung open without resistance. Inside, nestled among the velvet lining, was a tiny, delicate key. Curiosity sparking like a firefly in the twilight, Lily picked up the key and, with a deep breath, inserted it into the music box's lock. As she turned it gently, the box began to play a melody so enchanting, it seemed to weave itself into the very air around her. As the hauntingly beautiful notes filled the shop, something extraordinary happened. The world around Lily shimmered, and she found herself standing in a sun-dappled glade. The air was alive with the scent of wildflowers and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. Birds sang in the trees, their voices harmonizing with the music that had brought her here. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small door. As she approached, the door creaked open to reveal a gentle, glowing light. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Lily stepped through. Inside, she found herself in a cozy chamber, its walls lined with shelves of books and jars filled with curious substances. A fire crackled warmly in the hearth, casting flickering shadows that danced across the room. Seated in a large cushioned chair was a peculiar character, a rabbit of unusual size, wearing a waistcoat and spectacles perched precariously on its nose. "Ah, welcome, welcome," the rabbit said, its voice soothing and warm. "I am Archibald, the keeper of this place. And you, young miss, have found your way here by a most unusual means." He gestured to the music box, now resting on a small table beside him. Lily, feeling a sense of calm curiosity, introduced herself and explained how she had come to be there. Archibald listened attentively, nodding his head and occasionally twitching his whiskers in thought. "You see," he began, "this music box is no ordinary object. It is a gateway, a conduit for those with a heart open to wonder and a mind ready to learn. And you, dear Lily, have been chosen to embark on a journey of discovery and growth." Archibald explained that within this magical realm, there were lessons to be learned, each tied to an aspect of the natural world. To proceed, Lily would need to visit different places, meet the inhabitants, and help them with their troubles. In return, she would gain wisdom and insight that would illuminate her path in the world beyond. Her first task, Archibald informed her, was to visit the Meadow of Reflection, where a wise old tortoise named Tobias awaited her. With a wave of his paw, Archibald conjured an image of the meadow in the air. Lily thanked him, her heart brimming with anticipation, and set off along a path that wound through the heart of the magical forest. The Meadow of Reflection was a serene expanse, its grasses swaying gently in the wind. Lily found Tobias resting by a pond, his shell etched with patterns that seemed to tell stories of ancient times. He greeted her with a slow, deliberate nod, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "Lily," he said in a voice as deep and soothing as the pond's waters, "in this meadow we learn from our reflections, not just the ones in the water, but those within ourselves. Your task is to listen to the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. They have much to teach, if only we are patient enough to hear." Lily settled beside him, closing her eyes and letting the sounds of the meadow wash over her. At first, all she heard was the gentle babble of the brook and the distant call of a lark. But gradually she began to perceive a subtle melody woven through the natural symphony, a song that resonated with her heart. As she listened, images and memories floated into her mind, moments of joy and sorrow, of laughter and learning. She realized that each experience, whether happy or challenging, was a thread in the tapestry of her life, contributing to the person she was becoming. When she opened her eyes, Tobias smiled at her knowingly. "You have taken the first step, young one. Remember, the journey within is as important as the journey without." With newfound understanding, Lily thanked Tobias and continued on her way, her heart lighter and her mind clearer. As she walked, she marveled at how the world around her seemed richer and more vibrant. The colors were brighter, the scents more intoxicating, as if she had unlocked a secret layer of reality. Her next destination was the Grove of Kindred Spirits, where a family of foxes had been in conflict over the division of their territory. The grove was a haven of towering trees and sun-dappled clearings, and as she entered, she was greeted by the eldest fox, a dignified creature named Fern. Fern explained that the foxes had been arguing over who should have access to the sunniest spot in the grove, where the sweetest berries grew. Each fox believed they deserved the spot, and the dispute had soured their once harmonious community. Lily listened closely, her heart going out to the foxes. She suggested they come together and share the spot, taking turns to enjoy its bounty. By working together, they could ensure that everyone had what they needed, without anyone feeling left out. The foxes, inspired by Lily's gentle wisdom, agreed to her suggestion. As they gathered to celebrate their newfound understanding, the grove seemed to come alive with joy. The trees swayed in rhythm with the foxes' laughter, and the sunlight glinted off the berries, making them sparkle like jewels. As Lily continued her journey, she felt a growing sense of fulfillment. Each encounter, each lesson learned, added to the rich tapestry of her experience. She met a myriad of creatures along the way, a family of playful otters who taught her the importance of joy and spontaneity, a wise old owl who shared the value of vision and foresight, and a tiny field mouse who demonstrated that even the smallest among us can make a big difference. Finally, her journey led her to the Mountain of Echoes, where her last and most challenging task awaited her. The mountain was shrouded in mist, its peak lost in the clouds. At its base stood a grand lion named Aurelius, whose mane flowed like a river of gold. Aurelius explained that the mountain held the echoes of all who had come before, and that Lily's task was to find her own voice among them. It was a place that required both courage and introspection, for only by understanding herself could she hear her true echo. With a steady heart, Lily began her ascent. As she climbed, she heard the echoes of those who had walked the path before her, voices of strength, of wisdom, of fear, and of hope. Each echo resonated with her, reflecting parts of her own journey. At the summit, the mists parted to reveal a breathtaking view of the entire realm. The world spread out before her, a tapestry of vibrant colors and gentle sounds. As she gazed out, she felt a deep sense of connection to everything she had encountered. Closing her eyes, she listened for her own echo, the true reflection of her heart and soul. At first there was silence, but then, slowly, a melody began to weave its way through the air, a song that was uniquely hers, a harmonious blend of all she had learned and experienced. The realization brought a sense of peace and fulfillment. She understood that her journey had been as much about discovering herself as it had been about exploring the world around her. She had found her place among the echoes, her voice a part of the symphony of life. With her heart full, Lily descended the mountain and returned to the glade, where Archibald awaited her. The rabbit greeted her with a knowing smile, his eyes sparkling with pride. "You have done well, dear Lily," he said. "You have learned the true magic of the world, the magic that lies within your own heart." With a gentle wave of his paw, the world shimmered once more, and Lily found herself back in the antique shop. The music box closed and silent on the shelf. The sun had set, casting a warm golden glow through the windows. As Mr. Whitaker returned with a steaming cup of tea, he smiled at Lily, as if he knew of her wondrous adventure. She thanked him for the opportunity to explore the magic within and beyond, her heart aglow with gratitude and newfound wisdom. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lily left the shop, her soul enriched by her journey. She walked home through the quiet village, the music of the world playing softly in her heart, a melody of discovery, friendship, and the gentle power of wisdom and wonder. Story 49. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy formed a cathedral of leaves, and the air was alive with the symphony of whispering winds and rustling branches, there lay a secret world. This forest was a place where the fabric of reality was woven with threads of magic, a realm where the creatures of the earth lived in harmony with the elements, each playing their part in the eternal dance of nature. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own tales and traditions, but none more intriguing than the fireflies of the glimmering grove. These fireflies were unlike any other. They were the keepers of the forest's ancient wisdom, their lights flickering with the knowledge passed down through countless generations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and violet, the fireflies began their nightly dance. They floated gently on a cool breeze that carried the scent of pine and damp earth, their luminescent bodies weaving patterns in the darkening dusk. It was said that these patterns told the stories of the forest, stories that only those with hearts open to wonder could understand. On one such evening, a young squirrel named Thistle scurried down from his nest high in the branches of an old oak. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Thistle had heard tales of the fireflies from the elder squirrel, Wise Elderberry, who often spoke of the delicate balance that held the forest together, and how the fireflies were its guardians. Intrigued by these stories, Thistle decided that tonight he would venture into the glimmering grove to see the fireflies dance for himself. As he approached the grove, the air felt different, charged with a gentle magic that made the fur on his back stand on end. The grove was a place of serenity, where the moonlight filtered through the leaves like silver rain, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that cushioned his tiny paws. As Thistle settled onto a mossy stone, the fireflies began their luminous ballet. Their lights twinkled like stars fallen to earth, swirling around Thistle in an ethereal embrace. He watched in awe as their glow painted the night with soft, pale light, casting shadows that danced like ghostly echoes of the past. Suddenly, the largest of the fireflies, known as Lumina, hovered closer, her light bright and warm. Thistle felt a gentle tug at his heart, a whisper of communication that transcended words. Lumina told him of the ancient pact between the creatures of the forest and the elements, the earth, water, air, and fire. Each creature, she explained, had a role to play in maintaining the delicate balance of the forest, and the fireflies, with their light, were the storytellers and keepers of this sacred knowledge. As Lumina shared these tales, Thistle learned of the seasons and their cycles, how the crisp breath of autumn prepared the forest for winter's rest, and how spring's gentle rains awakened the sleeping seeds to burst forth in a riot of color and life. He learned of summer's warmth, which brought abundance and growth, and how each season flowed seamlessly into the next, a testament to the harmony that held the world together. Thistle listened intently, his heart swelling with a newfound understanding and respect for the world around him. He realized that even in his smallness, he had a role to play, a responsibility to cherish and protect the forest. The firefly's wisdom was a gift, a guiding light in the darkness, and Thistle vowed to honor it. As the night wore on, Thistle felt the gentle caress of sleep tugging at his eyes. The fireflies' glow had dimmed, their dance slowing to a soft shimmer that lulled him into slumber. In his dreams, he saw the forest as it truly was, a living, breathing entity, vibrant and full of life, each creature a note in the grand symphony of nature. When Thistle awoke, the first light of dawn was just beginning to touch the sky, painting it with strokes of pink and gold. The fireflies had gone, their nightly vigil complete, but their message lingered in Thistle's heart like a warm ember. He returned to his nest in the oak, a gentle resolve settled within him. As the days turned to weeks, and the seasons continued their timeless dance, Thistle shared the firefly's wisdom with all who would listen. He spoke of the importance of balance, of the need to live in harmony with the world around them. Under his guidance, the creatures of the forest grew closer, their bonds strengthened by the shared understanding of their interconnectedness. And so the forest thrived, a sanctuary of peace and balance, its beauty a testament to the magic that lay within its heart. The fireflies continued their nightly dance, their lights a beacon of hope and wisdom, guiding all those who sought to understand the mysteries of the world. In the quiet moments, when the wind whispered through the trees and the stars watched over the earth, Thistle would often sit and watch the fireflies, grateful for their light and the lessons they had taught him. For he knew that the true magic of the forest lay not only in its beauty, but in the wisdom and harmony that bound it all together. And as long as the fireflies danced, the forest would remain a place of wonder and peace, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the eternal cycle of life. Story 50. In a galaxy not so far away, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet blanket, there existed a small, bustling space station known as Lumina Harbor. This place was a beacon of camaraderie in the vastness of space, where travelers from all planets would gather, share stories, and replenish their supplies before continuing on their journeys. It was here, under the gentle hum of cosmic energy and the soothing glow of luminescent lanterns, that two unlikely travelers met. One was a gentle being named Kor, hailing from the planet of Lysoria, where the skies were perpetually painted in shades of lavender and turquoise. Lysorians were known for their shimmering, translucent wings and their affinity for all things musical, speaking in lilting tones that resembled the softest melodies. Kor had traveled to Lumina Harbor seeking rare musical crystals, which were said to enhance the beauty of Lysorian symphonies. The other traveler was a sturdy, earth-toned creature named Rian from the rocky planet of Targon. Targonians were renowned for their strength and resilience, their skin as tough as the stones they mined. Ryan had come to the station to trade precious minerals for a variety of seeds and plants, hoping to cultivate a more diverse garden on his home planet, which was known for its barren landscapes. Their meeting was not one of instant friendship. Initially, Kor and Ryan found themselves in a rather awkward situation. As they both reached for the last glowing crystal on the merchant's stall, their hands collided, and a brief misunderstanding ensued. Kor, speaking in melodious tones, tried to explain his need for the crystal, while Ryan, with his deep, gravelly voice, insisted on his own urgency. The merchant, an old, wise creature with eyes that twinkled like galaxies, watched the scene unfold with a knowing smile. Perhaps, he suggested gently, this treasure should be shared. After all, two heads are better than one. Reluctantly, Kor and Ryan agreed, deciding to journey together to the nearby moon of Eloria, where more crystals might be found. Their initial interactions were stilted, filled with misunderstandings. Kor found Ryan's gruffness intimidating, and Ryan mistook Kor's musical speech for unnecessary frills. As they traveled through the serene expanse of the universe, the two encountered various challenges that slowly began to weave the fabric of their friendship. Their small starship, sailing through the stardust, was caught in a sudden meteor shower. Kor's quick thinking, coupled with Ryan's steady hands, ensured their safe passage. It was during this moment of crisis that they first glimpsed the value in each other's strengths. When they finally arrived at Eloria, they were greeted by a landscape bathed in soft, moonlit hues, dotted with crystal fields that sang with the faintest of tunes. As they worked together to gather the crystals, they began to share stories of their home planets. Rian spoke of the endless rock formations of Targon and the joy he found in cultivating life amidst the harshness. Kor shared tales of the perpetual symphonies of Lysoria, where every being contributed to the planet's harmonious chorus. Through these shared stories, they began to understand each other's worlds and, more importantly, each other. Kor learned to appreciate the quiet strength and practicality that Ryan brought, while Ryan found himself enchanted by the beauty of Kor's musical perspective on life. Their bond was further tested when an unexpected storm swept across the moon's surface. As the winds howled and the skies darkened, they sought refuge in a cave, huddled together against the cold. It was here, in the silence broken only by the occasional drip of water from the stalactites, that they truly began to connect. Kor, in an attempt to bring comfort, hummed a soft, soothing melody. The notes seemed to dance around the cave, creating an atmosphere of warmth and peace. Ryan, feeling the tension ease from his shoulders, spoke of his dreams for Targon, a world where gardens flourished and life thrived. Kor listened intently, offering words of encouragement and ideas drawn from the lushness of Lysoria. As the storm subsided, they emerged from the cave not only as allies but as friends. Their hearts were lighter, and their spirits were intertwined by the shared experiences and mutual respect they had cultivated. Returning to Lumina Harbor, their ship laden with sparkling crystals, they parted ways with promises to visit each other's planets. The merchant, who had watched their journey with quiet satisfaction, nodded approvingly. Friendship, he mused, is the greatest treasure of all. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, one that transcended differences and was built on understanding, respect, and shared dreams. Their story, whispered among the travelers of Lumina Harbor, became a beacon of hope and reminded all who heard it that the universe, vast and varied as it may be, was a place where hearts could find harmony. Story 51. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there was a small, unassuming antique shop. Its wooden sign creaked softly in the breeze, and in the window a delicate bell would tinkle whenever the door opened. This shop was owned by an elderly man named Mr. Linden, whose kind eyes and gentle smile welcomed each visitor as if they were an old friend. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced across the cobblestone path leading to the shop, a young girl named Xyla wandered in. Her curiosity had been piqued by the shop's eclectic display, where a kaleidoscope of colors seemed to beckon her inside. Xyla was a dreamer, her heart always yearning for stories of magic and adventure, and on this day, she was about to find a tale of her own. As Xyla explored the dusty shelves, filled with trinkets and treasures from bygone eras, her gaze fell upon a peculiar object, a small, ornate mirror with an intricately carved wooden frame. Its surface was not like any ordinary mirror. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, as if capturing the light of 1,000 stars. Compelled by an inexplicable sense of wonder, Xyla reached out and touched its cool, smooth surface. The moment her fingers brushed against it, the mirror pulsed with a gentle warmth, and to her astonishment, a soft voice emanated from within its depths. "Greetings, young seeker," it whispered, its tones as soothing as a lullaby. "I am the mirror of echoes, and I hold the power to reveal the unseen truths of the heart." Intrigued and a little bewildered, Xyla glanced around to see if anyone else had heard the voice, but only Mr. Linden was nearby, arranging a stack of vintage books. He looked up, his eyes twinkling knowingly. "Ah, you found her," he said with a nod. "The Mirror of Echoes chooses to speak only to those it deems worthy. Perhaps it sees something special in you, Xyla." Encouraged by the old man's words, Xyla gathered her courage and asked the mirror, "What truths can you show me?" The mirror shimmered again, and within its surface appeared a vision of a grand forest, its trees whispering secrets through their rustling leaves. "This is the Whispering Wood," the mirror explained. "There, you will find answers to questions you have not yet thought to ask. But remember, the journey is as much about the destination as it is about the path you take." With this mystical guidance, Xyla felt a stirring within her, a call to adventure that she could not ignore. She thanked Mr. Linden, promising to return with tales of her travels, and set off toward the Whispering Wood, her heart alight with anticipation. As she ventured along winding trails and over babbling brooks, Xyla encountered a series of delightful companions who joined her on her quest. There was Finn, a cheerful squirrel with a penchant for storytelling, who could weave tales as vibrant as the autumn leaves. Then came Willow, a wise old owl whose feathers glistened silver in the moonlight, providing counsel with a calm and steady voice. Lastly, she met Pippin, a playful fox with an infectious laugh, whose cleverness and quick wit brought joy to every step of their journey. Together, they journeyed deeper into the forest, each day bringing new wonders and challenges. They navigated through fields of flowers that sang with the breeze, and past waterfalls that cascaded like liquid crystal, the air fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. Xyla found herself growing not only in courage, but in understanding, as each friend shared their unique wisdom. Their adventure, however, was not without its trials. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, they arrived at a crossroads where the path seemed to vanish into thickets of thorns. The way forward was obscured, and the forest seemed to whisper in a language that Xyla could not yet understand. It was here that the challenge awaited them, an ancient riddle embedded in the very air, woven from the whispers of the trees. To find the path that lies unseen, seek the light where shadows lean. In silence, let your heart be guide, for wisdom dwells where truths abide. Xyla and her companions pondered the riddle, knowing that brute force would not clear their way. It was Finn who first spoke, his eyes bright with insight. "Perhaps the answer is not in seeing with our eyes, but with our hearts. We must listen to the whispers of the wood." Willow nodded, her eyes half closed in contemplation. "Let us find a place of stillness, where we can hear the forest's voice more clearly." Together, they sat in silence, allowing the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft sigh of the wind to envelop them. Xyla closed her eyes, letting go of her thoughts and fears, and in that quiet moment she heard it. A melody, faint but distinct, like a forgotten song remembered in a dream. Guided by this melody, they rose and followed the sound, their steps light and sure. The thickets parted before them, revealing a hidden path bathed in the silver light of the moon. The air was cool and sweet, and Xyla felt a deep sense of peace as they continued onward, the challenge overcome through patience and inner knowing. At last, they reached the heart of the Whispering Wood, where the trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches arching gracefully overhead. In this sacred space, Xyla found a pool of water as clear as glass, reflecting the starry sky above. Kneeling beside it, she gazed into its depths and saw not only her reflection but the reflections of her friends, and beyond them, a woven tapestry of dreams and possibilities. The mirror of echoes had promised truths, and here they were revealed, not as definitive answers, but as an understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, the beauty of friendship, and the power of quiet wisdom. With hearts full of gratitude and wonder, Xyla and her companions made their way back through the forest, each step lighter than the last. As they emerged from the woods, the first light of dawn brushed the horizon, casting a gentle glow over the village. When Xyla returned to the antique shop, the bell tinkling softly as she stepped inside, Mr. Linden awaited her with a warm smile. "Welcome back, dear traveler," he said. "What tales do you bring?" Xyla shared her journey, her eyes bright with excitement, and as she spoke, the old man listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have learned much," he said. "The Mirror of Echoes has shown you not just truths, but the wisdom of the heart." From that day forward, Xyla carried the lessons of her adventure with her, sharing them with others through stories and songs. The Whispering Wood became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking their own truths, and the village thrived with the magic of discovery and friendship. And so, in the gentle glow of the evening fire, with the world outside hushed and waiting, Xyla's tale became part of the tapestry of time, a story of wonder and wisdom, woven with the warm threads of kindness and the soft whispers of the heart. Story 52. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and the ground was soft with a carpet of moss, there lay a hidden world alive with whispers of magic and harmony. This was a place where sunlight trickled through the canopies like liquid gold, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns, and where the songs of birds blended seamlessly with the rustling leaves, creating a symphony of peace. Amongst the towering trees and the babbling streams lived creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of the forest. There was Arya, the wise old owl whose eyes mirrored the night sky, full of stars and stories from 1,000 moons. Perched high in the branches of an ancient oak, she watched over the forest with a protective gaze. Her feathers were a cloak of soft, mottled browns, blending perfectly with the bark, and her wings, when spread, were like silent whispers in the night. Not far from Arya's oak, nestled in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of a grand fir tree, was a family of rabbits. The eldest, Thistle, was known for his gentle heart and the wisdom he shared with his young ones. His fur was as soft as the morning mist that rose from the forest floor, and his eyes held the calm of a still lake. Thistle taught his family the secrets of the forest, passed down through generations. The importance of listening to the wind, reading the clouds, and understanding the language of the trees. In this enchanted forest, the seasons were not just changes in weather, but were grand transitions orchestrated by the spirit of the forest herself. Spring arrived like a shy visitor, with delicate blossoms bursting forth from every branch, painting the landscape in hues of pink and white. The scent of fresh rain mingled with the earthy aroma of awakening life, and the sound of new leaves unfurling was as soft as a butterfly's wing. It was during one such spring, beneath a sky that promised gentle showers, that a peculiar event unfolded. The creatures of the forest awoke to find the streams running murky and slow, a troubling sign that something was amiss. The once vibrant waters, which sang as they danced over stones, now whispered of worry and unease. Concerned for their home, the forest creatures gathered at the great clearing, a sunlit glade surrounded by the tallest trees, where they often met to celebrate the harmony of their lives. Here, the air was filled with the heady perfume of wildflowers, and the ground was soft and warm underfoot, a natural amphitheater for their meetings. Thistle, with his calm demeanor, addressed the assembly. "We must uncover the cause of this disturbance," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Our streams are the lifeblood of the forest, and without them we cannot sustain this balance we cherish." Arya, who had seen many springs come and go, nodded her agreement. "I will take to the skies," she offered, her voice carrying the wisdom of the ages. "Perhaps from above I can see what we cannot from the ground." With a silent flap of her great wings, Arya soared into the skies, her keen eyes scanning the forest below. Meanwhile, Thistle led a group of woodland creatures along the banks of the streams, their paws and hooves leaving gentle imprints in the soft earth as they searched for clues. As they journeyed, the forest unfolded around them in a riot of color and sound. The breeze carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the distant murmur of a waterfall. The sun, peeking through the branches, warmed their backs, giving them courage and hope. Everywhere they looked, life was vibrant and awake, yet the streams continued their sluggish flow. It was not long before Arya returned, her feathers shimmering in the afternoon light. "I have seen the source of our trouble," she announced, her voice resonant with the gravity of her discovery. "A great beaver dam has been built upstream, blocking the flow of our waters." The creatures gathered closer, their hearts heavy with concern. Beavers were known for their industrious nature, and their dams were marvels of engineering, but this dam had inadvertently disrupted the balance of the forest. Understanding the need for diplomacy, Thistle spoke again. "We must speak with the beavers. They are our friends, and together we can find a solution." With purpose in their step, Thistle, accompanied by a small delegation of creatures, made their way to the beaver lodge. The path took them through fields of bluebells that swayed gently in the breeze, their petals brushing against the travelers like tiny, fragrant greetings. When they arrived, the beavers were bustling about, fortifying their dam with sticks and mud. Their leader, a wise beaver named Birch, paused in his work to greet the visitors. His fur was sleek and glistened with droplets from the stream, and his eyes were kind and curious. "Greetings, friends," Birch said, his voice as steady as the flow of a gentle river. "What brings you to our lodge?" Thistle stepped forward, his heart open and honest. "Birch, we have come to ask for your help. Your dam is a marvel, but it has slowed the flow of our streams and the forest is suffering." Birch listened intently, nodding as he took in Thistle's words. "We did not intend to cause harm," he replied thoughtfully. "We only sought to create a home for our family." Understanding the importance of family, Thistle nodded. "Perhaps we can work together," he suggested. "If we adjust the dam, we can allow the streams to flow freely once more, while still providing you with the shelter you need." The beavers, moved by the sincerity and wisdom of Thistle's proposal, agreed. Together, under the soft, watchful gaze of the afternoon sun, the creatures of the forest and the beavers worked side by side. The air was filled with the sound of gentle laughter and cooperation, as sticks were rearranged and pathways were cleared. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, the streams began to sing again, their waters flowing clear and bright. The forest seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, its rhythm restored. As the stars appeared, one by one, in the deepening sky, the creatures gathered once more in the great clearing. The moon cast a silver glow over the assembly, and the air was cool and sweet, carrying with it the promise of a peaceful night. Arya, perched gracefully on a low branch, addressed the gathering. "Tonight we have shown that through friendship and understanding, we can overcome any challenge," she said, her voice as soft as the night itself. Thistle, his heart full of gratitude, added, "We have learned that balance is not just something we find, but something we create together." With these words, a gentle cheer rose from the assembly, a harmonious chorus of gratitude and unity. The forest, once more in balance, sang its lullaby to the night, cradling its inhabitants in a cocoon of peace and warmth. As the creatures made their way back to their homes, the forest settled into its nighttime symphony, crickets chirping a soothing melody, the rustle of leaves a gentle accompaniment. The The streams, now flowing freely, reflected the twinkling stars, while the moon watched over all, a silent guardian of this enchanted world. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and the stars, the forest slept, enveloped in a comforting embrace of harmony and hope, knowing that with each new day, the spirit of unity would guide them through the challenges yet to come. Story 53. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, there was a little village called Whimsy Woods. This village was unlike any other, for it was inhabited by the most peculiar and delightful creatures you could ever imagine. Each creature had its own charming quirks that made life in Whimsy Woods a never-ending adventure. In this enchanted village lived a small, sprightly squirrel named Nutmeg. Nutmeg was known for her dazzlingly bushy tail that shimmered with colors like a rainbow when the sunlight touched it through the canopy of the trees. Nutmeg was not only colorful, but also incredibly curious. Her days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of Whimsy Woods, collecting acorns and other treasures that she stored in her little treehouse high above the ground. One sunny morning, as Nutmeg was scampering through the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, in a clearing surrounded by towering sunflowers, was a sparkling, glimmering puddle of water that seemed to dance with light. Nutmeg's bright eyes widened with wonder. She had never seen anything like it before. Drawn by its beauty, she approached the puddle and peered into its depths. To her surprise, the reflection looking back at her wasn't her own. Instead, she saw a smiling face with twinkling eyes and a beard made entirely of emerald green moss. "Greetings, little squirrel," the face in the puddle said with a chuckle. "I am Glimmer, the guardian of the enchanted pool." Nutmeg's heart skipped a beat. She had heard tales of Glimmer, the mischievous yet benevolent spirit of the forest, who was known for his magical antics. "Hello, Glimmer," Nutmeg replied, her voice full of awe. "What brings you here to our village?" Glimmer's eyes twinkled even more brightly. "I have a little conundrum for you, my dear Nutmeg," he said. "It seems that the colors of the forest are fading, and soon everything will turn to shades of gray if we don't find a way to restore them." Nutmeg gasped. The thought of her beloved forest losing its vibrancy was too much to bear. "How can I help?" she asked earnestly. Glimmer grinned. "You must gather the hues of happiness," he explained. "These are hidden in the hearts of the forest creatures. With their joy, we can paint the world anew." Determined to save her home, Nutmeg set off on an adventure, her rainbow tail fluttering behind her like a banner of hope. Her first stop was the burrow of Pip, the perky hedgehog who loved to bake. Pip was known for his warm, cinnamon-scented pastries that filled the air with sweetness. "Hello, Pip," Nutmeg called as she approached. "I need your help to bring back the colors of the forest." Pip, who was busy dusting sugar over a freshly baked batch of acorn muffins, paused and listened as Nutmeg explained the situation. "Well, I do believe my happiness is right here in my baking," Pip said with a thoughtful nod. He handed Nutmeg a warm muffin, its golden crust glowing with a buttery sheen. "Take this with you. It's filled with the joy of creation." With Pip's gift tucked safely in her satchel, Nutmeg continued her journey. Next, she visited Luna, the graceful deer with antlers that seemed to capture the silver light of the moon. Luna was often found in the glade, dancing to the melody of the wind. "Luna, I need your joy to save the forest," Nutmeg implored, watching as Luna twirled with elegance. Luna paused in her dance and approached Nutmeg, her eyes gentle and wise. "My joy is in the dance, in the freedom of movement," Luna said softly. She gifted Nutmeg a single, shimmering petal from a moonflower, which glowed with a soft luminescence. "This carries the essence of my joy," she explained. Nutmeg thanked Luna and continued her quest, her satchel now filled with both the warmth of Pip's baking and the ethereal glow of Luna's petal. Her final stop was the burbling brook where Finn, the mischievous fox, loved to play. Finn was known for his clever tricks and his laughter, which was as contagious as it was melodic. "Finn, I need the laughter of the forest," Nutmeg called out as she reached the brook. Finn, who was attempting to catch his reflection in the rippling water, looked up with a grin. "Ah, Nutmeg, what a delightful mission you're on," he said, his eyes sparkling. "My laughter is my gift to you." He tossed a small, clear stone to Nutmeg, which seemed to hum with a light, joyous energy. With her satchel now holding the essence of happiness from her friends, Nutmeg hurried back to the enchanted pool. Glimmer's face appeared once more in the water, looking on with anticipation. "Have you gathered the hues of happiness?" he asked. Nutmeg nodded and carefully placed Pip's muffin, Luna's petal, and Finn's stone into the water. As she did, the pool erupted in a burst of color and light, each hue more vibrant than the last. The colors swirled and danced, weaving together to form a tapestry of beauty that spread throughout the forest. Slowly, the colors returned to Whimsy Woods, more brilliant and alive than ever before. The leaves glistened with a fresh emerald green, the flowers bloomed in every shade imaginable, and the sky seemed to sing with hues of azure and gold. Glimmer laughed, his voice echoing with joy. "Well done, Nutmeg. You have saved the heart of the forest with your kindness and the joy of your friends." Nutmeg beamed with pride, her rainbow tail shimmering brighter than ever. She had learned that true magic came from the happiness shared among friends and the love they held for their home. As the sun began to set, casting a warm, golden glow over Whimsy Woods, Nutmeg returned to her cozy treehouse. She snuggled into her bed of soft moss, her heart full of contentment. Outside, the forest was alive with the colors of joy, a testament to the power of friendship and creativity. And so, with a smile on her face and the warmth of the forest around her, Nutmeg drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that as long as there were friends to share in the wonder, Whimsy Woods would always remain a place of magic and delight. And thus ends our tale of whimsy and wonder, where colors dance and laughter echoes, leaving dreams as sweet as Pip's pastries and as bright as Nutmeg's shimmering tail. Story 54. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had always been content scurrying among the towering oak trees, gathering acorns and nestling cozily in her tree hollow. Change was something she avoided at all costs. One crisp autumn day, as Hazel was foraging for her winter stores, she noticed a strange seed she had never seen before. It glowed with a gentle golden light and seemed to pulse with energy. Curious but cautious, Hazel decided to take the peculiar seed back to her hollow. That night, as Hazel drifted off to sleep, the seed began to tremble. Suddenly, it cracked open, and from within emerged a tiny sapling with leaves that shimmered like gemstones. The sapling grew at an astonishing rate, its roots stretching and its branches unfurling until it filled Hazel's entire hollow with its radiant foliage. Hazel awoke with a start, her eyes wide with wonder and fear. "Beau, what is happening?" she squeaked, her heart pounding. Just then, a wise old owl named Gwendolyn swooped in, her feathers ruffling gently. "Fear not, little one," Gwendolyn cooed. "This is no ordinary tree. It is a manifestation of your inner growth and potential." Hazel tilted her head, perplexed. "But I don't understand. I've never wanted to change or grow. I've always been happy just as I am," Gwendolyn hooted softly. "Growth is not something to fear, Hazel. It is a natural part of life's journey, and it brings forth beauty and wisdom." Just then, a playful young rabbit named Wilbur hopped into the hollow, his nose twitching with delight. "Wow, Hazel, your tree is simply marvelous. You must have a heart filled with courage and wonder for it to be so vibrant." Hazel wrung her paws nervously. "But I don't feel courageous or wondrous. I just feel small and scared." Gwendolyn nuzzled Hazel with her wing. "That is precisely why this tree has come to you. It is a reflection of the growth and transformation that awaits you, if only you have the courage to embrace it." Over the following days and weeks, Hazel watched in awe as her magical tree continued to flourish and change. New blossoms unfurled, filling the air with sweet, intoxicating fragrances. Delicate vines twisted and curled, creating a living tapestry of emerald and amethyst hues. Wilbur would often visit, his boundless enthusiasm and curiosity prompting Hazel to explore her tree's ever-evolving wonders. Gwendolyn, too, would impart her wisdom, teaching Hazel to see the beauty in change and the importance of embracing new experiences. Slowly, gradually, Hazel's fear began to melt away, replaced by a sense of wonder and excitement. She realized that her tree was not something to be feared, but rather a representation of her own limitless potential for growth and transformation. One night, as Hazel nestled among the tree's glimmering branches, she felt a warm, golden light envelop her. She closed her eyes, and in that moment, she understood the true magic of her journey. It was not about becoming someone new, but about allowing her authentic self to blossom and flourish. From that day forward, Hazel embraced change with open arms, her heart filled with courage, and her mind open to the endless possibilities that life had to offer. Her magical tree became a symbol of her growth, its ever-changing beauty a reminder that transformation is a wondrous, ongoing process to be celebrated. And in the soft, whispering breezes of the enchanted forest, one could almost hear the gentle laughter of Hazel, Wilbur, and Gwendolyn, their voices intertwined in a harmonious song of friendship, growth, and the enduring magic of self-discovery. Story 55. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, whispering forest, there was a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of vibrant life, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages, and the air was perpetually fragrant with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of pine. The villagers lived harmoniously, tending to their gardens, sharing stories by the fireside, and reveling in the simple joys of life. In this village lived a young woman named Marin. Marin was known for her gentle heart and her love for the natural world. She had a special affinity for the forest that bordered the village, often spending her days wandering beneath its emerald canopy, listening to the songs of the birds and the rustle of the leaves. Yet, despite the beauty that surrounded her, Marin felt a restlessness within her, a yearning for something she could not quite name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and rose, Marin sat alone by the edge of the forest. She watched as the first stars began to twinkle, their reflections dancing upon the surface of a nearby pond. It was then that she felt the stirrings of a change she both feared and longed for, a change that whispered of growth and transformation. As Marin pondered these thoughts, a soft rustle broke the stillness of the evening. From the shadows emerged an elderly woman draped in a cloak of deep green, her wise eyes twinkling like the stars above. This was Granny Wren, the village's beloved storyteller and herbalist, known for her gentle wisdom and the subtle magic that seemed to linger in her presence. "Good evening, Marin," Granny Wren greeted, her voice as soothing as a summer breeze. "The forest seems to be calling to you." Marin nodded, her gaze still fixed on the pond. "I feel a change coming, Granny Wren, yet I do not know what it is or how to embrace it." Granny Wren settled beside her, the folds of her cloak whispering against the grass. "Change often comes quietly, like the turning of the seasons. It can be unsettling, but it is also a gift, a chance to discover new parts of yourself." As they spoke, the moon rose higher, casting silver light upon the forest, and something magical began to unfold. The fireflies, which usually danced among the trees, gathered around Marin and Granny Wren, their tiny lights swirling in an enchanting display. "Ah," Granny Wren remarked with a soft chuckle, "it seems the fireflies have come to lend their light to your journey." With a gentle smile, she reached into her cloak and produced a small, intricately carved box. "This is for you, Marin. It holds a seed of potential. Plant it in the forest, nurture it, and let it teach you about transformation." Marin took the box, feeling the smooth, cool wood beneath her fingers. "Thank you, Granny Wren. I will do as you say." In the days that followed, Marin devoted herself to tending to the seed. She found a peaceful glade within the forest, where sunlight filtered through the leaves in golden beams. There she planted the seed, watering it with care and whispering gentle words of encouragement. As the seed began to sprout, its growth mirrored Marin's own journey. The tiny shoot pushed through the soil, reaching for the sun, its leaves unfurling in vibrant shades of green. Each day, Marin marveled at its transformation, finding solace and strength in its resilience. Alongside Marin were her friends, who supported her with kind words and laughter. There was Rowan, the baker with a heart as warm as his freshly baked bread, and Xyla, the painter whose brush captured the colors of the forest. Together, they reminded Marin of the beauty in friendship and the power of community. One afternoon, as Marin sat beside the now thriving plant, she noticed something extraordinary. The plant was not just a plant. It had begun to bloom, its flowers unfurling in a cascade of iridescent hues. The petals shimmered like the wings of butterflies, and as they caught the light, they cast a gentle glow that seemed to envelop the grove in magic. In that moment, Marin understood the lesson the forest had been teaching her. Just as the seed had transformed, so too could she embrace change and grow into something beautiful and new. She realized that change was not to be feared, but cherished, for it was through change that she could discover her true self. With this newfound understanding, Marin's restlessness began to fade, replaced by a sense of peace and purpose. She knew that, like the forest, she was a part of something much larger, a cycle of growth and renewal that would continue to unfold. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Marin shared her story with others, guiding them through their own transformations. She became a beacon of hope and wisdom, her journey a testament to the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, beneath the whispering trees and the starlit sky, Marin found her place, not just as a part of the forest, but as a part of the world, ever growing, ever changing, ever blossoming into something new. And as the fireflies danced around her, their light weaving through the night, Marin knew that she was home, in the heart of the forest, where magic and transformation were as natural as the rising sun. Story 56. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed lullabies with the breeze and the moon sprinkled silver dust on the leaves, there was a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The cottages were nestled snugly between the towering oaks and maples, their chimneys puffing out gentle curls of smoke that carried the scent of pine and cinnamon into the night air. Lanterns flickered warmly in every window, casting a golden glow that welcomed all who wandered by. In this village lived a young girl named Mara, who had eyes as bright as polished amber and hair that danced like the flames in the hearth. Mara was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the sun-kissed meadows. Her best friend was a small, mischievous fox named Thistle, with fur that shimmered like autumn leaves. Together, they roamed the woods, uncovering its secrets and sharing whispers with the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as the stars began to twinkle like diamonds scattered across the sky, Mara noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly at the village square, had stopped ticking. Its hands were frozen at midnight, and no one could remember hearing it chime at all that day. The villagers were puzzled, for the clock tower had been a faithful keeper of time for as long as anyone could remember. Mara, with Thistle trotting at her heels, decided to investigate. She wrapped herself in a cloak of deep burgundy, its edges lined with soft, silvery fur, and set off toward the clock tower. The air was crisp with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of frost, and the moon hung low, watching with quiet curiosity. As they approached the tower, Mara noticed the air was filled with an unusual stillness, as if the world was holding its breath. She pushed open the heavy oak door, which creaked softly, and stepped inside. The clock tower's interior was a marvel of cogs and gears, all intricately woven together in a dance of mechanics and magic. But now they stood silent, like a grand orchestra waiting for the conductor's cue. Thistle sniffed around, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "There's something odd here, Mara," he said in his soft, whispery voice. "Can't you feel it?" Mara nodded, her fingers brushing against the cool metal of the clock's machinery. "It's as if something is missing," she mused, her eyes scanning the room. Just then, a gentle voice echoed from the shadows. "You are quite right, young ones." Emerging from behind the grand pendulum was an elderly owl named Eldrin, known throughout the woods for his wisdom and kindness. His feathers were a tapestry of midnight blue and silver, and his eyes held the glow of ancient stars. "Eldrin!" Mara exclaimed with a smile. "Do you know what might have happened here?" Eldrin nodded, his eyes twinkling with knowledge. "The heart of the clock is a magical crystal, a gift from the forest herself. It has been taken, and without it, time cannot move." Thistle's ears perked up, and he asked, "Who would take such a thing?" "The crystal holds the magic of the woods, a gentle power that nourishes the land," Eldrin explained. "I fear someone may have taken it, not out of malice, but in desperation." Mara's heart ached at the thought. "Then we must help them, whoever they are. How can we find the crystal?" Eldrin spread his wings, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "You must follow the whispers of the wind and the songs of the river. They will guide you to where the crystal rests." With Eldrin's guidance, Mara and Thistle set out on their quest. The night was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of a barn owl. The moon lit their path as they ventured deeper into the forest, where the shadows danced playfully among the trees. As they walked, Mara listened carefully to the whispers of the wind, which spoke in a language only those with open hearts could understand. Thistle, with his keen senses, caught the scent of something floral and sweet, like the blossoms of spring. "The river," Thistle said, bounding ahead. "I can hear its song." Sure enough, the gentle murmur of the river reached their ears, a melody of water over stone, soothing and eternal. They followed its course until they came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center, the river pooled into a small, shimmering lake, and on a rock by the water's edge sat a familiar figure. It was a young boy named Rowan, with eyes as green as the forest canopy and a gentle smile that spoke of kindness. He held the crystal in his hands, its glow reflecting in his eyes. Mara and Thistle approached him quietly, sensing the boy's need for solitude. "Rowan," Mara said softly, not wanting to startle him. "We were worried when the clock stopped. Is everything all right?" Rowan looked up, and his expression was one of both relief and sorrow. I didn't mean to cause trouble," he confessed, his voice barely a whisper above the river's song. "I borrowed the crystal hoping it would help heal the land around my family's farm. The crops have been failing, and I thought perhaps the magic could help." Mara sat beside him, her heart aching with understanding. "Rowan, the forest's magic is meant for all to share, but not to keep as our own. It must flow freely to nourish the land, just as the river flows to the sea." Rowan nodded, tears glistening in his eyes. "I see that now. I only wanted to help." Thistle nuzzled Rowan's hand with his soft nose. "And you still can. By returning the crystal, you restore the balance, and the forest will find a way to help you and your family." With gentle hands, Rowan placed the crystal back in its velvet pouch, and together they made their way back to the clock tower. The night seemed warmer now, as if the forest itself was sighing in relief. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky in hues of pink and gold, they returned the crystal to its rightful place. The clock tower's gears began to hum and whir, and soon the familiar ticking filled the air, a comforting rhythm that soothed the village awake. Eldrin watched with a knowing smile as the clock chimed, its melodious notes echoing across the village. "Thank you, young ones," he said, his voice a gentle caress. "You have restored the harmony of the woods." Rowan smiled, his heart lighter than it had been in days. "Thank you, Mara, Thistle, and Eldrin. I will never forget what you've taught me." As the morning sun warmed the earth, Mara and Thistle returned home, their hearts full of the joy that comes from friendship and understanding. The village of Willowbrook awoke to a new day, unaware of the quiet mystery that had unfolded in the night, but grateful for the warmth of the sun and the ticking of the clock. And so, as the whispering woods sang with life, and the river flowed with stories untold, the village nestled in its embrace, safe and content, knowing that kindness and wisdom would always light their way. Story 57. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets to the wind and the dappled sunlight danced across the forest floor, there lay a hidden world, known only to those who listened with their hearts. This was a place where the veil between reality and magic was as thin as the gossamer threads spun by the resident spiders, and where the creatures of the wood lived in harmonious balance with the seasons. As dawn broke, painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, a gentle stirring woke the forest. The crisp scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of dew-kissed leaves, and the air was alive with the soft chorus of birdsong. Among these woodland denizens was a wise old owl named Olin, whose feathers were as soft as the finest velvet, and whose eyes held the deep wisdom of many moons. Olin perched upon a sturdy branch of his favorite oak, his keen gaze sweeping over the forest below. He had lived long enough to witness the subtle shifts of the earth's breath, the rhythm of life that ebbed and flowed with the seasons. As the guardian of knowledge, he was entrusted with the stories of the forest, tales woven through generations, passed from beak to ear, paw to paw. The forest was a living tapestry of life, where every creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest stag, played a vital role in the grand design. Yet, the forest's harmony was not without its challenges, for as the cyclical dance of nature unfolded, the creatures had to adapt, learning the subtle art of balance and respect for the world they called home. One such challenge arose with the arrival of the first frost, heralding the transition from autumn's golden embrace to winter's silvery cloak. The days grew shorter, and the forest's vibrant hues faded to muted tones. The chill in the air was sharp and invigorating, carrying with it the promise of change. Beneath the forest canopy, a family of squirrels busied themselves, their bushy tails flicking as they scurried about, gathering the last of the acorns before the snow fell. The squirrels worked tirelessly, their small paws deftly burying treasures beneath the roots of the ancient trees, ensuring a bounty for the lean months to come. Nearby, a gentle deer named Phelan grazed on the remnants of summer's lush bounty. Her coat was thickening against the cold, and her eyes, deep and gentle, reflected the quiet wisdom of the forest. Phelan had known this forest all her life, her senses attuned to its rhythms and changes. As the frost deepened its hold, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. A shimmering mist arose from the forest floor, curling like tendrils of smoke around the trees. It was a magical occurrence, one that happened only once in a generation, a rare dance of nature that signaled a profound change was coming. The mist, imbued with the essence of the forest's spirits, was a beacon that called the creatures together. It was a time for unity, for sharing knowledge and strength, and for passing down the wisdom that would guide them through the winter's trials. Olan, with his wings spread wide, took flight, his silhouette a graceful shadow against the pale morning sky. He gathered the creatures, inviting them to the ancient circle, a clearing at the heart of the forest where the oldest of trees stood sentinel. As the animals gathered, the mist swirled around them, casting an ethereal glow. The air was filled with the soft rustle of fur, the gentle clink of antlers, and the quiet murmurs of anticipation. It was here, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks, that the stories of the forest would be shared and the wisdom of the ages passed on. Olan began to speak, his voice a soothing balm that wrapped around the listeners like a warm blanket. The forest has seen many winters, he intoned, his words carrying the weight of history. And with each season we learn, we grow, and we remember. The mist is a gift, a reminder of the magic that dwells within us and around us. He spoke of the interconnectedness of all life, how the survival of one depended on the care and respect of the other. He told tales of seasons past, of challenges faced and overcome, and of the enduring spirit of the forest. Phelan listened intently, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging and purpose. She understood the importance of these stories, the lessons they held, and the responsibility to carry them forward. As the gathering continued, the creatures shared their own stories, each adding a thread to the rich tapestry of the forest's history. The squirrels spoke of their tireless work, their determination to prepare for the coming cold. The birds sang of their journeys, the vast skies they had traversed, and the beauty they had witnessed. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the clearing, a gentle snow began to fall. The flakes drifted softly, settling on fur and feather, a quiet promise of the winter to come. Yet, within the circle, there was warmth, a shared understanding, and a bond that transcended the chill of the season. The gathering concluded with a song, a harmonious blend of voices that rose to the treetops and beyond, a tribute to the forest and all its inhabitants. It was a melody of hope, of unity, and of the enduring magic that dwelled within them all. As the creatures dispersed, returning to their homes and preparations, Phelan lingered a moment longer. She gazed at the mist, now fading with the setting sun, and felt a profound sense of gratitude for the forest, for its beauty and its lessons. With a gentle nod to Olan, who watched over the clearing with a wise and knowing gaze, Phelan turned and made her way back through the snow-dusted trees. Her heart was light, her spirit lifted by the knowledge that she was part of something much greater, a timeless dance of life and magic, woven through the seasons and the ages. And as the forest settled into the quiet hush of winter's embrace, the creatures nestled into their burrows, their nests, and their dens, their hearts warmed by the stories and the wisdom shared beneath the ancient oaks. The forest, ever watchful and wise, cradled them in its gentle arms, a sanctuary of peace and harmony, where the whisper of the wind carried the promise of spring's return. Story 58. In a village nestled at the edge of whispering woods, where the leaves rustled with secrets and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was as ordinary as any boy you might find. His hair was a tangle of chestnut curls, and his eyes sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 stars. Yet, there was something different about him, something that the villagers couldn't quite place but knew was special all the same. Finn's days were filled with the simple joys of village life, helping his father with the sheep, trailing after his mother at the market, and playing with the other children in the bustling square. But his nights were something else entirely. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, Finn would slip away into the woods, drawn by a mysterious, invisible call. In those quiet moments when the world was hushed and the shadows stretched long and thin, Finn would wander deeper into the forest than anyone else dared to go. There, amidst the ancient oaks and whispering pines, he would find himself in a place that seemed almost alive, a hidden world within the natural environment that thrummed with magic and possibility. It was on one such evening, as the cool breeze kissed his cheeks and the first stars winked into existence, that Finn stumbled upon a peculiar object lying half-buried beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. It was a stone, smooth and round, not much larger than a robin's egg, with a strange luminescence that seemed to pulse in time with the beating of his heart. Gently, he picked it up, feeling an electric thrill course through his fingers as he turned it over in his hand. "What are you?" Finn whispered, his voice barely a breath above the rustle of the leaves. The stone didn't answer in words, but in his mind, Finn sensed a beckoning, a promise of adventure and discovery that was impossible to resist. He slipped the stone into his pocket and began the journey back home, his heart light with excitement and curiosity. The next morning, Finn awoke with a start. His dreams had been filled with fantastical images, shimmering waterfalls, creatures of light and shadow, and a path that twisted through the heart of the forest like a silver ribbon. As he dressed and ran down the stairs, the stone felt warm against his leg, as if urging him to set out and explore the wonders it had shown him. After breakfast, Finn made his way to the village square, where he met his best friend, Lyra. Lyra was a spirited girl with hair the color of autumn leaves and a smile that could chase away the dreariest of days. She was the only one who knew of Finn's nightly escapades and shared his belief in the magic of the world. "Finn, you look like you've seen a ghost," Lyra teased, noticing the dreamy look in his eyes. "Not a ghost," Finn replied with a grin, "but maybe something even better." He pulled the stone from his pocket and held it out for her to see. Lyra's eyes widened and she reached out to touch it. "Where did you find this?" "In the woods last night," Finn said. "I think it wants us to follow it." Lyra studied the stone, her face thoughtful. "Then what are we waiting for?" With the stone guiding them, Finn and Lyra set off towards the forest, their footsteps light with the thrill of adventure. The path was familiar at first, winding between towering trees and over moss-covered rocks. But soon, the landscape began to change, subtly at first, and then more dramatically. The air grew thicker, charged with an energy that made their skin tingle, and the light took on a golden quality, as if filtered through an unseen veil. "Do you feel it?" Lyra asked, her voice hushed with wonder. Finn nodded, his eyes wide. "It's like we're walking into a dream." The path led them deeper into the woods, to a place where the trees grew impossibly tall, and their roots twisted like ancient serpents. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. And then, as they rounded a bend, they saw it, a glen bathed in sunlight, where the air shimmered with 1,000 tiny lights, like stars that had fallen to earth. In the center of the glen stood a tree, unlike any other, its bark a rich, dark green, and its leaves a cascade of silver. It was here that the stone's glow intensified, resonating with the tree in a way that was almost musical. "Finn, look!" Lyra gasped, pointing to the base of the tree. There, nestled among the roots, was a door, a small, intricately carved door that seemed as if it had been waiting for them all along. With a shared glance of wonder and excitement, they approached the door. Finn reached out and turned the handle, feeling the stone pulse warmly in his pocket as the door swung open with a creak. What lay beyond was a world of marvels and mysteries. They stepped through the doorway and found themselves in a vast underground cavern, the ceiling glittering with luminous stalactites that cast a gentle glow over everything. The air was rich with the scent of earth and flowers, and the sound of water trickling softly in the distance. As they ventured deeper into this hidden realm, they encountered creatures of every kind, creatures they had only imagined in stories. There were tiny, winged sprites that darted through the air like living jewels, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Gentle, dew-eyed deer with coats of gold and silver grazed in the shadows, and wise old owls with eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe watched from the branches above. Finn and Lyra marveled at everything they saw, their hearts full of wonder and joy. But it was not long before they realized that this magical world was facing a dire threat. The light that filled the cavern was beginning to fade, and a sense of unease hung heavy in the air. It was then that they met the guardian of the glade, an ancient, gentle creature with eyes the color of the sky before a storm. The guardian explained that the magic of the glen was waning, caused by a deep imbalance in the natural world. The stone that Finn had found was a key to restoring harmony, but it required the courage and kindness of those who truly believed in magic. "You are the chosen ones," the guardian said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "Together, you must journey to the heart of the forest and awaken the sleeping light." Finn and Lyra exchanged a determined glance. They knew that this was a task they could not refuse, for the magic of the world was something they both cherished deeply. With the stone as their guide, they set off once more, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the cavern. The journey was not easy. They faced many challenges, from steep cliffs and rushing rivers to dark, tangled thickets that seemed to close in around them. But Finn and Lyra were undeterred, their resolve strengthened by their friendship and the knowledge that they were fighting for something greater than themselves. Along the way, they encountered others who joined their quest. A wise old fox who served as their guide through the trickier paths, and a family of songbirds whose melodies lifted their spirits when the way seemed darkest. With each new friend they made, Finn and Lyra felt their hearts grow lighter, buoyed by the strength of their shared purpose. Finally, after many days of travel, they reached the heart of the forest, a place of breathtaking beauty and profound peace. Here, surrounded by trees that whispered ancient secrets and flowers that glowed with an inner light, they found the source of the magic, a radiant pool of water, perfectly still and shimmering with colors that defied description. As they approached the pool, the stone in Finn's pocket began to glow with a brilliance that rivaled the sun. Slowly, gently, he placed the stone at the water's edge. The moment it touched the surface, a ripple spread outwards, and a warm golden light began to pulse from the depths. In that instant, the forest came alive with color and sound. The trees unfurled their leaves, the flowers danced in the breeze, and the creatures of the glen sang a song of joy and renewal. The magic had been restored, and the balance returned to the world. Finn and Lyra watched in awe, their hearts full to bursting with happiness and wonder. They had done it. They had saved the hidden world and preserved the magic that was so dear to them. As they made their way back to the village, they knew that they would never be quite the same. The journey had changed them, opened their eyes to the beauty and mystery of the world, and taught them the true power of friendship and belief. And though they returned to their ordinary lives, the stone's glow a gentle reminder of their adventure. They carried with them the knowledge that magic was always there, waiting to be discovered, just beyond the edge of what was known. In the quiet moments, when the night was still and the stars shone brightly above, Finn and Lyra would often find themselves back at the edge of the whispering woods, listening to the secrets carried on the wind. And in those moments, they knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, guided by the light of their hearts and the magic of the world. And so, as the village slept and the forest whispered its timeless song, Finn and Lyra's story continued. A story of friendship, adventure, and the wondrous power of believing in the impossible. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a small, cozy village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a sparkling azure sea, there lived a curious young girl named Clara. Clara had an adventurous heart and a mind brimming with questions, always eager to discover the mysteries of the world beyond her home. Her days were spent wandering through the golden fields, her imagination soaring as high as the larks singing above. One misty morning, as the first rays of dawn gently kissed the dewdrops on the grass, Clara awoke with a peculiar feeling. It was as if the wind itself whispered secrets only she could hear. Feeling a pull she could not resist, she set out on a new path that led towards the ancient forest at the edge of the village, a place of wonder and legend. The forest was unlike any Clara had seen before. The trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves shimmering with hues of emerald and silver, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As she walked deeper into the woods, the air filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the soft rustle of unseen creatures. The sunlight filtered through the canopy above, creating a mosaic of light and shadow that danced playfully at her feet. As Clara ventured further, she noticed the forest was alive with whispers and songs, as if welcoming her arrival. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a glade bathed in ethereal light. At its center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches stretched towards the sky like arms reaching for the stars. Around the tree gathered a host of whimsical creatures, some with wings like stained glass, others with fur that glimmered like moonlit water. Among them was a small, gentle creature with eyes like sapphires and fur as soft as silk. It approached Clara cautiously, its curiosity matching her own. "Welcome, brave traveler," it spoke, its voice like a melody woven into the wind. "I am Leora, guardian of this enchanted grove. Few have ventured this far, but those who do are welcomed as friends." Clara smiled warmly, feeling an instant kinship with Leora. "Thank you, Leora," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I have always dreamed of finding a place as magical as this." Leora nodded, and the creatures around them watched with interest, their eyes twinkling like stars. "This forest holds many secrets," Leora continued, "but every journey here is a journey of discovery, not just of the world, but of oneself." As they talked, Leora led Clara through the grove, showing her wonders that seemed straight from the pages of a fairy tale. They saw butterflies that painted the air with their colorful dances, streams that sang with the laughter of water, and flowers that glowed softly in the dusky light. Each sight filled Clara's heart with joy and a sense of belonging she had never known. But not all was peaceful. As they wandered, a gentle challenge awaited them. A great river, wide and swift, blocked their path. Its waters roared, a symphony of power and grace. Clara hesitated, unsure of how to cross. Leora, sensing her doubt, smiled reassuringly. "Courage is not the absence of fear, dear Clara, but the will to continue despite it." Inspired by Leora's words, Clara took a deep breath and searched for a way. She noticed a series of stepping stones, partially hidden beneath the rushing water. With careful steps and Leora's guidance, she crossed the river, her heart pounding with both fear and excitement. Each step was a testament to her newfound courage, a reminder of her strength and determination. On the other side, Clara felt a sense of triumph and joy. She had faced the river and emerged victorious, not just through bravery, but with the help of her new friend. Together they continued their journey, exploring the wonders of the forest until the sky blushed with the colors of dusk. As the day drew to a close, Leora led Clara back to the edge of the forest. "Every journey has its beginning and end," Leora said softly. "But the courage you found today will stay with you, wherever you may go." Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and friendship. "Thank you, Leora," she said, her voice carrying the warmth of the setting sun. "I will never forget this day, and I will carry your wisdom with me always." With a gentle farewell, Clara stepped back onto the path towards her village, the memories of her enchanted adventure glowing brightly within her. As she walked, the wind whispered once more, not of secrets and mysteries, but of the courage born from exploration and the friendships found along the way. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Clara returned home, her heart alight with the magic of the forest and the warmth of newfound courage. She knew that wherever her dreams might lead, she would always have the strength to follow them, guided by the gentle wisdom of her whimsical friends and the enchanting place she had discovered. And so, under the soft glow of the moon, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the forest and the promise of new adventures yet to come. Story 60. In a forest untouched by time, where the whisper of the wind spoke secrets of ages past, there lived a community of creatures that thrived beneath the canopy of towering oaks and whispering pines. This forest was a place where sunlight filtered softly through the leaves, dancing patterns upon the forest floor, and the air was rich with the earthy scent of moss and wildflowers. Among the inhabitants was a wise old tortoise named Mervyn, known for his slow, deliberate manner and the vast knowledge he carried. His shell bore the markings of countless years, each groove a story of seasons come and gone. Mervyn was the keeper of the forest's history, sharing tales of balance and harmony with all who would listen. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves blazed with hues of amber and gold, a young squirrel named Nissa scampered to Mervyn's favorite resting spot, a flat rock warmed by the sun. Her eyes were wide with curiosity, her bushy tail flicking with excitement. "Mervyn," she chattered, her voice a bright note in the tranquil morning, "I overheard the wind speaking last night. It told of a storm that could upset the balance of our forest. Is it true?" Mervyn looked at Nissa with gentle eyes, smiling at her eager spirit. "The wind carries many tales, my dear," he said, his voice a deep rumble like distant thunder. "But fear not, our forest has stood through countless storms and will endure many more. It is the harmony we maintain that keeps us strong." Nissa's whiskers twitched with worry. "But what if the storm is too strong? What can we do?" Mervyn paused, his gaze sweeping over the sun-dappled glen where creatures of all kinds gathered to listen. "There is wisdom in the cycles of nature," he began. "The leaves fall to make way for new growth, the rains cleanse the earth, and the winds spread seeds far and wide. Each element has its role, just as we all do." As his words settled over the gathering, a light breeze stirred, rustling the leaves with a soft sigh. The creatures exchanged looks of understanding and nodded to one another. They knew that their strength lay in their unity, in the bonds that tied them together as a community. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with shades of pink and orange, the creatures busied themselves preparing for the storm. Birds wove extra twigs into their nests, rabbits reinforced their burrows, and Nissa collected acorns, storing them safely in the hollow of an old tree. That night, as the forest slept under a blanket of stars, the storm arrived. The wind howled through the branches, and rain fell in torrents, drumming a rhythm against the earth. But within the heart of the forest, a magical phenomenon unfolded. The ancient trees, guardians of the woodland, began to glow softly, their roots intertwining to form a protective barrier. Nissa, peering out from her snug den, watched in awe as the forest itself seemed to come alive with a gentle luminescence. The light was warm and soothing, casting a serene glow that illuminated the harmony of life within. When morning broke, the storm had passed, leaving behind a fresh, glistening world. The air was crisp and clear, carrying the scent of rain and renewal. The creatures emerged from their shelters, blinking in the bright light of the new day. "Mervyn was right," Nissa murmured, her heart swelling with gratitude and wonder. "The forest is more than just our home, it is part of us, as we are part of it." Mervyn, his shell glistening with morning dew, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, young one, the forest teaches us that strength comes not from resisting change but from embracing it, understanding that every storm brings the promise of growth." The creatures of the forest gathered once more, celebrating their resilience and the harmony that bound them together. And though the storm had tested their unity, it had also reaffirmed it, strengthening the ties of friendship and trust. As days turned to weeks and the forest prepared for the quiet sleep of winter, Mervyn continued to share his wisdom, stories of ancient times woven with lessons of harmony and balance. And Nissa, ever curious and eager to learn, listened intently, carrying these tales forward, ensuring that the legacy of their enchanted forest would endure for generations to come. Thus, in the heart of the forest where magic and reality entwined, life continued in its graceful rhythm, a testament to the enduring power of nature and the gentle wisdom of those who called it home. Story 61. Once upon a time, in a cozy village, nestled deep within the ancient wildwood forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though the village was small, it was a place of wonder, where every tree seemed to whisper secrets of the natural world. It was here that Willow's grandmother, a wise woman known for her knowledge of the forest's magic, gifted her with a most extraordinary object, a luminous acorn that glowed like a tiny lantern. "This acorn holds the seeds of great adventures, my dear," her grandmother had said, her eyes twinkling with mystery. "Guard it well, for when the time is right, it will guide you towards a hidden world unlike any you've ever known." Willow treasured the acorn, carrying it with her wherever she went, but its true power remained a mystery. Until one fateful night, when a sudden storm swept through the village, unleashing a torrent of rain and howling winds. Willow awoke to find her beloved acorn pulsing with a warm, golden light, beckoning her to follow its radiant trail into the heart of the forest. Curiosity and a sense of adventure stirred within her, and Willow heeded the acorn's call, stepping into the damp undergrowth. The further she ventured, the brighter the acorn shone, illuminating a path that seemed to defy the boundaries of the familiar forest. Gnarled roots twisted and turned, forming archways adorned with glittering mushrooms, while clusters of glowing fireflies danced among the ancient boughs. At last, the acorn's light led Willow to a towering oak tree, its trunk so massive that it seemed to stretch into the very heavens. And there, nestled within a hollow at its base, was a doorway unlike any Willow had ever seen. It was carved with intricate symbols and runes that seemed to shimmer and swirl with each passing moment. Tentatively, Willow reached out and traced the patterns with her fingertips, and the doorway sprang to life, swinging open to reveal a breathtaking sight. A hidden world within the forest, teeming with life and magic beyond her wildest dreams. Willow stepped through the threshold, her eyes wide with wonder, and found herself in a lush, verdant glade bathed in warm, golden light. Towering trees with bark of deepest amber reached towards a canopy of emerald leaves that filtered the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of color. Crystalline streams trickled over mossy rocks, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the melodic songs of creatures Willow had never seen before. As she explored this enchanting realm, Willow encountered beings that defied explanation. Tiny winged fairies that darted among the blossoms, their laughter like tinkling bells. Wise-eyed owls that seemed to impart ancient knowledge with a single, solemn blink. And a mischievous forest sprite, its form ever shifting like the dappled shadows, who became Willow's most unexpected friend and guide. Together they embarked on a journey through this wondrous world, uncovering secrets and mysteries that challenged Willow's understanding of the natural order. They followed glimmering trails that led them to hidden groves where ancient tree spirits dwelled, their bark-like skin etched with the stories of eons past. They explored crystalline caverns where luminous fungi cast a soft, ethereal glow, revealing intricate formations sculpted by time and magic. Yet, for all its beauty and wonder, this hidden realm was not without its perils. Willow and her sprite companion found themselves embroiled in a quest to unravel a sinister mystery that threatened to unbalance the delicate harmony of the forest. A dark force was spreading, withering once vibrant foliage and corrupting the very essence of nature itself. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the hidden world, where they discovered a forgotten temple, its crumbling walls adorned with faded frescoes that hinted at a powerful artifact, a talisman imbued with the primal forces of growth and renewal. Guided by whispers from the ancient tree spirits, they delved into long-abandoned chambers, navigating treacherous traps and puzzles that tested their courage and wit. At last, after overcoming countless obstacles, Willow and her sprite companion emerged triumphant, the long-lost talisman in hand. With its power, they were able to restore balance to the hidden realm, banishing the dark force and allowing new life to flourish once more. But Willow's journey was not merely one of adventure and discovery. It was a transformative experience that forever changed her perception of the world. Through her friendship with the mischievous sprite and the wisdom imparted by the ancient beings she encountered, Willow learned invaluable lessons about the interconnectedness of all living things, the cycles of nature, and the importance of respecting the delicate balance that sustains our world. As she stood before the shimmering doorway, ready to return to her village with newfound knowledge and a heart filled with wonder, Willow understood that the magic of the hidden world, was not confined to its boundaries. It flowed through every leaf, every stream, every creature, a constant reminder of the beauty and fragility of the natural world that surrounds us all. And so, with the luminous acorn once more nestled safely in her pocket, Willow stepped back into the familiar forest, her eyes alight with the promise of sharing her incredible experiences and ensuring that the lessons she had learned would never be forgotten. For in that moment, she realized that the true magic lay not in the extraordinary realms beyond our sight, but in the ability to appreciate the wonders that exist all around us, if only we take the time to observe and cherish them. And with that realization, Willow's journey had only just begun. Story 62. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured tales of old and the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of pine and honey, there was a quaint little village named Evergreen Hollow. The village was nestled under a canopy of ancient oaks and birches, their branches stretching like protective arms over the thatched roofs of the cottages below. The residents of Evergreen Hollow lived in harmony with nature and shared their lives with a host of magical creatures. Among them were the moonlit fireflies, whose glow was said to bring sweet dreams, and the gentle breeze wisps, tiny creatures with gossamer wings that carried messages on the wind. Life in Evergreen Hollow was peaceful and predictable, until one crisp, starry night when something peculiar began to happen. The villagers awoke one morning to find that their beloved old clock tower, which stood at the center of the village square, had stopped. The clock tower was more than just a timekeeper. It was a symbol of unity and tradition, its chimes marking the passage of time with a comforting regularity. Now its hands were frozen at midnight, and the usual melody was replaced by an eerie silence. The villagers gathered around the base of the tower, their breath visible in the cool morning air. There was Mr. Thistle, the kind-hearted baker whose bread was always warm and fragrant, Miss Poppy, the librarian with a heart full of stories, and young Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. They all exchanged worried glances, their minds racing with questions. "I wonder what could have caused this," murmured Miss Poppy, her eyes scanning the tower's stone face. "It must be something unusual," replied Mr. Thistle, his brow furrowed. "The clock has never stopped before." Finn, whose eyes sparkled with the thrill of a mystery, suggested, "Perhaps we should investigate. There might be clues if we look closely enough." The villagers agreed, and so began their gentle quest to uncover the mystery of the frozen clock. As they explored, they were accompanied by the soothing rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets, which seemed to encourage their every step. Their first stop was the clock tower itself. Its ancient wooden door creaked open to reveal a spiral staircase that wound its way up to the clock's mechanism. The air inside was cool and filled with the scent of aged wood. Finn led the way, his small lantern casting a warm glow that danced upon the stone walls. As they reached the top, they found the clock's gears and cogs, a marvel of craftsmanship, but all was still. They examined each part carefully, their fingers tracing the intricate metalwork. It was then that Miss Poppy noticed something unusual, a single silver feather caught between two gears. "This is a feather from a star dove," she said softly, her voice filled with wonder. Star doves were rare creatures, known for their radiant feathers that shimmered like moonlight. But what would a star dove be doing here? Mr. Thistle, with his practical mind, suggested they ask the breeze wisps, who were known to have a keen sense of the forest and its happenings. So they ventured to the edge of the woods, where the breeze wisps often danced with the evening winds. The breeze wisps greeted them with gentle flutters, their wings sparkling in the twilight. They listened intently as Finn explained their predicament, and in return, the breeze wisps shared a soft melody that spoke of a star dove who had recently been seen in the area, seemingly lost and disoriented. Armed with this new piece of the puzzle, the villagers realized that the star dove might have sought refuge in the clock tower, inadvertently causing the mechanism to stop. But why was it here? Their next step was to seek the wisdom of Elder Moss, the oldest and wisest of the forest's inhabitants. Elder Moss was a great oak tree, whose roots ran deep and branches spread wide, offering shade and solace to all who sought it. As the villagers gathered around the base of the tree, they felt a gentle warmth, as if the tree itself was embracing them. Elder Moss's voice, slow and deep like the rumble of distant thunder, filled the air. A stardove, you say? They are creatures of the stars, guiding travelers by night. If one is lost, it may be because the stars have shifted. Elder Moss explained that sometimes, when the balance between nature and magic was disrupted, it could affect even the stars. The stardove may have lost its way due to such a change, he said. To restore the balance, the villagers needed to find the source of the disruption. Finn, ever observant, recalled how the village's river had been running a bit lower than usual. Perhaps there was a connection. The group followed the river upstream, their path illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies. Along the banks, they noticed the earth was drier than it should have been. As they continued, they discovered a large fallen branch obstructing the flow of a smaller tributary that fed into the river. Working together, with Finn leading the charge, they gently moved the branch aside. Instantly, the water began to flow freely, the river's gentle babble returning as a melody of harmony. As the water level rose, a soft breeze swept through the trees, and above them, the sky seemed to shimmer. In that moment, a stardove appeared, its feathers glowing with a celestial light. It circled above the villagers before landing softly beside them. With a grateful coo, the stardove left a trail of shimmering light as it took to the skies once more, its path now clear and true. The villagers returned to the clock tower, hopeful and filled with a sense of accomplishment. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow across the square, they heard a sound that filled their hearts with joy. The clock's chimes rang out once more, marking the hour with a familiar, comforting melody. The mystery was solved, not through haste or force, but through observation, cooperation, and a deep respect for the magic of their world. As the villagers gathered to celebrate under a canopy of twinkling stars, they felt a renewed connection to their home and to each other. And so Evergreen Hollow returned to its peaceful rhythm, the clock's steady ticking, a reminder of the harmony between time, nature, and magic. As the night deepened, the villagers drifted to sleep, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the whispering woods, dreaming of stardust and the gentle glow of friendship. Story 63 title, The Whispering Woods. In a quaint village nestled between the lush folds of the Whispering Woods, there lived a young girl named Xyla. The village was a place of timeless serenity, where the air was fragrant with the scent of blooming lavender and the gentle hum of bees. The villagers were a close-knit community, always ready with a warm smile and a helping hand. Yet despite the village's tranquility, tales of the Whispering Woods were whispered with both awe and caution. It was said that deep within the woods lay a hidden world, one that could only be revealed to those with the purest of hearts and the keenest of ears. Xyla, with her curious nature and gentle spirit, often found herself wandering along the edge of the forest, listening to the rustling leaves and the songs of the birds. Her grandmother had once told her that the woods were alive with stories, each tree holding secrets of the past and dreams of the future. Xyla believed in these stories with all her heart, and she longed to uncover the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of soft amber and pink, Xyla decided to venture a little further into the woods. The air was cool and inviting, and the light filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Xyla's footsteps were light, her heart full of anticipation and wonder. As she walked deeper into the woods, Xyla noticed a peculiar glimmer among the roots of an ancient oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed aside the fallen leaves and twigs. To her amazement, she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and leaves, and at its center was a shimmering emerald stone that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. Xyla's fingers tingled with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a simple, yet beautiful wooden whistle. It was smooth to the touch, and as she held it, she felt a comforting warmth spread through her fingers. The whistle seemed to hum softly, as if inviting her to play it. With a sense of reverence, Xyla brought the whistle to her lips and blew gently. The sound that emerged was unlike any she had ever heard, a melodious, enchanting tune that resonated with the very essence of the forest. The air around her shimmered, and Lila felt a gentle breeze caress her face, whispering secrets she could almost understand. Suddenly, the forest seemed to come alive. The leaves rustled with a soothing rhythm, and the creatures of the woods, rabbits, deer, and birds, appeared from their hiding places, drawn to the music. Lila's heart swelled with joy as she realized she was not alone. The forest was alive with friends waiting to be discovered. Among the gathering creatures was a small, silver-blue fox with eyes as bright as stars. It approached Lila with a cautious yet curious gaze. Lila knelt down and extended her hand in friendship. The fox, sensing her kindness, nuzzled her hand and sat by her side. As the music of the whistle faded into the evening air, the fox looked up at Lila with a knowing expression. It seemed to beckon her to follow, darting off into the depths of the forest. Lila hesitated for a moment, but the promise of adventure and discovery was too enticing to resist. With the whistle safely tucked in her pocket, Lila followed the fox deeper into the whispering woods. The forest around her was vibrant and alive, the trees whispering encouragement with every step. The path was winding and mysterious, but Lila felt a sense of belonging, as if she were meant to walk this path. As dusk settled over the woods, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the soft light of the moon. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its bark glistening like silver, and its branches adorned with luminous flowers that glowed like stars in the night sky. It was the heart of the forest, a place of magic and wonder that had been hidden from the world for centuries. The fox stopped at the base of the tree and turned to Lila, its eyes full of warmth and wisdom. Lila understood that she was in a place of great significance, a place where the stories of the forest were woven into the very fabric of existence. With a gentle breath, Lila raised the whistle to her lips once more and played a soft, lilting melody. The air around her vibrated with magic, and the luminous flowers began to dance, their light casting ethereal patterns on the ground. The forest seemed to sigh with contentment, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and belonging. In that moment, Lila knew that she had found her place in the world, a place where kindness and music could unlock the hidden wonders of the universe. The heart of the forest was a sanctuary of friendship and understanding, a place where the bonds between all living things were cherished and celebrated. As the night deepened, Lila sat beneath the silver tree, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The fox curled up beside her, its fur warm and comforting. Together they watched as the stars twinkled above, each one a reminder of the magic that lay within the whispering woods. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the gentle whispers of the forest and the promise of new adventures to come. In her dreams, she saw the paths yet to be explored, the friendships yet to be forged, and the endless possibilities that awaited her in the magical world of the whispering woods. As dawn broke and the first light of day kissed the treetops, Lila awoke to find the forest bathed in a soft, golden glow. The fox was still by her side, its eyes bright and full of promise. With a heart full of determination and hope, Lila knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the whispering woods would always be a part of her, guiding her towards new adventures and cherished friendships. And so, with the whistle in her pocket and the forest in her heart, Lila set out on her journey home, ready to share the wonders of the whispering woods with the world. Her steps were light and her spirit was free, for she knew that the magic of the forest was with her always, whispering secrets of love, friendship, and the endless beauty of the natural world. Story 64. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft melodies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers, there lay a quaint village known as Moonridge. The village was a place of gentle magic, where the cobblestone paths seemed to twinkle underfoot with each step, and the lanterns that lined the streets glowed with an eternal warm light. The villagers of Moonridge were a close-knit group, their days filled with the simple pleasures of tending gardens that grew in colors beyond the rainbow, and sharing stories over steaming cups of honey-thyme tea. But lately, a curious phenomenon had begun to unsettle their peaceful lives. Each morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the rooftops, the villagers would find their belongings slightly rearranged. A teapot might be found perched on a windowsill instead of the table, or a pair of slippers might appear in the garden, nestled among the dew-laden petals. Though these occurrences were harmless, they puzzled the villagers greatly. Some whispered of mischievous spirits, while others speculated about the playful antics of the forest creatures. But one young villager, a bright-eyed girl named Xyla, was determined to uncover the truth. Xyla had a keen sense of observation and a heart full of curiosity, traits that often led her on quiet adventures through the woods. One misty morning, as the village was still wrapped in the soft embrace of slumber, Xyla set out to explore. She donned her favorite cloak, as soft as a whisper and as blue as the deepest twilight, and tucked a small notebook into her pocket to jot down any peculiar findings. Her first stop was the village square, where the air was cool and filled with the gentle calls of morning doves. As she walked, Xyla noted the way the leaves rustled overhead, like the gentle whispering of old friends sharing secrets. She paused by the fountain, its waters shimmering with a hint of moonlight even in the daytime, and noticed a trail of tiny footprints leading away from it. They were unlike any she had seen before, neither bird nor beast. Intrigued, she followed them through the village and into the woods. The trail wound its way through the trees, where the sun's rays danced like golden ribbons upon the forest floor. Xyla moved quietly, her eyes keenly observing every detail, until she reached a glade she had never seen before. It was a place of serene beauty, where the grass was as soft as a dream and the air was filled with the gentle fragrance of lavender and mint. In the center of the glade stood a small, round house, its walls woven from living branches and leaves. Smoke curled lazily from a chimney made of smooth stones, and the door was slightly ajar. Xyla hesitated for a moment, then knocked gently. To her surprise, the door swung open, revealing a cozy interior filled with the warm glow of a fire. Shelves lined the walls, crowded with jars of herbs and curious trinkets, and in the corner, a small creature was busily arranging pebbles into intricate patterns. The creature was unlike any Xyla had ever seen, a diminutive figure with eyes like drops of dew and skin that shimmered faintly as if dusted with starlight. It looked up with a start, its expression one of mild surprise and curiosity. "Hello," Xyla greeted softly, stepping inside. "I hope I'm not intruding." The creature tilted its head, then gestured for her to sit by the fire. "Not at all," it replied in a voice as soft as the breeze. "I am called Twink, and you are most welcome here." Xyla took a seat, feeling the gentle warmth of the fire seep into her bones. "I've been following some footprints," she explained, "and they led me here. Are they yours?" Twink nodded, a playful twinkle in its eyes. "They are indeed. I've been visiting Moonridge, you see. The village is such a delightful place with so many interesting things to see and explore." Xyla smiled, understanding dawning in her mind. "So it was you rearranging things?" I must admit, we were all quite puzzled. Twink's eyes widened with a mixture of apology and amusement. "Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. It's just that I find the arrangement so fascinating. There's a certain magic in seeing things from a different perspective." Xyla chuckled softly, her initial concern melting away. "I suppose there is, but perhaps we can find a way for you to enjoy Moonridge without causing too much confusion." Twink's face brightened with gratitude. "That would be wonderful. Perhaps, if I may, I could help the village in return. I have a way with plants and could assist with the gardens." Xyla nodded eagerly, thoughts of vibrant blooms and flourishing herbs filling her mind. "That sounds perfect. The villagers would love that." And so it was agreed. Twink would help tend the gardens, using its gentle magic to nurture the plants into even greater splendor, and in return, it would have the freedom to explore the village with Leela's guidance. As the days passed, Moonridge blossomed under Twink's care. The gardens became even more lush and colorful, and the villagers soon grew fond of the little creature who had once been a mystery. Xyla and Twink often explored the woods together, sharing stories and laughter as they wandered through the sun-dappled paths. And when the evenings drew near and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Xyla would sit by her window, a cup of honeytime tea warming her hands, and watch as Twink danced among the flowers, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dew. In this way, the strange occurrences in Moonridge were explained, not through fear or suspicion, but through understanding and friendship. The village returned to its peaceful rhythm, with an added touch of magic that made each day feel a little more special. And so, as the seasons turned and the stars wheeled above, Moonridge remained a place of wonder and warmth, where mysteries were solved not by unraveling, but by weaving new bonds of joy and kinship. Story 65. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and rolling hills, the townsfolk spoke of a legend, a tale of a hidden world within the heart of the forest, guarded by a mystical artifact known as the Luminara Stone. It was said that those pure of heart could find the stone, and with it, gain the ability to see beyond the veil of the ordinary and into the realm of the extraordinary. Yet, many who ventured into the woods returned empty-handed, their hearts unchanged, their eyes still clouded by the mundane. On the outskirts of the village lived a young girl named Clara, whose spirit was as lively as the brook that wound its way through the village. Clara had a fascination with stories of magic and mystery, her imagination painting vivid pictures of adventures yet to be undertaken. Her grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, often shared tales by the fireside, the crackling flames casting dancing shadows on the walls as she spoke of the Luminara Stone and the wonders it held. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of orange and pink, Clara sat at her grandmother's feet, her eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother," she asked, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "do you think the Luminara Stone really exists?" Her grandmother smiled, the lines on her face forming a map of years filled with laughter and love. "Ah, my dear Clara," she replied, her voice warm and soothing, "the stone exists for those who believe in the magic within themselves. It is not the stone that holds the power, but the heart of the one who finds it." Clara pondered these words, her mind alight with possibilities. She had always felt a connection to the forest, a sense that it held secrets waiting to be discovered. The idea of a hidden world just beyond her reach tugged at her spirit, filling her with a longing to explore and understand. The following morning, the air was crisp with the scent of fallen leaves, and a gentle breeze whispered secrets through the trees. Clara set out with determination, her heart guided by hope and curiosity. She followed the path through the woods, the crunch of leaves beneath her feet, a comforting rhythm as she ventured deeper into the unknown. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds sang in harmonious symphonies, their melodies weaving through the branches. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Clara felt a sense of belonging, as if the forest welcomed her as an old friend. Hours passed, and Clara continued her journey, her heart unwavering. She came upon a clearing, the air around her shimmering with an ethereal glow. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, its branches reaching toward the heavens. At the base of the tree lay the Luminara Stone, its surface smooth and radiant, glowing with a gentle light that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth. Clara approached the stone with reverence, her fingers brushing its surface. As she touched it, a warmth spread through her body, filling her with a sense of peace and understanding. In that moment, the veil lifted, and she saw the hidden world unfold before her eyes. Creatures of light and shadow danced in the air, their forms shifting and changing with each step she took. The trees whispered secrets of old, their voices a chorus of wisdom and grace. Clara felt a connection to this world, a bond that transcended time and space. Among the beings of this mystical realm, Clara met a gentle creature named Seraphina, whose wings shimmered with the colors of the rainbow. Seraphina's eyes sparkled with kindness, and her voice was like the tinkling of bells. "Welcome, Clara," she said, her words wrapping around Clara like a warm embrace. "You have found the Luminara Stone, and with it, the gift to see beyond the ordinary." Clara felt a surge of joy and gratitude, her heart overflowing with the beauty of the hidden world. She and Seraphina spent the days exploring this magical realm, discovering its wonders, and learning the lessons it had to offer. Clara learned that true magic lay not in the stone, but in the connections and friendships she formed, and the wisdom she gained from each experience. As time passed, Clara's heart grew wiser, her spirit more attuned to the world around her. She understood the importance of seeing beyond the surface, of embracing the unknown with an open heart. The hidden world had transformed her, and she knew she would carry its magic with her always. One day, as the sun set in a blaze of gold and crimson, Clara knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Serafina and the magical creatures she had come to love. "Thank you," Clara whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. "I will never forget the wonders of this world, nor the lessons I have learned." Serafina smiled, her wings catching the last rays of sunlight. "Remember, Clara," she said, her voice a gentle melody, "the magic is within you. Carry it with you, and you will always find your way." With these words in her heart, Clara made her way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. As she emerged from the woods, the village lay before her, its lights twinkling like stars in the night. Clara returned home, her spirit alight with the magic of the hidden world. She shared her adventures with her grandmother, her words painting pictures of wonder and joy. Her grandmother listened, her heart swelling with pride and love. "You have found the true magic, my dear Clara," her grandmother said, her voice a soft murmur in the glow of the fire. "The magic of friendship, of understanding, and of seeing the world with eyes unclouded by doubt." Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and wisdom. She had embarked on a journey of discovery and transformation, and in doing so had found the magic within herself. The hidden world had revealed its secrets, and Clara knew she would carry its light with her always, a beacon of hope and wonder in the tapestry of life. And so as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled in the night sky, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the hidden world and the promise of adventures yet to come. Story 66. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a small, unassuming antique shop. The shop sat quietly on the corner of a cobblestone street, its wooden sign creaking softly in the breeze. Inside, a gentle and kind-hearted shopkeeper named Clara tended to her treasures with care and devotion. Clara had a knack for finding the magic hidden within the old and forgotten, but even she had not yet discovered all the secrets her shop held. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and gold outside, a peculiar item caught Clara's eye. It was a delicate silver pocket watch, intricately engraved with swirling patterns resembling soft, flowing vines. Clara had never noticed it before, yet there it was, glinting subtly in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the shop's wooden shutters. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, Clara picked up the watch and felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers. Curiosity piqued, she wound the watch and listened as it began to tick with a steady, melodic rhythm. With each tick, the shop around her seemed to shimmer ever so slightly, as though the watch was whispering secrets only it could understand. As the day faded into a star-speckled evening, Clara found herself unable to resist the watch's call. She placed it in her apron pocket and locked the shop, stepping out into the crisp night air. The cobblestones beneath her feet seemed to glow faintly, guiding her steps towards the edge of the village, where the whispering woods awaited. The woods were known for their ancient trees, whose branches wove together to form a canopy that rustled like the softest of lullabies. As Clara entered, accompanied by the gentle ticking of the watch, she felt the air grow warmer, as if the forest itself welcomed her presence. It wasn't long before she encountered a curious sight, a tiny, sparkling trail of what seemed like golden fireflies leading deeper into the woods. Clara, feeling a sense of adventure awaken within her, decided to follow the trail, her heart light with the promise of discovery. As she walked, Clara met her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a low branch. The owl's eyes glinted with intelligence, and he spoke in a voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "Greetings, Clara. The path ahead is full of wonders. Trust in your heart and in the watch you carry, for it holds the key to hidden truths." Clara nodded, grateful for the owl's guidance, and continued on her way. The golden trail led her to a clearing bathed in moonlight, where she found a family of rabbits, their fur as soft as clouds. The rabbits wove around her feet, their eyes bright with kindness. "Clara, we are here to remind you that sometimes the smallest of creatures can offer the greatest of insights," they said in unison, their voices like the gentle patter of rain. Feeling emboldened by her new companions, Clara pressed on, the watch's ticking growing ever more harmonious with each step. It wasn't long before she arrived at the foot of an ancient oak tree, its gnarled bark alive with stories of centuries past. At the base of the tree lay a small, weathered door, its brass handle cool to the touch. Clara hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and opened the door. Inside, she found a cozy chamber filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. In the center of the room sat a mirror, its surface rippling like a pool of liquid silver. As Clara approached, the mirror cleared to reveal an image of the village she called home. But this was no ordinary reflection. It shimmered with possibilities, showing not only what was, but what could be. She saw the faces of her neighbors, their lives touched by small acts of kindness, and the gentle magic hidden in everyday moments. The mirror's vision reminded Clara of the power of compassion and understanding, qualities far more potent than any spell or enchantment. She realized that the true magic lay not within the watch or the mirror, but within herself and her ability to see the extraordinary in the ordinary. As she turned to leave, the old owl appeared once more, his feathers aglow with a soft, golden light. "You have unlocked the secret, dear Clara. The watch was merely a guide to awaken the magic within you. Remember, wisdom and kindness will always light your way." Clara thanked the owl and retraced her steps through the woods, the watch now silent, but her heart full of the music of newfound understanding. As she emerged from the trees, the village lay before her, bathed in the gentle glow of dawn. With each passing day, Clara carried the lessons of her journey within her, sharing them through small acts of warmth and generosity. Her shop became a haven for those seeking not only treasures, but the comfort and wisdom that she so freely offered. And so, the little village thrived, cradled by the whispering woods and the magic of a heart that saw the wonder in every moment. As for Clara, she continued her journey, guided always by the gentle ticking of the watch that, once upon a time, had led her to the greatest treasure of all, the magic within. And there, by the crackling fireplace, as the world settled into the quiet of night, Clara and her beloved village rested in the embrace of dreams spun from kindness and wonder, ready to welcome another day. Story 67. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled within the folds of a verdant valley, there lived a young woman named Xyla. Her cottage sat at the edge of the woods, where the whisper of the trees mingled with the gentle murmur of the nearby brook. Xyla was a weaver, known for crafting the most intricate tapestries that seemed to capture the essence of the changing seasons. Yet, despite her talents, Xyla harbored a secret unease within her heart. She feared change. The thought of altering her routine or exploring beyond the familiar paths around her village filled her with apprehension. Each day she wove the same patterns, her hands moving with the comfort of habit, but her heart ached for something more. One crisp autumn afternoon, as a golden sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across her work, Xyla felt a peculiar breeze brush against her cheek. It carried the scent of cinnamon and pine, and with it came a whisper that seemed to call her name. Curiosity sparked within her, and for the first time in many years, she felt a pull to step beyond her comfort. The following morning, Xyla decided to venture into the woods, drawn by an inexplicable urge. As she walked beneath the canopy of amber and crimson leaves, she encountered a path she had never noticed before, bathed in a soft, otherworldly glow. Hesitant yet intrigued, she followed it, her steps crunching softly against the fallen leaves. The path led her to a clearing where stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward like arms embracing the heavens. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a small door, its wood worn smooth by time. As Xyla approached, the door creaked open, revealing a warm, inviting glow from within. Stepping inside, she found herself in a cozy chamber lined with shelves of dusty tomes and jars filled with all manner of herbs and spices. In the center of the room sat an elderly woman, her eyes twinkling like stars, her smile as comforting as a mother's embrace. "Welcome, dear Xyla," the woman said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I am Narella, the keeper of this enchanted place. You have been drawn here because your heart seeks change, though your mind fears it." Xyla nodded, feeling the truth of Narella's words resonate within her. "I wish to grow, to transform, but I don't know how," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. Narella chuckled gently. Growth, my dear, is like weaving a tapestry. It begins with a single thread, and with time, patience, and care, it becomes something beautiful. She gestured to a loom in the corner, its threads shimmering with hues of light and shadow. This is no ordinary loom. It mirrors the weaver's heart and reveals the path they must take. Xyla approached the loom, her fingers brushing against the threads. As she began to weave, the strands shifted and shimmered, forming images that told a story of her life, her fears, and her dreams. With each pass of the shuttle, she felt a sense of peace settling over her, as if the loom was weaving her anxieties into something new and wondrous. As the tapestry grew, Xyla noticed a subtle change within herself. She felt lighter, her heart opening to the possibilities of the unknown. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced, for it held the promise of discovery and growth. Throughout her journey, Xyla was not alone. The villagers, sensing her transformation, came to support her. Her friend Finn, a gentle soul with a love for music, played melodies that mirrored the rhythm of her weaving, reminding her that life, like music, was a series of changes that created beauty. With Norella's guidance and the support of her friends, Xyla learned to trust in herself and the magic of change. She understood that every step forward was a thread in her life's tapestry, weaving a pattern of strength and wisdom. As the seasons turned, so did Leela's heart. She became a beacon of warmth and inspiration in her village, known not just for her tapestries, but for her courage to embrace transformation. The enchanted loom remained with her, a reminder that magic existed not only in the threads of her work, but in the fabric of her being. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oak, Xyla found not just change, but herself, wrapped in the gentle embrace of new beginnings. As the stars twinkled above and the night whispered its lullaby, she knew that the path she had feared was the very path that led her to the heart of her own story. Story 68. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in shimmering beams, there lay a secret realm known only to those who listened closely to the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. This was a place where time seemed to pause, and the air was infused with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. In this enchanted woodland, a wise old owl named Fergus watched over the delicate balance of life. His feathers were as soft and mottled as the bark of the oak tree he called home. Fergus was the keeper of stories, a custodian of the forest's deep and ancient wisdom. He had watched the seasons turn like the pages of a beloved book, each chapter bringing its own magic and challenges. One crisp autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of amber and gold, Fergus gathered the creatures of the forest for their annual meeting. The air was cool and carried the spicy scent of fallen leaves. Rabbits, foxes, squirrels, and even the shy deer ventured from their cozy nooks to hear what Fergus had to share. "Friends," Fergus began in a voice that was both soft and commanding, "we are entering a time of change. The winds are whispering of a long, cold winter ahead. We must prepare and look after one another, as we always have." The creatures nodded, their eyes wide with understanding and trust. Among them was a young squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of ripe chestnuts. Pip was known for his boundless curiosity and a heart as warm as the sunshine on a summer's day. "But Fergus," Pip chirped, his voice filled with innocent wonder, "how do we know how to prepare? What if the winter is harsher than ever before?" Fergus smiled, a wise glint in his eyes. "Ah, young Pip, the forest has its own way of guiding us. We must listen to its song and read the signs it offers." As the meeting dispersed, Pip scampered away, determined to learn the forest's secrets. He paused to watch a gentle breeze carry a flurry of leaves into a swirling dance. The sight filled him with a sense of awe and curiosity. Over the next few days, Pip observed the world around him with newfound attention. He noticed how the bees worked tirelessly to gather nectar, how the birds busily stored seeds, and how the trees released their leaves to blanket the earth in a warm, protective layer. One evening, as a silver moon cast its glow over the forest, Pip sat at the base of Fergus's tree, pondering the wisdom he had gleaned. Just then, a soft voice floated through the air, carried by the gentle rustle of leaves. It was Elder Birch, the oldest tree in the forest, her voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "Pip," she whispered, Do you see how every part of the forest plays its role? The bees and birds, the trees and soil, all work in harmony to sustain life. This is the wisdom of balance. Pip listened, his heart swelling with understanding. "Thank you, Elder Birch," he replied, his voice a respectful murmur. "I see now how each of us is a thread in the tapestry of the forest." As autumn deepened into winter, the first snowflakes began to fall, dusting the forest in a blanket of white. The creatures, guided by the wisdom of the forest, had prepared well. They nestled in their dens and burrows, sharing warmth and stories, their hearts light with the knowledge that they were part of something greater. Winter passed in a serene hush, and as the first signs of spring began to unfurl, the tender shoots pushing through the snow, the songs of returning birds, a gentle warmth spread through the forest. Fergus called another gathering, his eyes twinkling with joy. "You have all done well," he praised, his voice echoing through the clearing. "You have learned the secrets of the forest, and in doing so, you have strengthened the bonds that hold us together." Pip stood proudly among his friends, his heart brimming with gratitude. He understood now that the forest's magic lay not just in its enchanting sights and sounds, but in the harmony and balance that each creature, great and small, contributed to. And so the seasons continued their eternal dance, each one a testament to the wisdom passed down through generations. The forest thrived in its peaceful harmony, a sanctuary of life and magic, where every creature knew they were part of a wondrous, interconnected world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, the forest settled into a gentle slumber. The creatures slept soundly, knowing that they were watched over by the ancient trees, the wise owl, and the eternal cycle of nature itself, forever wrapped in the comforting embrace of their enchanted home. Story 69. Once upon a time, in a realm where wondrous things often occurred, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her home was nestled deep within an enchanted forest, where towering oak trees swayed in the gentle breeze and glittering streams flowed with crystal-clear waters. One crisp autumn evening, Willow was curled up by the hearth, listening to the crackle of the fire and the soothing patter of rain against the windows. Suddenly, a peculiar sound caught her ear, a faint, tinkling melody that seemed to drift through the air like stardust. Willow sat upright, her eyes wide with curiosity. As the ethereal tune grew louder, Willow noticed something even stranger. The raindrops on the window pane were dancing and swirling in intricate patterns, as if guided by an unseen force. Willow gasped in delight, pressing her nose against the glass to get a better look. Just then, a tiny figure fluttered into view, its gossamer wings beating rapidly. It was a forest sprite, no bigger than Willow's thumb, and it appeared to be conducting the raindrops with its delicate movements. "Hello there," Willow whispered, her breath fogging the glass. The sprite paused, its luminous eyes meeting Willow's gaze. With a trill of laughter, it beckoned for her to follow and zipped off into the night. Without hesitation, Willow donned her cloak and rain boots and ventured out into the misty forest. The sprite flitted ahead, leading her deeper and deeper into the woodland realm, where every tree trunk seemed to glow with a warm, golden light. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a magnificent willow tree stood proudly at the center. Its slender branches swayed gently, and Willow could have sworn she heard the faintest whisper of music emanating from its leaves. Suddenly, dozens of sprites emerged from the shadows, their tiny forms glimmering like fireflies. They swirled and danced around Willow, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Willow gasped in wonder, spinning around to take in the magical sight. A deep, rumbling voice interrupted the revelry. "Welcome, my child," it said warmly. Willow turned to see an ancient, gnarled oak tree standing before her, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and move. "You have been chosen to witness the harmony of the forest," the tree continued. "It is a sacred event that occurs but once a year, when the sprites gather to weave their melodies into the very fabric of nature itself." As the tree spoke, the sprites began to sing, their voices blending into a hauntingly beautiful chorus. The willow tree's branches swayed in time with the music, and Willow could feel the vibrations thrumming through her very soul. Suddenly, the glade came alive with color and movement. Flowers bloomed in rapid succession, their petals unfurling in time with the sprite's song. Mushrooms sprouted from the mossy ground, their caps opening like tiny umbrellas. Even the stones seemed to dance, rearranging themselves into intricate patterns. Willow watched in breathless wonder, her heart swelling with joy and reverence. She had stumbled upon a sacred ritual, a celebration of the deep magic that flowed through the forest like a heartbeat. As the night wore on, the sprite's song grew softer and softer, until at last it faded into silence. The glade returned to its tranquil state, but Willow knew that the magic would linger, infusing every leaf and twig with its harmonious energy. The ancient oak tree bent down, its branches creaking. "You have been granted a rare gift, child," it rumbled. "Guard the memory of this night closely, and share its beauty with those who have open hearts and listening ears." Willow nodded solemnly, her eyes shining with unshed tears of wonder and gratitude. As the first rays of dawn peeked over the horizon, she made her way back home, her heart lighter than it had ever been. From that day forward, Willow carried the melody of the forest within her, a constant reminder of the magic that surrounded her every day. And whenever she felt troubled or lost, she would close her eyes and listen, letting the harmonious whispers of nature guide her way. Story 70. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered softly through a canopy of emerald leaves, lay the quaint village of Mossborough. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths lined with cottages that seemed to lean into one another in friendly conversation. Each dwelling had a garden brimming with vibrant blooms and curling tendrils of ivy that climbed the walls in lazy spirals. The villagers of Mossborough went about their days with gentle cheer, tending to their tasks with a sense of quiet purpose. Yet of late, a curious mystery had woven itself into the fabric of their peaceful lives. It began with the sudden appearance of tiny, glimmering trails that sparkled like dew in the moonlight, crisscrossing the village paths. These trails seemed to lead nowhere in particular, vanishing into the forest with no explanation. The village's wise elder, a kindly woman named Malus, with hair as silver as moonbeams and eyes that twinkled with timeless wisdom, was the first to notice these trails. She pondered their origin over a steaming cup of chamomile tea, her favorite porcelain cup cradled in her hands. The trails were not the work of any creature she knew, for even the village sprites left no such dazzling marks. One afternoon, Malus called upon the village's most inquisitive minds, a pair of young friends named Finn and Xyla. Finn, with his unruly chestnut hair and keen eyes, had a knack for discovering the hidden stories of the forest. Xyla, her mind as quick as a brook in spring, was known for her gentle way with the woodland creatures. Together they made a formidable duo, always eager to solve the puzzles that life in Mossborough presented. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced among the trees, Malus met Finn and Xyla in her cozy cottage, where the scent of dried lavender lingered in the air. "I have a task for you both," she said, her voice a soothing melody. "These mysterious trails must be understood, for they may hold a message for us." Finn and Xyla exchanged a glance, excitement sparkling in their eyes. They agreed to follow the trails at first light, when the dew still clung to them, making them easier to trace. The following morning, with the world wrapped in the soft embrace of dawn, Finn and Xyla set out. The village was still asleep, the only sounds the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant chorus of birds. They followed the trails as they glimmered enticingly, weaving through the village and into the embrace of the forest. The Whispering Woods was a place of gentle magic, where the trees whispered stories of old and the air was perfumed with the scent of earth and pine. As Finn and Xyla followed the trails deeper, they noticed that the paths seemed to pulse with a rhythm all their own, as if beckoning them onward. Along the way, they encountered a host of friendly creatures. A family of rabbits paused in their morning nibbling to nod a silent greeting. A pair of squirrels chattered amiably from the branches above, their eyes twinkling with mischief. And a wise old owl, perched high in an ancient oak, hooted softly as they passed, as if in encouragement. At last, the trails led them to a secluded glade where sunlight spilled like liquid gold onto a carpet of moss. In the heart of the glade stood a curious sight, a circle of mushrooms, each cap shimmering with the same ethereal glow as the trails. Finn crouched down to examine them, his fingers brushing lightly over the velvety caps. These mushrooms are unlike any I've seen, he mused aloud. Xyla knelt beside him, her eyes wide with wonder. It's as if they're alive with their own magic, she whispered. As they pondered this new discovery, a soft, tinkling laughter filled the air, like a melody played on a crystal harp. Suddenly, a flurry of wings and light surrounded them. The air shimmered, and from the glow emerged a small, graceful creature, a fae, with delicate wings that glistened like opals in the sun. "Welcome, young seekers," the fae greeted them, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am Airless, guardian of these woods." Finn and Xyla, though surprised, were not afraid. They had heard tales of the fae, beings of ancient magic who dwelled in the hidden corners of the world. "We followed the trails," Finn explained, gesturing to the glade. Airless nodded, her eyes sparkling like starlight. "The trails are a gift, a message from the forest. They are here to guide those with open hearts to this place, where the boundaries between the worlds are thin." Lila's eyes lit with understanding. "The mushrooms," she said, "do they hold a secret?" Airless smiled, a radiant expression filled with warmth. "Indeed, they are the gateway to the realm of dreams. Each night they gather the hopes and wishes whispered by the trees and the creatures of the forest. Then they weave them into the trails you see." Finn nodded thoughtfully. "But why are the trails appearing now?" "The forest sensed a change," Earless replied, her voice tinged with mystery. "A new presence has been felt, a being lost and seeking its place." Together they puzzled over this new information. Who could this lost soul be? They shared ideas, their voices mingling with the gentle rustle of the leaves. Finally, Lila spoke. "Perhaps it's someone from our village, someone who feels disconnected." Earless nodded. "You are wise beyond your years. Indeed, there is someone who needs your help, a little one with dreams that have yet to find their home." With Airless's guidance, Finn and Lila returned to the village, their minds alight with the possibilities of their newfound knowledge. They pondered the children of Mossborough, seeking the one who might be in need. As the sun cast its warm embrace over the village square, they noticed a small figure sitting apart from the others, a young boy named Oliver. Oliver was a quiet soul, often lost in his own thoughts, with eyes that seemed to hold dreams larger than the sky. Lila approached him gently. "Hello, Oliver," she said, her voice a soft invitation. "Would you like to join us?" Oliver looked up, surprise mingling with curiosity in his gaze. "Join you? For what?" Finn smiled reassuringly. "We have a secret to share, a place where dreams find their wings." Oliver's eyes widened, and he nodded, rising to follow them. Together, they led him back to the glade, where the mushrooms glowed softly in the twilight. Airless appeared once more, her presence a comforting light in the gathering dusk. "Welcome, young dreamer," she said to Oliver. "This place is for you, a sanctuary where your heart can speak freely." Oliver stepped into the circle, his small hands brushing the mushrooms' caps. As he did, the air shimmered with a gentle magic, and the trails began to weave around him, lifting him in a dance of light and wonder. In that moment, Oliver's face lit with a joy that seemed to lift the very air. Finn and Lila watched with warmth in their hearts, knowing they had helped a friend find his path. With the mystery solved and Oliver's spirit soaring, they returned to the village, where the stars had begun to twinkle in the velvet sky. As they walked, the trails faded, their purpose fulfilled, leaving behind a sense of peace and connection. Back in Mossborough, the villagers gathered around a crackling fire, sharing stories and laughter under the watchful gaze of the moon. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the fae and the forest creatures sang a gentle lullaby, a song of dreams and friendship that would linger long after the night had passed. And so it was that the village of Mossborough, with its mysteries and magic, continued to thrive, bound together by the threads of understanding and the quiet strength of dreams realized. As Finn, Lila, and Oliver settled into their beds, they knew that the world was a kind and wondrous place, ready to reveal its secrets to those who dared to dream.